Chapter 470. Lord Devour's meaning was clear. Everybody understood it. However, they understood what Lord Devour meant when he said, very uncertain. Everyone here was a God realm expert with a strong soul. Their divine consciousness could scan the entire continent. However, nobody knew much about souls. Or rather, they didn't understand them at all. No one knew how to preserve a separated soul, let alone preserve it for 980 years. As for the second point, it was even more difficult. Go to the divine world? Let's not talk about how to become an overlord in the divine realm within a short 980 years, nor do we talk about the conditions needed to become an overlord. Even if they wanted to go to the divine world and fight for the fire dragon continent. Except for Yi Qinghan, who could pass the 10 challenges of the Purple Island. If they couldn't go to the divine world, how could they fight for it? While people were looking at Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour with twinkling eyes, Yi Qinghan suddenly laughed. His fighting will rose. My lord, please find a way to preserve Tu's soul. I will bear any price. As for the fire dragon overlord position, I will go to the divine world. I will take it. I am the one who made the mistake. I will bear it alone. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if there was a huge hand in the unseen world, seemingly controlling her fate. Every time he wanted to enjoy life leisurely, he was forced to fight, to struggle. He had lived in the fire dragon continent for more than 30 years. He had considered this place his home. He didn't want to go to the divine world, but now, he had to go there. If that was the case, he would fight. The sky of the fire dragon continent had been pierced. Now, he would go to the divine world and stab it several times to see if he could break it. He understood Lord Devour's temper. Since she had asked, she must be able to preserve Tu's soul. Of course, she would ask him to pay a price. That year, he had asked her to deal with the Golden Horn God clan, and he owed her a favor. So, what if he owed her one more time? It's true that I can preserve Tu's soul for thousands of years. I don't need you to pay any price. I only want you to do one thing. Of course, you can choose to refuse. This time, Lord Devour was surprisingly easy to talk to. His voice was no longer emotionless, but a bit begrudging. As for the position of the Flame Dragon Overlord, I could have helped you get it. But I can't do it. I have my own difficulties. You'll find out in the future. So, Yi Qinghan, only you can obtain the Flame Dragon Overlord. Alright, sir, please give me your instructions. Yi Qinghan raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. Since he had decided on something, he wouldn't think too much. Of course, he had nothing to fear. Yi Qinghan, Ajio, Lu Shi, you guys come to the castle to talk. Lord Devour raked his eyes through them. He didn't want to talk more, so he teleported away. Wait for my news. Yi Qinghan stood up, and the others followed suit. He looked at the crowd, then nodded at Ninth Lord and Elder Lu, and the three of them teleported to the north. That bastard is too despicable. He actually brought a peak heavenly god realm divine beast to Purple Island, and the divine beasts on Purple Island can only be defeated, not killed. Otherwise, we could have gone to the Immortal realm to help Little Han. Damn it. Yi Tianlong's face contorted in anger. He watched as Yi Qinghan had to bear such a heavy burden alone. He felt extremely bitter and angry. Yu Shishue blinked and thought of something. Sky Dragon, don't be angry. Doesn't Yi Qinghan have a spatial divine tool? Last time I saw Ninth Lord go in. Maybe he can bring us in as well. Maybe we can all go to the Immortal realm together. Little Han won't feel so much pressure then. I've heard that spatial divine tools can house living people. Why don't we just let the Frost Emperor bring us to the Immortal realm? Let's all prepare to fight in the Immortal realm. The Hidden Island Master's eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit surged. Go to the Immortal realm and fight for a place that belongs to us. The other Immortal realm experts also became excited. It was too difficult to increase one's cultivation speed in the Flame Dragon continent. They were tired of living there for thousands of years. Now, if he could follow Yi Qinghan to the divine world, to fight for the Flame Dragon continent together, to roam the world and fight for it, it would also be a good choice. Dark Castle on the rooftop. Elder Lu, Ninth Lord, and Yi Qinghan teleported over. They bowed and waited for Lord Devour to speak. Summon Blackie. Lord Devour sat on the chair, glancing at the other three as he said, Xiaohei, come out. Following Yi Qinghan's call, a shadow quickly condensed and turned into Xiaohei. Xiaohei had devoured Tu's soul and had been digesting it, so he hadn't come out in the beast battle space. Boss, why did you call me out? Auntie is back? As soon as Xiaohei came out, he jumped into Yi Qinghan's arms and rubbed against him intimately. Then, he turned around and saw Lord Devour smiling at him. Xiaohei, congratulations on reaching the immortal realm. You've grown up. I'm so happy. The moment Xiaohei came out, Lord Devour's eyes were full of love. He smiled brightly as if he had become a kind and amiable elder. Auntie, I've awakened my supernatural power. It's time for you to tell me about my identity. You promised me last time. Xiaohei recalled something, his eyes filled with desire as he opened his mouth. That doesn't count. Lord Devour was bewildered by Xiaohei's question. He smiled bitterly and said, Your supernatural power shouldn't be awakened until you reach the human transformation realm. I guess you mutated after becoming Yi Qinghan's battle beast and awakened your supernatural power in advance. Okay, when you transform into a human, I'll tell you everything. I won't regret it. Human transformation? Auntie, you're lying again. Trumph. Boss is the best. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Xiaohei turned around angrily, looking at Yi Qinghan with a warm smile. Lord Devour didn't know if he should cry or laugh at Xiaohei, but he didn't blame him. Quite the contrary, he smiled and said, Xiaohei, don't move. I'm going to take Tu's soul out of your body first. As Yi Qinghan saw that he had finished his business, he hurried to pat Xiaohei's shoulder, asking him not to be naughty. Lord Devour didn't talk more. He extended his beautiful palm, aiming at Xiaohei's body. Then his palm shot out a sacred halo, covering Xiaohei. After a while, a gold sponge floated out of Xiaohei's mouth, falling into Lord Devour's palm. Lord Devour is so powerful. Yi Qinghan, Lord Jiu, and old Lu gazed at the scene without blinking. They were astounded by Lord Devour's power. Such supernatural power was really terrifying. Lord Devour still wore a faint smile, as if he had just done something trivial. He said to Yi Qinghan, I told you that I would make you a god in 50 years. You've done it. I'm so happy. I can preserve Tu's soul for 1,000 years. Moreover, I'll try my best to keep the Fire Dragon continent safe for 1,000 years. However, you have to promise me one thing. Of course, I won't force you to do it. Please tell me, Lord. As Yi Qinghan listened to him, he knew that it was Lord Devour who had helped him solve his worries, and he could go to the divine world without worries. I want you to dissolve the soul contract with Xiaohei. As soon as Lord Devour finished, Yi Qinghan, Xiaohei, and Lord Jiu and old Lu were astounded. After all, if Yi Qinghan lost Xiaohei, he wouldn't have the body fusion technique. Not to mention going to the god world, he wouldn't even be able to cross the Purple Island. However, Lord Devour didn't wait for the others to object. He continued, Don't be hasty. Wait for me. I think you know how vast the god world is. I'm telling you, it's much bigger than you can imagine. There are so many experts there. Heavenly God realm experts are just ordinary people, and there are a lot of god generals and god kings. Moreover, the god world is very dangerous. You can die at any minute. Xiaohei is your war beast. If you die, he will die with you. Is it fair to him? Xiaohei has grown up. If he continues to be your war beast, it will limit his development. Xiaohei should have his own life. Didn't you say that you've always treated him as your little brother? Do you have the heart to see your brother live in your shadow? Chapter 471. Listening to Lord Devour, everybody including Xiaohei quieted down. Yi Qinghan stared blankly for a moment before smiling faintly at Little Black. She thought back to the first time she had met him in the summoned space. She thought back to the silly appearance he had when he had been summoned. She thought back to the first time he had called her boss through spiritual sound transmission in the Savage Mountain Range. She thought back to all the ups and downs they had gone through, never abandoning each other and fighting together. Xiaohei had grown up. Xiaohei should have his own life. Lord Devour's words had woken up Yi Qinghan as if he had just been given a bottle of wisdom. Right? Since the first time Xiaohei had used the soul message to call him boss, Yi Qinghan had considered him his little brother, a human being. And now, Xiaohei had grown up. He could talk like a human. He had become a divine beast. How could he let him be his war beast? He was too selfish. If he died, Xiaohei would die with him. It wasn't fair to him. Xiaohei should have his own life. He should live a more splendid life. He shouldn't be Shi Yan's shadow, a stepping stone for Shi Yan's success. I agree. Xiaohei should have his own life. I was too selfish. I'm sorry for Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan didn't consider for a long time. He looked at Xiaohei lovingly, then at Lord Devour resolutely. Then he looked at Xiaohei apologetically. Yi Qinghan didn't think for a long time. His resolute answer had won Lord Devour, Lord Nine, and Old Lu's approval. Lord Devour didn't force him to cancel it. After that, his strongest attack would vanish. However, Yi Qinghan was resolute. It proved that he had deep feelings for Xiaohei. He had considered Xiaohei his little brother, not a war beast or a pet. I don't agree. I won't agree even if I die. However, as soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, Xiaohei raised his furry little head and shook his head desperately. His two little eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan, and he said even more resolutely, "Boss, I will never leave you even if I have to die. I have stayed in that little valley for 1,000 years, but I haven't lived a happy and steady life with you, boss. I don't want to live alone anymore. I want to be with you. Unless I die, I will never leave you, boss." Boss, don't you want Xiaohei anymore? Xiaohei, why doesn't boss want you anymore? Seeing Xiaohei's pitiful face and his unreserved feelings for him, Yi Qinghan's eyes became wet. However, he still tried to persuade him. Xiaohei, you've grown up. You have to learn to be strong. Even if boss cancels the contract, you will always be my beloved little brother. I don't want to cancel the contract. You don't know that when you cut off the soul connection with me on the Purple Island, I didn't feel comfortable at all. I felt empty in my heart. Thus, I'll die. While Xiaohei was talking, 2 drops of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. He angrily turned around, looking at Lord Devour and thundering. If you dare to cancel the soul contract, I won't recognize you as my aunt anymore. I will ignore you forever. Sigh. You kid. Why are you as stubborn as your father? Lord Devour didn't get angry. He forced a smile, sighed deeply, and then waved his hand. Forget it. Forget it. Let's do it this way. Yi Qinghan, I will change the master-servant contract between you and Xiaohei to an equal contract. Then, you guys can still be together, and Xiaohei's development won't be limited. Of course, the body fusion technique won't disappear. At the same time, if you fall, Xiaohei won't be implicated. Xiaohei, it should be okay, right? Can it be? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed when he heard this. It would be for the best if that was the case. After all, the law of space that he had comprehended were all auxiliary attacks. Only the body fusion technique was the strongest attack that he could rely on. Yes, of course. Xiaohei was so happy that he jumped up and screamed. Lord Devour looked at him, his face bitter. He said discontentedly, "It can be done. However, it will consume a lot of my god power and treasures." Trumph. Thank you, sir. Yi Qinghan hurried to thank him. He had seized the chance when Lord Devour wasn't here to use the soul ring to summon Xiaohei. It was the same as stealing someone else's disciple, and now Lord Devour had to pay for him. Call Xiaohei back. Sit cross-legged and calm down. Lord Devour nodded coldly. Then he waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in the air. The jade bottle shook for a while, and a white pellet shot out. It was another medium-grade divine pellet. Lord Devour grabbed the pellet, patting it on Yi Qinghan's forehead. The pellet disappeared from his head. Then, Lord Devour closed his eyes, sitting in silence without moving an inch. It's done. 2 hours later, Lord Devour opened his eyes, talking faintly. His voice was a little tired. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, looking at Lord Devour in astonishment. He felt like nothing had happened. Everything was done? Right? No, it seemed his soul had become much stronger. He guessed it could be compared to the soul of a peak of heavenly god realm expert. Shi Yen crawled up to thank Lord Devour. Not only did he not lose anything, but he also got something good. No need to thank me. It's your luck. You should arrange the things in the fiery dragon continent and then go to the divine world. I can only help you this much. You will know some things later. Lord Devour sighed. Then his face became solemn. When you go to the divine world, you have to remember a few things. First, stay low-key. High-profile people usually die faster. Second, don't expose the fact that Xiao He is the soul-devouring beast. Unless it's a critical moment, don't use Xiao He's supernatural abilities. Third, don't expose the unfettered ring and the divine sword. Or else you will die. Yes, sir. Yi Qinghan will keep it in mind. Yi Qinghan hurriedly replied. After hesitating for a moment, he asked the question that had been lingering in his heart for a long time. My lord, can I bring my 3 wives with me to the god realm? In fact, when the Yi family decided to go to the divine world, Yi Qinghan had been thinking about this question. People could live in the unfettered ring, so he planned to bring them to the divine world. Moreover, if possible, he planned to bring the god-level experts of the continent. After all, there was strength in numbers. At the same time, he recalled that when he came out of seclusion, Lord Jiu was in the unfettered pavilion. He couldn't help but look at Elder Lu suspiciously. Lord Devour said faintly, but he didn't say anything else. He looked at Elder Lu, asking him to explain. Little Han. People from the material plane can only go to the divine world through the teleportation formation. Otherwise, they will die. Anyone from the fiery dragon continent who wants to ascend to the divine world has to go through the 10 challenges of the Purple Island. Of course, Xiao He is your war beast, so it doesn't count. Elder Lu explained with certainty. At the same time, he understood what Yi Qinghan was thinking. He looked at Lord Devour and sent him a message. As for why Lord Jiu could enter the unfettered pavilion, I will tell you later. I will go with you to the divine world, and I will tell you what I know. Don't worry. When Yi Qinghan heard the first part, his face darkened. He didn't even hear Elder Lu's last part. He didn't know how long it would take to come back from the divine world. It would be a long journey. How could he leave the 3 girls in the fire dragon continent? Moreover, he was clear that if Yi Qingyu and the others knew that they couldn't go to the divine world with them, they would definitely not agree. Love is love, and it has nothing to do with the moon or the wind. Lord Devour looked at Yi Qinghan, who was anxious and didn't know what to do. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Then he sighed and said, Forget it. Yi Qinghan, take off the unfettered ring, and I will refine a teleportation door for you. Take off the soul ring, and I will help you refine your appearance, so that you won't be recognized in the divine world. What? Yi Qinghan was surprised. He didn't understand what Lord Devour meant. Elder Lu was overjoyed. He shouted at the dazed Yi Qinghan, Silly boy, what are you waiting for? No, thank you. With 2 teleportation doors, you can travel freely between the divine world and the fire dragon plane with the unfettered ring. You won't have to worry about me anymore. Only you can refine it. Not many people in the divine world have this ability. Thank you. Yi Qinghan came to his senses. He took off the 2 rings and handed them to Lord Devour. With 2 transportation gates, he could place one of them in the Cold Heart Pavilion forever, and use the other to enter the Cold Heart Pavilion from the divine world. Then he could use the other transportation gate to return to the Flame Dragon continent. Phew! Finally, everything was settled. Yi Qinghan exhaled deeply. He lifted his head to look at the dazzling starry sky and smiled. Without any worries, he could finally go to the divine world and fight for his life. Clenching his fists, Yi Qinghan started to imagine the other side of the starry sky. The legendary divine world was boundless and magnificent. Chapter 472. Elder Lu. Isn't it too high profile to refine the carefree ring and soul ring into this state? In the sky above the dark forest, 2 figures flew quickly toward the south. They were Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu. Elder Lu said that he had something to tell him, so the 2 of them did not teleport back immediately. Instead, they flew back to Tsang City. Yi Qinghan said to Elder Lu as he looked at the two glowing rings on his hand. Elder Lu chuckled and said, "You don't understand. My lord is doing the opposite. In the immortal realm, the more dazzling something is, the less attention it attracts. The more low-key it is, the more people will suspect it to be a treasure." "Oh, so that's how it is." Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. There were all kinds of treasures in the immortal realm. Wearing such jewels, others would be able to tell at a glance that you were from a material plane, and that you were a nouveau riche who had ascended to this plane. "Little Han, do you remember what I said on the Fallen God Mountain? You have to become an immortal within 50 years. Otherwise, I'll take back the free and unfettered pavilion and the divine sword." Elder Lu suddenly recalled something from the past. Yi Qinghan was startled and said, "I remember. Now that I have become a god, the carefree ring and the divine sword belong to me forever, right?" Elder Lu nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. You have fulfilled the conditions set by the Soul Emperor, so the divine sword and the carefree pavilion belong to you now. In fact, although you have refined the carefree pavilion, you have not completely refined it. The core of the carefree pavilion has always been in my hands, and this is also the reason why Ninth Madam can enter the carefree pavilion. If you completely refine the carefree pavilion, not only Ninth Madam, but even I will not be able to enter without opening the restriction. In other words, as long as you completely refine the carefree pavilion, no one will be able to enter without your permission. Of course, those who do not have your aura will not be able to enter even if you are willing." Elder Lu said a lot of things like a tongue twister, and Yi Qinghan finally understood. However, he was even more confused. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked with a sly smile, "Elder Lu, Ninth Madam does not have my aura. Could it be yours? Did you have an affair with her?" "What do you mean by that? Brat, what are you talking about?" Elder Lu stared blankly for a moment before he finally understood. He was so angry that his beard curled up as he cursed angrily. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan, who had a curious expression on his face. He thought about it for a moment before he sent a mysterious voice transmission. The Soul Emperor created the Carefree Pavilion. So, besides the people with your soul aura, anyone with the Soul Emperor's aura can also enter. I'm the Soul Emperor's servant, so I can enter. And Sergio is Devour's servant, so he can enter too. Lord Devour's servant? What did this have to do with the Soul Emperor? Could it be? The more Yi Qinghan listened, the more confused he became. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes widened in surprise as he transmitted his voice. In the past, the Soul Emperor had dominated a portion of the divine realm. He had two great generals under his command, the demon dancers and twin concubines. The enchantress was extremely alluring, and the dancing demoness killed without batting an eyelid. The number of deity-level experts who had died in their hands was innumerable. And the dancer was the butterfly dance war god, Lord Devour. Do you understand now? Elder Lu had a look of reverence in his eyes, as if he was recalling the unparalleled glory of the two of them in the past. The dancing demoness, the enchantress? Dancer? That's it. Yi Qinghan finally understood everything. It turned out that Lord Devour was also the Soul Emperor's subordinate. At this moment, Yi Qinghan remembered the enchantress in the Dream Palace. The enchantress used to say that she was the dancing demoness, the Soul Emperor's subordinate. Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered the strange expression on the enchantress' face when she heard that Xiao He was the soul-devouring beast, and Lord Devour had said that she was Xiao He's aunt. Xiao He's identity was obvious. He couldn't help but turn to Elder Lu in shock, sending a voice transmission to seek confirmation. "Elder Lu, is Xiao He that man's son?" "Yes. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell Xiao He. Lord doesn't allow it. Wait until the day Xiao He transforms. Lord will tell him everything." Elder Lu nodded, sending a solemn voice transmission. T. Xiao He was the Soul Emperor's son. Yi Qinghan finally understood what was going on. After all this trouble, he had actually gotten himself involved with the Soul Emperor. But after thinking about it, it made sense. He had obtained the Soul Ring and used it to connect with Xiao He to summon Xiao He. He had also relied on the Soul Ring to survive in the God-slaying mountain. Finally, he had obtained the divine sword and the carefree pavilion. Because of the carefree pavilion and the soul ring, he had been able to enter the dream palace, which led to so many troubles. Now that he thought about it, this damaged soul ring, which he had thought was a 3-0 trash ring, was the ring that had brought him luck. Without the soul ring, perhaps he would still be the 7th son of the Yi family, living a peaceful life. The ring that his father had obtained in the god-slaying mountain had changed his life. Life was really King lonely like snow. What? You want to go to the divine world alone? When Yi Qinghan returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion, it was already noon. The 3 girls were sitting in the hall. When they heard Yi Qinghan say he wanted to go to the divine world, Yi Qingwu was the first to flip out. Her face became extremely ugly. She pouted and said, "No, we want to go with you. If you don't take us, I will die in front of you. Brother, wherever you are, I will be there. You said that you would never leave me again. Are you going to leave me again?" Yi Qingyu's tears rolled down her cheeks. She pulled Yi Qinghan's robe, crying and shaking her head. Yi Qingxing didn't say anything or shed tears. She just looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately, waiting for his explanation. "I also want to take you, but Lord Devour said that you can only go to the divine world after passing the 10 challenges. If you go to the divine world from the carefree pavilion, you will be killed for sure." Yi Qinghan forced a smile and explained, "You don't need to worry. Lord Devour has refined 2 transportation doors in the carefree pavilion for me. I can go back to the Fire Dragon continent from the divine world at any time. In this way, I can come back to meet you at any time." Yi Qinghan had explained for a long time. He had mentioned the current situation of the Fiery Dragon continent, Old Lu, and Lord Devour. He had coaxed them, frightened them, and played tricks on them. From noon to night, he had finally used the 24 moves of Cloud and Rain to defeat the 3 of them. On the second day, Yi Qinghan gathered all the deity-level experts of the continent and explained everything to them. Of course, the important matters were only briefly mentioned. After that, it was decided that they would set off for the divine world in a month's time. During this month, Yi Qinghan didn't think about anything else. He just took the 3 girls to travel around the continent, keeping them company. The 4 of them went to the hidden city to enjoy the wind, the god-slaying mountain to see the flowers, the floating snow city to admire the snow, and the misty forest to watch the moon. Of course, they all stayed the night in the carefree pavilion. "Lord, there's a question. I don't know if I should ask it or not." In the dark castle, Lord Jiu pondered for several days. Eventually, she couldn't help but ask Lord Devour. "What? Finally you can't help it?" Lord Devour said with a smile, his eyes playful. "Lord Agio, if I may ask, do you really not have the ability to help the continent take the Fire Dragon Overlord's position? Why do I feel like Lord Jiu is purposely forcing little Han to go to the divine world?" In fact, not only Lord Jiu, all the God Realm experts of the continent and Yi Qinghan had the same question. However, they didn't dare to ask. Only Lord Jiu dared. No matter what, Lord Devour was a powerful man. The Fire Dragon Overlord's position was easy for her. However, it was really hard for Yi Qinghan. Of course, I have this ability. Again, why should I go and get it? I don't know the continent anything, and Yi Qinghan has made mistakes. Of course, he has to bear the consequences himself. Lord Devour said faintly. Then he sighed, looking at the sky. Of course, it's just one of the reasons. As for why I want to force Yi Qinghan to go to the divine world, I have my reasons. Later on, you guys will know my good intentions. I'm giving Yi Qinghan a big chance. As for whether he can grasp it or not, it depends on Yi Qinghan's ability and luck. 1 month later, all the experts of the continent gathered on the Purple Island. Everyone that Yi Qinghan knew was here. They were here to bid farewell to Yi Qinghan. Under the blessings and prayers of tens of thousands of experts, Yi Qinghan carried the black slaughter god's saber on his back. He looked at the crowd deeply. Finally, he looked at the sky. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and entered the transportation array in the center of the Purple Island. No one moved. They were waiting quietly for Yi Qinghan to pass the last stage and ascend to the divine world. The 10 stages of the Purple Island were all guarded by divine beasts. The further one advanced, the stronger they were. The challenger had to defeat the phantom of each divine beast to pass the stage. These phantom and the real divine beasts had the same attack and defense. This was also the reason why the divine beasts of the Purple Island couldn't be killed. Of course, strength was relative. On the surface, Yi Qinghan only had the strength of a heavenly god. However, his comprehension of the nomological laws had reached the divine general realm. He had activated his absolute domain all the way. Under the effect of spiritual confusion, Yi Qinghan didn't have to expend much effort to easily defeat the divine beasts of the first 9 stages. The last stage was a peak stage heavenly god flying lion. Its defense was shocking, and its innate ability was even more defensive. Ordinary heavenly gods wouldn't be able to break its defense. Furthermore, its soul spirit was very strong. Yi Qinghan fought for a while and had no choice but to use the god-devouring technique to destroy the soul spirit of the flying lion. This time, he was judged to have passed the stage. Flame Dragon Continent. Wait for my return. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath of the Flame Dragon Continent's air. He turned around and walked into a huge transportation array that was glowing with 9 colors. Buzz. At this moment, the entire Violet Island suddenly shook. The purple light barrier above the Violet Island also suddenly lit up. Furthermore, it was getting brighter and brighter. The purple light illuminated the sky above the Violet Island, piercing through the heavens. Farewell, Cold Arch. Countless people knelt on one knee, looked at the sky, and prayed silently. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Qingwu had tears in their eyes, but they didn't cry. Instead, they murmured, "Qing'an, brother, little Han, take care. Wait for us." The wind in the barbarian city, the flowers in the Luotian mountain, the snow in the dark forest, the moon in the tranquil lake. Looking from the railings, the night in Song City is unforgettable. It's the bewitching purple under the broken blade. Feng Zi ran his fingers through his hair. His fierce-looking face was filled with loneliness. He shook his 2 huge chest muscles and started reciting a poem. Then, she put one hand behind her back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. She sighed in a melancholy tone, "I'm gone. Why do you feel such sadness in your balls? You have a pain in the balls. It's an illness. It has to be treated. If not, it will break." Hua Ji and Long Shuelu had goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw Feng Zi pretending to be elegant, and they said firmly at the same time. In the spring of the 10,038 year of the Flame Dragon calendar, the arch of the Flame Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan, carried the hopes of billions of people on the continent and ascended to the divine realm, beginning his legendary journey. Chapter 473. The Divine Plain. Misty Continent, Ascension Platform. 2 huge purple moons hung in the sky. The light purple light shone on the ground, making this ancient land look even more desolate. The ascension platform was actually a mountain. This mountain was very strange. It stood straight like a stone pillar and was surrounded by cliffs. At a glance, it was a dark and bottomless abyss. It was a terrifying sight. The peak of the mountain seemed to have been shaved off by a huge sword. It was very flat, revealing a green stone surface made of an unknown material. There were no buildings on the peak, only 2 huge teleportation formations. This teleportation formation was dozens of times bigger than the one on Purple Island. It was also countless times more complicated. It was emitting a faint purple light. There were 2 giants standing beside the teleportation formation. They were 7 to 8 meters tall. They looked old-fashioned and wore silver robes. Their silver hair was more than a meter long, fluttering in the wind. Their slightly closed eyes flashed with lightning from time to time. The aura they emitted unintentionally made people's hearts palpitate. Buzz! All of a sudden, the huge teleportation formation on the left lit up with a dazzling brilliance. The 2 giants opened their eyes and glanced to the left with cold eyes. A cyan silhouette slowly condensed on the huge teleportation formation. Under the cyan robe, the figure looked a little frail. There was a strange black long saber on his back. On his shoulder was a small black beast. It blinked its small eyes and looked around curiously. It was Yi Qinghan and Blackie, who had just teleported over from the Fire Dragon continent. Is this the divine world? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and looked around. This place gave him an ancient and desolate aura. However, it was very comfortable. The divine qi in the air was 100 times thicker than in the carefree pavilion. At this moment, every pore on his body was slightly opened, and he felt very comfortable. A divine realm warrior and a divine beast. The two of you, stand over there. We will send them away together. A cold voice came. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He quickly looked over. So powerful. The two of them were at least god generals, and they were even taller. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled when he felt the aura of the two men. This aura was as strong as Jin Qi's aura back then. He didn't dare to say anything and respectfully cupped his hands towards the two men before standing to one side. Boss, are these two giants very strong? What realm are they at? Xiao He rolled his eyes, pouting his lips as he sent a message. Very strong. I can't sense their realm. Don't talk. This place isn't the continent. Although Lord Devourer is strong, he can't control this place. We should be careful and stay low-key. Yi Qinghan hurried to send a message to Blackie, asking him not to talk more. Lord Devourer had told him that the high-profile people in the divine world would die the fastest. Yi Qinghan stood quietly, trying to sense the difference between the divine world and the fire dragon plane. The more he sensed, the more frightened he became. The space constraint here was so strong. Yi Qinghan tried to use his divine power to float in the air. He had to use 1/5 of his divine power to float. Old Lu, why is the divine world so strange? I can't even fly. I don't know how far I can teleport. Yi Qinghan sent a message to Old Lu in the carefree pavilion, throwing out his doubts. Teleport? You want to teleport in the divine world? In your dreams? Even a god emperor can't teleport in the divine world. With your divine power, you can't even fly more than 100 meters high. Moreover, you can fly no more than 10,000 miles before your divine power is exhausted. Alright, I will tell you about this later. Don't talk nonsense. Just wait to be teleported to the newbie village. I will send you a message then. Old Lu didn't choose to teleport with Yi Qinghan to the divine world. Instead, he stayed in the carefree pavilion. However, he asked Yi Qinghan to summon Xiao He. Yi Qinghan didn't ask much. He kept a low profile and didn't even dare to send a message. What? Even a god emperor can't teleport? Only 10,000 miles? Yi Qinghan was shocked. The divine world was indeed strange. In the Fire Dragon continent, he could teleport a few thousand miles. Even flying 10,000 miles in 2 hours was easy. Moreover, flying didn't consume any divine power. He could use his divine senses to scan the area within 10,000 miles. Alright. Yi Qinghan thought about his divine senses and decided to test how far they could spread. Damn, I can only spread a few thousand meters. My strength in the divine world is reduced by 1/3. Yi Qinghan now understood why Lord Devourer said that those who were high profile would die faster. He couldn't teleport here. If he was targeted by an expert, he wouldn't be able to run. He could only wait for death. Buzz! Just as Yi Qinghan was feeling apprehensive, the teleportation array lit up again. A huge man with black scales and a black horn on his head appeared in the teleportation array. His dark golden eyes were filled with coldness and arrogance. As soon as he arrived, he looked around and laughed crazily, shouting, "Divine world! I'm finally here. Beauties of the divine world. Just wait to tremble under Lord Devil Tyrant's whip." Swish! All of a sudden, a giant silver-haired man standing by the teleportation formation took out a long white stick. This stick suddenly lengthened, turning into a white phantom that was dozens of meters long. It swept the one-horned giant man toward Yi Qinghan. The one-horned giant man didn't have time to dodge. He was blown away. More than half of the scales on his body had been smashed into smithereens. He tumbled in the air, and black blood sprayed wildly in the air. Finally, he rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. He could only breathe in and out. He had been smashed to a half-dead state. "If you dare to make noise again, I'll kill you without mercy." The silver-haired giant man took back the white stick, glared at him coldly, and continued to sit with his legs crossed with his eyes closed. So strong. So ruthless. Yi Qinghan looked at the one-horned giant man in the distance and felt lucky. Fortunately, he was low-key. Otherwise, he would have ended up like that man. The divine world was indeed a place where the strong ruled. They would start a fight at the slightest disagreement and kill decisively. The one-horned giant man lay on the ground for a long time before he managed to stand up. There was no arrogance on his face. Instead, he was shocked. He sat with his legs crossed and closed his eyes to heal himself. Buzz! Every once in a while, the teleportation formation would light up again. Countless people and divine beasts were teleported. Many of them were races that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. There were those with 3 legs, dwarfs, 6 eyes, and other strange people. There were also strange divine beasts. Yi Qinghan secretly observed. These people were basically at the first layer of the divine realm. Only a very beautiful lady was at the second layer of the divine realm. Of course, there were 3 divine beasts that Yi Qinghan didn't know what special abilities they had. Most of these people and divine beasts were very low-key and respectful. Of course, there were a few who were as arrogant as the giant man. In the end, they were all hit by the stick and fell to the ground with serious injuries. It's about time. Big brother, where should we send these people? Half a day later, hundreds of people had gathered in the square. The golden-robed giant man on the left suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the other giant man. Let me check. The huge man opened his eyes and waved his hand. A huge golden booklet appeared in his hand. He flipped through it and coldly said, "Send this group of people to Longyang Prefecture, Fengwu City, and the Firework Tribe. The next group to Martial Origin Prefecture, Martial Water City." The giant man stood up and swept his silver eyes over Yi Qinghan and the others. He said coldly, "Enter this teleportation formation." My lord. Everyone who had experienced the scene just now didn't say anything. They walked toward the teleportation formation in silence. Yi Qinghan had many doubts, but Elder Lu didn't send him a message. He didn't say anything and followed the crowd into the teleportation formation. When the silver-haired giant saw that everyone had entered, a silver light suddenly appeared in his hand and he waved it toward the teleportation formation. Then, the teleportation formation suddenly glowed and a purple light shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding stone platform. A white light flashed. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains thousands of meters high, and he couldn't see the top of them. There were neat rows of wooden lofts in the valley. Pink flowers and lush green ancient trees were planted next to the lofts. The scenery was very charming. Apart from the people who had been teleported here, there was only one person in the valley. A handsome middle-aged man in a blue robe with 2 demon horns on his head stood proudly in front of the square, looking at them coldly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man suddenly emitted a domineering and cold aura, which attracted the attention of the people who were looking around. He then said coldly, "Newcomers, welcome to the Firework Tribe. We are the leaders of the tribe, the great Lord Nyopatin. I hope that you will have a good time in the Firework Tribe in the next 100 years. Swoosh. As soon as the middle-aged man's words were heard, there were countless sounds of people piercing through the air. Figures flew up into the sky from countless lofts and looked over curiously. A group of newcomers has come. The Firework Tribe hasn't had fresh blood for a long time. The newcomers are here. We are considered old people now. We can finally turn over and bully the newcomers. Wow, there are more than 10 beauties in this group. DK, that blue-haired lady is so elegant. My Lord Fire God's happy days are here. That handsome guy in the green robe and that handsome guy in the white robe are mine. Whoever dares to snatch them from me, I will fight him to the death. Countless voices sounded and shocked the people in the field. Looking at the countless gazes sweeping around them with evil intentions, they were all secretly shocked. Yi Qinghan also felt his blood run cold. He realized that at least one martial artist's gaze was locked on him. One day, it was the seductive lady who called herself the Cleopatra. Her gaze was so fierce that it was as if she wanted to skin him alive. A cold snort sounded, and countless people in the air shut their mouths. The person who made the sound was the self-proclaimed leader of the firework tribe, Lord Nyopatin. He looked up coldly at the people above the lofts and said angrily, "All of you, get lost. If you dare to make any noise again, 500 points will be deducted." As soon as Nyopotion's words fell, the hundreds of people in the air immediately flew down to the lofts like frightened rabbits. In an instant, all of them disappeared without a trace. Chapter 474. Newcomers, don't worry. I can guarantee your safety in the tribe. Of course, once you leave the tribe, I won't care whether you live or die. Nyopatin glanced at the crowd and continued, "However, don't even think about leaving the tribe. There are countless demonic beasts outside the tribe. Even a peak godly general will die if he dares to run around outside, let alone you. Therefore, you must stay in the firework tribe for 100 years and earn enough points to obtain the badge of a citizen of the realm of the gods. Only then can you use the transportation device in the tribe to leave for other cities in the realm of the gods." 100 years? That long? There are countless demonic beasts outside? Even a peak godly general will die? Points? What's a badge? As soon as Nyopatin finished speaking, the 400 to 500 people began to whisper among themselves. Earlier on the ascension platform, the two silver-haired giants were too ferocious, so no one dared to speak. Now that Nyopatin seemed to be easy to talk to, they began to clamor and ask questions. Silence! Nyopatin waved his hands in the air, and with a shake of his left hand, he took out a gray ring. Then, he waved his hand and scattered the rings to everyone. There was no more, no less. Everyone got one, and even Xiaohei got one. Use your blood to recognize the owner. This is an interspatial ring that the realm of the gods gives to newcomers when they ascend. Of course, this is the best one. This is also your temporary badge. The interspatial ring contains an introduction to the realm of the gods, the rules of the realm of the gods, and 100 divine stones. You can use the serial number in the interspatial ring to go to your own residence and learn how to survive in the realm of the gods through the manual. Wow, I have an interspatial ring. Xiaohei did a somersault on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and played with the ring. Yi Qinghan also looked at the ring in his hand for a while. Finally, he saw a very small number on the back of the ring, 1119. Then he curiously dripped a drop of blood on it. The gray ring emitted a faint beam of light. Yi Qinghan scanned it with his spirit power. Sure enough, there were 2 booklets and 10 round black stones as big as a fingernail. However, this spatial ring seemed a little small. It was only 1 cubic meter, much smaller than Master God 2's spatial ring, let alone his unfettered pavilion. Listen up, all of you. Those who violate the iron law of the god realm in the firework tribe will die. Anyone who fights in the tribe will die. Anyone who forced the aberrations to have sex within the tribe would die. Anyone who forcibly takes other people's treasures in the tribe shall die. Trespassers of the fireworks pavilion shall die. That's enough. If he had any questions, he could read the Heavenly Realm newcomer's record or ask the tribe's law enforcement team members. Everyone, go back to your rooms. After saying that, Nyopatin turned around and strode towards the back of the valley, towards the largest pavilion. Although he was walking, every step he took him dozens of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. In the end, he disappeared into the largest pavilion. That should be the fireworks pavilion, right? Yi Qinghan scanned his surroundings and realized that only the pavilion that Nyopatin had entered was different from the others. The rest of the pavilions were all exactly the same. He couldn't help but secretly memorize them. That was a forbidden area. Trespassers would die. At the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Nyopatin had said a lot about this and that this meant that one would die. But this proved one thing. In the firework tribe, in this valley, it was absolutely safe. This was a good thing for those who had just ascended to the god realm and were relatively weak. After all, there were thousands of powerhouses who had ascended to the god realm for an unknown period of time. Among the group of people who had flown up just now, there were many people at the peak of the heaven god realm. This was equivalent to indirectly protecting the newcomers. boss. Mine is 1118, and yours is 1119. We are in the same line. Hurry, let's go and find our rooms. Xiaohei reached out with his claws and took Yi Qinghan's spatial ring. He looked at it and shouted excitedly. Yi Qinghan looked at the hundreds of people around him and nodded. Then he brought Xiaohei and flew towards the group of pavilions on the left. 111718. Xiaohei, your courtyard is here, and mine is next to it. After searching for a while, Yi Qinghan finally found the courtyard that belonged to the two of them. No, I'm staying with boss. Come, let's go to 1119. Xiaohei didn't even look at it. He jumped down from Yi Qinghan's shoulder and jumped into the courtyard at the side. The courtyard wasn't big. It was much smaller than the Chilling Heart Pavilion. There was only a front courtyard and 3 rooms. There wasn't much furniture inside, and it was very simple. Yi Qinghan didn't have any requirements for the rooms. He walked around twice and finally sat in the front courtyard. His divine sense moved, and 2 black booklets appeared in his hands. Elder Lu didn't say anything. He decided to first figure out what was going on in the immortal realm so that he could adapt as quickly as possible. Niu Patian had said that he would stay here for 100 years, which made him anxious. One had to know that he had to become the fire dragon overlord within 980 years. It would be terrible if he wasted 100 years in this small tribe. After flipping open the immortal realm newcomer's record, Yi Qinghan finally understood what was going on. It turned out that people who ascended from the material plane would be teleported to this small tribe. Every newcomer had to contribute to the immortal realm for close to 100 years to earn enough points. Only then would they obtain the emblem of a citizen of the immortal realm and be able to roam freely in the immortal realm. Without the emblem, they would be mercilessly killed when entering a city. The immortal realm is actually so dangerous. At the same time, Yi Qinghan was shocked. The immortal realm newcomer's record said that there were a total of 100 prefectures in the Misty Continent. There were a total of 100 prefectures in the Misty Continent. Each prefecture had 108 cities, and each city had 108 tribes. The cities and tribes within the prefectures were absolutely safe, but the vast areas were filled with countless demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had no intelligence and would automatically attack humans on sight. Some of the stronger demonic beasts could even kill ordinary god emperors in a second. Hence, apart from the cities and a few places, the rest of the land was extremely dangerous. Roaming around without permission would basically result in death. Sigh. Xiaohei, we actually have to stay here for 100 years. Yi Qinghan looked through the record again and sighed helplessly. The record clearly stated that in order to obtain so many points and the emblem of the immortal realm, one would have to complete a large number of missions. According to the calculations of an ordinary god realm expert, it would take at least 100 years to complete. Hee little man. If you follow me, I guarantee that you won't need 100 years to obtain the emblem. And I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you in the firework tribe. Just as Xiaohei was about to speak, a flirtatious voice suddenly rang out from outside the loft. Following that, an incomparably flirtatious woman pushed open the door of the loft and walked in. Her pair of soul-stirring eyes were glowing as she stared fixedly at Yi Qinghan. A small pink tongue was in her mouth and licked her red lips. Her alluring figure swayed as she slowly walked in with the water serpent steps and looked at Yi Qinghan with a charming smile. Follow you? How do you want to follow me? Yi Qinghan looked at this coquettish woman and couldn't help but feel a little interested. The corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile as he spoke indifferently. The coquettish woman laughed, and her voluptuous breasts swayed. Suddenly, she reached out a hand and hooked Yi Qinghan's chin. She moved her head closer and said, it's very simple. As long as you become this queen's male pet, this queen will protect you. I will let you live an extremely comfortable life in the firework tribe. Chapter 475. Oh, I am Yi Qinghan. May I know your name? Yi Qinghan chuckled and didn't evade, allowing the seductive woman to hook his chin. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him and smelling the faint fragrance on her body, he felt a different kind of alluring and stimulating feeling. The seductive lady let out a breath of fragrance. Her tender red lips suddenly moved closer. When they were only 0.01 centimeters away from Yi Qinghan's lips, she retracted her lips at lightning speed. She smiled and said, "You can call me Cleopatra, little man. To tell you the truth, the firework tribe has 3 hegemons. There's an abominable beast maniac from the Orc Plain. There's also a chrysanthemum who only loves beautiful young men. His strength is at the peak of the divine realm. He cultivates the law of destruction and has extremely powerful attacks. Many men in the tribe have fallen under his demonic whip. Other than me and 2 others who can barely deal with him, the others are no match for him. I saw him looking at you a few times just now. If you don't follow me now, don't come crying to me when the time comes." Damn, there are such hobbies in the divine realm? Yi Qinghan's body heated up after being teased by Cleopatra. But after listening to Cleopatra's words, all the pores on his body shrank. He thought of the red-robed divine master Daoist. There are many hobbies in the divine realm. Our Longyang prefecture has the most. Do you know why it's called Longyang prefecture? It's because our prefecture master, God Emperor Longyang, is the best in the Tao of Longyang. Cleopatra was wearing a tight-fitting black leather jacket. Her chest was cut very low, revealing 2 creamy, white semicircles. As she laughed, they trembled. Yi Qinghan was dazzled by her beauty. Damn, so it's like this. I was wondering why it's called Longyang prefecture. Black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's forehead. He rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment before asking, "Lady Cleopatra, you just said that we don't need 100 years. What do you mean?" Cleopatra withdrew her smile and stared at Yi Qinghan with slight surprise. She seduced him with seduction and threatened him. After saying so much, this seemingly frail man did not show the slightest trace of fear or panic. Instead, he asked the crucial questions. She had lived for thousands of years and had seen countless people. She could tell at a glance that Yi Qinghan's body was full of vitality. He had definitely cultivated for less than 100 years. His aptitude could be said to be top-notch. How could he be so calm now? He was even more powerful than a 1,000-year-old demon. He couldn't help but be more interested in Yi Qinghan. She stood up straight and stretched her body, exposing her perfect curves. She glanced at Xiao He, who was behind Yi Qinghan. She revealed a faint smile and said, "It's not a secret. You'll know about it later, so there's no harm in telling you. I'm sure you've read the records." Seeing that Yi Qinghan nodded, Cleopatra continued, "If you want to get the God badge and travel freely in the God world, you must accumulate enough points. These points can be obtained by mining, forging, making armor, breeding, gathering, hunting beasts for materials, and many other methods. Other than hunting beasts, the other methods require at least 100 years to accumulate enough points to get the badge. It was the fastest way to kill demonic beasts. However, for a warrior who has just entered the heavenly god realm like you, if you dare to hunt beasts, you'll definitely become their food. So, normal newcomers will not dare to hunt beasts unless they are at the 2nd level of the heavenly god realm or have comprehended a very strong law of nature." Cleopatra's expression suddenly became extremely proud. She stared at Yi Qinghan and said in an extremely serious tone, "However, if you follow me, you won't have to rely on other methods to obtain points. I'll bring all of you to hunt beasts, and the points we obtain will be divided equally among all of you. I cultivate the law of darkness, the supreme law of nature. I can easily kill ordinary 2nd-level beasts. Every time I bring people out, we can obtain large amounts of beast materials. Other than what we give to the chief, the rest can be sold for large amounts of points and divine stones. But, for a newcomer like you, if you dare to go out on your own, I can guarantee that once you meet a 2nd-level beast, you won't be able to escape death. Do you understand, little man?" I see. After listening, Yi Qinghan finally understood. Of course, he also felt disgusted by this beautiful woman who seemed to be doing everything for his own good. Obviously, the fastest way to earn points in the firework tribe was to hunt demonic beasts. However, hunting demonic beasts was the most dangerous. This Cleopatra clearly didn't have good intentions. She had lured and threatened the newcomers, gathering a large group of people to hunt demonic beasts together. They would probably be the ones who would rush to their deaths, and she would be the one who would obtain the most points. Moreover, Yi Qinghan guessed that the other experts in the tribe would definitely threaten and bribe him to join their forces. Yi Qinghan wasn't a fool. Of course, he wouldn't do something that wouldn't bring him any benefits. Moreover, Cleopatra's peak heaven god realm's strength wasn't enough for him. Divine Master 2 was also a peak heaven god realm expert with a terrifying will attack. His strength was comparable to a first-level divine general, but he was still killed in the end. Although Lord Devour had instructed him not to use the Soul Devourer world easily, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of an ordinary peak heaven god realm expert. Moreover, didn't Carefree Pavilion have a peak heaven god realm expert, Old Lu? After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan had an idea. He squinted his eyes and looked at Cleopatra playfully. He said with a smile, "Lady Cleopatra, how many experts do you have? Are they all your male pets?" "Ha, little man. Why are you interested in my male pets? Of course, if you join us, we can have some fun." Cleopatra was a little surprised, but she still said with a smile. Then, her pretty face with a noble aura revealed a trace of complacency. "I have a lot of subordinates. I have 2 peak stage heavenly gods, 13 third-tier heavenly gods, and hundreds of second-tier heavenly gods. In the Firework tribe, apart from Shou Kuang and his gang, my subordinates are the strongest. Of course, if you like to be whipped by Shou Kuang, you can also choose to join his team. However, his subordinates often. There's blood in the floral region, hee. Oh, I got it. Thank you for your advice, Cleopatra. Can I think about it for a while?" Hearing this, Yi Qinghan was even more disgusted. He glanced at Cleopatra's waist and thought about how her black fungus was being enjoyed by nearly 100 men at the same time. He could not help but feel bored. He was a playboy, but definitely not a pervert. Although Cleopatra was extremely beautiful, he was not a pervert. A man's taste was very important. "Hee little man. I live in room 119. Once you've made up your mind, you can come and find me anytime. I'll let you have a taste that you've never had before." A strange light flashed in Queen Yan's eyes, but she did not try to persuade him. Instead, she let out a long laugh and flew into the sky, disappearing into a room on the right. She must have gone to seduce other newcomers. "Boss, I don't like this woman. Don't follow her." Before he ascended, Yi Qinghan had told Xiao He to listen to him. Xiao He was very obedient. He did not say a word when Cleopatra arrived. Only now did his little face show a trace of disgust and disdain. Yi Qinghan's eyes moved quickly a few times. He had a plan in mind. He decided to stay in the Firework tribe and cultivate his divine power. Once his divine power increased, he would go out of the tribe to hunt demon beasts. He was very clear that if he went out now, the people from those forces would definitely do something to him, force him to submit, or kill him. He smiled and started to transmit his voice to Xiao He. Other than Neopodian, who is a god general, the strongest person in the Firework tribe is only a peak heaven god. Does your boss need to follow them? Wait until I cultivate my divine power and understand the situation in the tribe. Whoever dares to provoke me, I will make them suffer. Chapter 476. As expected, after Cleverly Empress left, 2 more people came to the small room. They threatened, and lured Yi Qinghan. There was only one goal, and that was to get Yi Qinghan to join their faction. Unless he stayed in the tribe for 100 years, he would definitely die if he went out alone. Yi Qinghan didn't understand the situation and didn't dare to be too high profile. He dealt with them politely and got a general idea of the situation in the Firework tribe from them. The strongest expert of the Firework tribe, Niu Punin. 3rd-tier divine general from Longyang Prefecture's Dancing Phoenix City. He was in charge of the security and management of the Firework tribe as long as they didn't violate the Immortal realm's laws or his rules. He never cared about the internal strife in the tribe. He had a law enforcement team with a total of 10 people. They were all 1st-tier divine general and also from Dancing Phoenix City. Like Neopodian, they only cared about security and didn't care about anything else. Shou Kuang was the leader of the strongest faction in the tribe. He was a peak divine god and had close to 1,000 subordinates. Of course, he wasn't as bad as Cleverly Empress had described. Although he did have some interests, he didn't force his subordinates. He was just very overbearing. Cleverly Empress was the second faction. She was a divine beast, a heavenly fox. She was promiscuous and had 600 to 700 subordinates. Among them, 100 were women while the rest were male concubines. The entire faction was the most promiscuous and complicated faction in the Firework tribe. The leader of the third faction was a divine beast, a four-clawed golden dragon. He was a peak divine god and was about to form his fifth claw. He had hundreds of divine beasts under him. It was worth mentioning that there was a small faction. The leader was a woman with the same surname as Yi Qinghan. She was called Yi Yao Rao. Her name was very alluring. It was said that she was an icy beauty. She was also a peak divine god. She had a cold personality and only had close to 100 subordinates. She never participated in the fights between the three factions and only worked together to protect herself. Of course, there were many independent cultivators who didn't join any faction. They trained hard and fought alone. There was something else that puzzled Yi Qinghan. The Firework tribe had 3 hegemons. Including her, there were 4 hegemons. But if the leaders of the 3 factions were the 3 hegemons, who was the last hegemon? When Yi Qinghan asked one of Shou Kuang's subordinates, that person stammered and refused to say anything. He seemed to be very afraid. This piqued Yi Qinghan's interest. After dismissing them, Yi Qinghan sat in the courtyard for a long time. When he realized that no one else would come to disturb him, he entered the loft and released his god domain to transmit a message to Elder Lu. "Little Han, have we arrived at the new tribe?" Elder Lu released his divine sense and sensed for a moment. Then, he transmitted his voice to Han Li with relief. Yi Qinghan quickly recounted everything that had happened along the way. He needed Elder Lu to give him an analysis and a more comprehensive explanation. "Yes, your method is not wrong." Elder Lu transmitted his voice in satisfaction. Then, he began to explain in detail, "I'm a native of the Immortal realm. I've never experienced this before, but I know a thing or two. The Immortal realm is very dangerous, but it's not as dangerous as they make it out to be. There are basically no overly powerful demonic beasts outside the tribes and cities. This is because powerful demonic beasts will be cleaned up by powerful cultivators from time to time. As long as you don't stray too far from the tribe, unless there are special circumstances, you should be able to escape unscathed. What you need to do now is to work hard on cultivating your divine power. You need to at least reach the 2nd tier of divine power before you can go out and hunt demonic beasts. At that time, you will be able to obtain large amounts of demonic beast materials in a short period of time. Then, you can go to the Immortal realm to exchange for points with the people of the God of War Pavilion. During this period of time, you can try out other missions that can earn you points, such as refining weapons. Things like digging up God's stones might be helpful to your comprehension of laws. Remember, don't cause trouble or kill in the tribe. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. "Yes, I understand, Elder Lu." Yi Qinghan nodded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "People of the God of War Pavilion? What is the God of War Pavilion? Aren't they exchanging points with the tribe leader?" Yi Qinghan had always thought that they were exchanging points with Niu Patin, so he hadn't asked about Cleopatra and the rest. Of course you can exchange points with the tribe leader. However, the exchange rate is very strict. If you exchange points with him, you will be able to obtain the corresponding honor points. Once your honor points and strength reach a certain level, you will be able to use your honor points to join the official army of the Longyang Prefecture. For example, the leader of the Firework tribe's law enforcement team. Those with high honor points can even become the city lord of the Dancing Phoenix City. You will slowly learn about these things in the future. Elder Lu had lived in the Immortal realm for many years. Although the Blood Deer tribe had been exterminated and he had been living in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he was still very clear about the affairs of the Immortal realm. The God of War Pavilion is different. The God of War Pavilion is the most powerful force in the entire Immortal realm. Their forces are spread across the 6 continents and the Star Sea. In fact, there are people from the God of War Pavilion in every tribe. Basically, every tribe's Loft 100 was occupied by people from the War God's Manor. You could go there to exchange points and divine stones. The exchange rate was very high, and they were honest. Of course, if you have enough points, you can exchange them for divine stones. If you have enough divine stones, you can buy anything you want from them, from local specialties to spatial divine items and even God the Arch divine crystals. As long as you have enough divine stones, you can buy anything. Yi Qinghan's jaw dropped. He gasped and was speechless for a long time. This God of War pavilion was too awesome. They could even buy God the Arch divine crystals. God Thearchs were the pinnacle existences. According to Elder Lu, if he had enough divine stones, he could go to the God of War pavilion and buy a pinnacle God General divine crystal, then a pinnacle God King divine crystal, and finally a God the Arch divine crystal. If he gave it to Yi Qingwu or Yi Qingyu to refine, wouldn't he be able to create a God the Arch? This was too crazy. This was too unbelievable. The power of the God of War pavilion was too terrifying. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that a God General divine crystal would be extremely valuable. The amount of divine stones needed would be astronomical, not to mention the God King and God the Arch divine crystals. What is that? Elder Lu. If the House of Aries is so powerful, why would the 8 sovereigns allow it to develop? Moreover, the God of War pavilion is so rich, why would no one covet it? Or was the God of War pavilion founded by the 8 sovereigns? Yi Qinghan asked doubtfully after thinking for a moment. No one knows who founded the God of War pavilion, but no one dares to attack the God of War pavilion. Number 1. The God of War pavilion never participates in the conflicts of the continent. If they don't provoke them, they definitely won't attack. Number 2. The God of War pavilion is too powerful. Joining the God of War pavilion will only bring you endless benefits, but the God of War pavilion will never ask you to do anything. Therefore, the people of the divine realm have always regarded joining the God of War pavilion as an honor. It is even rumored that 5 of the 8 sovereigns are 9th-grade war gods of the God of War pavilion. Lord Devour's nickname is the Dancing Butterfly War God. She is a member of the God of War pavilion, and she is a very famous war god. The lowest rank in the God of War pavilion is 1st-grade war god, and the minimum requirement is the God General realm. Think about it. There are countless war gods in the divine realm, and the lowest rank is the God General realm. Who would dare to provoke the God of War pavilion? The Dancing Butterfly War God. Yi Qinghan recalled the scene outside Song City. When the 4 members of the Golden Horn Divine clan heard Lord Devour's name, their faces suddenly turned pale, and they called out, "Dancing Butterfly War God," in fear. So that was what happened. Lord Devour was actually so famous in the divine realm. The 4 god generals were so scared that their legs trembled when they heard this name. Lord Devour's title of Dancing Butterfly War God must have been obtained by piling up countless corpses. You will slowly understand these things in the future. Don't send voice transmissions in the tribe. When your divine power reaches the 2nd grade and you leave the tribe, I will talk to you in detail. Elder Lu seemed to have some difficulties that he couldn't speak of. He didn't continue the conversation, leaving behind these words before falling silent. Thus, cultivate diligently. When your strength is strong enough, you will think of a way to get the Flame Dragon Overlord. After that, I will also create a war god for fun. Yi Qinghan thought. Becoming a famous war god like Lord Devour. Countless people in the divine realm who heard this name would turn pale with fright. He couldn't help but feel excited, and his blood started to boil. Chapter 477. Let's go, Xiaohei. Let's go out for a walk. After resting in the attic for a day, Yi Qinghan waved to Xiaohei, who was pacing around in the room, and walked out. He decided to go to the place where he could get points to see what was going on. After turning a corner in the courtyard, Yi Qinghan walked on the row of attic passageways. Unexpectedly, he found that there was a dispute in front of him, surrounded by many people, and many people flew out of the courtyard to surround that side. He could not help but follow them curiously. Looking from a distance, he found 2 acquaintances. One of them was the blue-haired beautiful woman who had teleported with him, and next to her stood a woman in white. At this time, the blue-haired woman was staring at a strong man in black opposite her, seemingly arguing about something. This man in black was the messenger who had just gone to Yi Qinghan's place to persuade him to join Beast Maniac's side. Xiaohu, Lan Shui, has agreed to join our ice and snow valley. If you still dare to pester us, I won't be polite. Yi Qinghan listened attentively and happened to hear the cold words of the woman in white, which were very rude. Bullsh *T. Bingyu, Lan Shui, has just agreed to join our Beast King bloodline. It was you who interfered. If you continue to meddle in this matter, believe it or not, next time we go out, I will ask Boss Beast Maniac to take turns on you. The man in black was very angry and extremely insolent. The woman in white trembled with anger, and her face became even colder. Her eyes were full of anger. Humph. Xiaohu, you trash, aren't you just relying on Beast Maniac to back you up? If you have the ability, let's go out of the tribe and fight one-on-one. Believe it or not, I will chop you into meat paste in 10 moves. And the woman in blue named Lan Shui also looked at Xiaohu angrily, but did not say anything. She just watched silently, obviously not daring to offend him. After listening for a while, Yi Qinghan understood that Xiaohu's bluff must have scared Lan Shui and made her agree to join the Beast King bloodline. But halfway through, Bingyu appeared and exposed the usual evil of the Beast King bloodline. Lan Shui came to her senses and turned to Yaorao's ice and snow valley. Thus, Xiao who was unconvinced and stopped the two of them, starting a war of words. It seemed that the small fireworks tribe was very complicated. Yi Qinghan decided to keep a lower profile. Otherwise, he would be embroiled in a dispute between several factions. Although he was not afraid of it, it would definitely be very troublesome and annoying. After watching for a while, Yi Qinghan realized that in the tribe, the two of them only dared to spit insults at each other. They didn't dare to start a real fight. Feeling a bit bored, he prepared to leave. However, he noticed that the crowd had suddenly opened up a path and were looking back with complicated expressions. He couldn't help but be startled and looked over. With just one glance, Yi Qinghan's eyes immediately lit up with a strange splendor. He couldn't help but secretly applaud. What a peerless beauty! A woman in white slowly walked out from the back of the crowd. Her footsteps were slow, but it felt like her feet weren't moving at all. Her body was constantly floating over. And Yi Qinghan could clearly see that this woman didn't use a trace of divine power. She was definitely not flying in the air. He couldn't help but be secretly amazed. The woman was tall and slender, with exquisite features. She had the same silver hair as Yi Qingyu. She held a white sword in her hand, and her whole body was white. The most eye-catching thing was the woman's exposed skin. Yi Qinghan felt that, as white as snow and skin as smooth as cream, could be used to describe this woman's skin. Her face, neck, palms, as long as it was exposed, there was not a trace of blemish. It was white and smooth, exuding a faint soft glow. It made people want to kiss it hard. The woman's face was expressionless, and her body didn't emit any divine power or temperament. But when Yi Qinghan looked at her, it was as if he was looking at an iceberg. This woman seemed to be born with a kind of cold temperament. Once a warrior entered the immortal level, he could use the power of the divine crystal to slightly change his appearance. Therefore, beautiful women were very common in the immortal realm. In the firework tribe, Yi Qinghan had seen many beautiful women. At least they weren't ugly. Therefore, to judge whether a woman in the immortal realm was beautiful or not, it depended on the temperament she inadvertently revealed. Cleopatra's whole body emitted a lewd temperament that could arouse the desire of men. And Lan Shui's every movement was gentle and elegant, which was also attractive. However, this woman naturally revealed a cold temperament, which was the most seductive, involuntarily attracting men. Sister alluring. So, when Bingyu saw the woman coming, her eyes immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. She narrated to the cold woman with grief and indignation. When Xiaohu saw the woman coming, his body slightly shrank, and his face darkened. He seemed to be somewhat afraid of this woman. The cold woman listened to Bingyu's narration expressionlessly. Then, she slightly raised her head and looked at Xiaohu with a pair of beautiful eyes. Her eyes emitted a trace of cold air that was visible to the naked eye. Her lips parted slightly, and a very pleasant voice that made people feel as if they had fallen into a cold cellar. I will count to 3. Scram immediately. Otherwise, once you leave the tribe, I will definitely kill you. You should know whether or not I mean what I said. Ye alluring, don't go too far. Don't tell me you want to start a war with the berserk beast leader? The moment Xiao Hu saw the cold look in the woman's eyes, he was so frightened that he suddenly took 3 or 4 steps back. Then, he felt that he had lost face in front of so many people. He hurriedly pointed at Yi Alluring and shouted angrily. Wanu, swish. When Yi Alluring counted to 1, the strong man in black clothes, Xiao Hu's body immediately surged with divine power. He suddenly turned around and ran into the distance. He ran so quickly that he disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. This woman was actually so ferocious, so valiant? Yi Qinghan secretly clicked his tongue. He had checked Xiao Hu's strength. He was in the 2nd tier of the divine realm. Yi Qinghan didn't expect him to be so scared by Yi Alluring's words that he turned around and ran away, disregarding so many people present. As soon as Xiao Hu left, the cold look in Yi Alluring's eyes disappeared. She regained her calm and indifferent expression, but people could still feel the coldness from her body. She turned around and nodded at Lan Shui. Then, she said indifferently, from now on, you will follow me. No one in the firework tribe will dare to touch you. After saying that, the woman turned around and left. However, she had only taken half a step when she suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked to the east. Her cold eyes were full of surprise, and her cold face also revealed a slight, astonished expression. Then she actually flew into the sky and flew to the east of the valley. The surrounding people were about to leave. Seeing Yi Alluring's expression, they immediately looked to the east. Their faces were filled with surprise, which eventually turned into joy. They quickly flew to the east. What's that? The east was the only entrance to the valley. Yi Qinghan looked to the east in confusion. After looking for a while, he didn't find anything. Then, his eyes suddenly widened, and his face revealed a shocked expression. Swish! At the same time, a few air-piercing sounds came from the valley. In the west of the valley, from the innermost large pavilion, the firework pavilion, several figures shot out rapidly. Above the countless small pavilions, countless figures also shot into the sky and rushed to the valley entrance. The beast tide has broken out in advance. Everyone in the tribe, gather at the valley entrance. A loud roar sounded out of nowhere in the valley. It was like a sudden clap of thunder in the middle of the night, exploding in the quiet valley. It was the tribe chief, Neo Potion's roar. Swish! This time, the entire firework tribe seemed to be in an uproar. Countless air-piercing sounds could be heard. Countless figures flew out from the small pavilions and rushed to the valley entrance. All of their faces were filled with fighting spirit and excitement. Roar! Ayo! Woo! At this moment, there were countless strange roars that resounded throughout the world from outside the valley. The loud roars entered the valley and reverberated in the valley, causing the countless rookies that were hesitating to fly in midair to turn livid with fright. They were frightened out of their wits. Go! Xiaohe! A hint of fanaticism flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He glanced at Xiaohe. 1 man and 1 beast flew towards the valley entrance at lightning speed. Chapter 478. The firework tribe was surrounded on 3 sides by towering mountain peaks. One side was the entrance. This entrance was in the shape of a trumpet. The innermost part was only a few hundred meters wide. The entrance was a little narrow, a few thousand meters long. When it reached the outermost part, it was already a few thousand meters wide. However, the entrance to the valley was empty. One could clearly see the situation outside at a glance. There were no protective barriers or gates. When Yi Qinghan arrived at the entrance, there were already thousands of people and mythological beasts gathered there. They were all residents of the tribe. These people and mythological beasts were divided into 4 groups. They were all holding different kinds of weapons. They stood halfway through the entrance of the valley. All of them looked excited. They circulated their divine power and looked like they were ready for a big battle. On the other hand, Neopodian and the other 10 looked cold. They wore neat white soft armor and had a white cloak with a phoenix carved on it draped over their backs. The 11 of them did not walk to the front of the valley entrance. Instead, they stood at the back leisurely. They did not take out their weapons or circulate their divine power. It seemed like they were not prepared to fight. When Yi Qinghan and the group of newcomers saw this scene, they were puzzled. There were no obstructions at this trumpet entrance. The demonic beasts could charge straight into the valley. Moreover, the roars were getting closer. It seemed like there were many demonic beasts invading this time. Based on the roars, Yi Qinghan and the others could determine that these demonic beasts were at least as strong as divine tier warriors. The 11 strongest people in the valley were standing leisurely at the back. Were they preparing to watch a show? Woo! The demonic beasts finally appeared. A giant blood-red wolf emerged from the forest tens of thousands of meters away. It did not look much different from the wolves in the Fire Dragon continent, except that it was much bigger. It was over 30 meters long and over 10 meters tall. There was a row of spikes on its back that emitted a blood-red glow. In the blink of an eye, thousands of giant blood-red wolves emerged. They brought with them billowing dust as they charged towards the entrance of the valley with great momentum. Following closely behind them were giant apes. These apes were 40 to 50 meters tall, and their entire bodies were covered in gray, petrified skin. Their movements were very agile, and the sharp claws on their huge palms were as big as a human's head. Who knew if one's head would be crushed in an instant if they were to grab it? Behind the giant ape were many mantis-like demonic beasts. In front of them were 2 scythe-like arms that glowed with a black light. One look and anyone could tell that they were poisonous. Chi. Yi Qinghan and the nearby rookies drew a gasp. Even without sensing these fey beasts, their auras were at least at the sky god level. One might not be scary, but there were nearly 10,000 of them. That was terrifying. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of these demonic beasts. It was just that this was the first time he had seen such a large number of demonic beasts attacking in an orderly manner. Such a great momentum was always somewhat shocking. Blood wolf, stone ape, and poisonous mantis are all rank 2 demonic beasts. These bastards are going to be rich. Just when everyone was shocked, Neopodian burst into laughter. His tone was filled with disdain towards these demonic beasts. Rank 2 demonic beasts? Yi Qinghan was even more astonished. Didn't Cleopatra say that a rank 2 demonic beast would definitely kill an ordinary sky god? Why did the sky gods in the middle of the valley all look so relaxed and excited, as if they had nothing to fear? What were they relying on? After a while, Yi Qinghan finally understood what they were relying on. When nearly 10,000 demonic beasts rushed into the mouth of the loudspeaker, the ground of the mouth suddenly lit up with a milky white light. This light was very strange. It only covered the entire mouth of the mouth, but did not radiate outwards. At this moment, the entire mouth of the mouth seemed to have become a glass bottle filled with water. The strange thing was that once these demonic beasts stepped into the mouth, their movements actually slowed down. Every step seemed to consume a great deal of energy. Even so, the eyes of these demonic beasts were still emitting a devouring light as they continuously advanced into the valley. Kill! Charge! Let's go grab the credit god stones. Wah! I've made a fortune again. The moment the demonic beasts stepped into the mouth of the passage, the thousands of people in the middle of the mouth of the passage all released their aura and divine power. They rushed forward like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. The movement of the martial artists is not affected? What kind of array is this? It's so powerful. A martial artist beside Yi Qinghan suddenly said in confusion. Yi Qinghan glanced at him and laughed. This person was the man with a horn and scale armor that was first hit by the silver-haired giant on the ascension platform. It was said that he called himself Demon Overlord. Hearing the voice behind him, Neopodian turned around with a gentle smile and explained to the crowd, this is called the Beast Trapping Array. The effect is very obvious for rank 3 and below demonic beasts. Of course, the Beast Trapping Array in our small tribe is the simplest. If you go to Longyang City, the Beast Trapping Array there is more powerful. It can even trap rank 7 and rank 8 demonic beasts. If you think your strength is good, you can go up and hunt for a while. If you don't leave the beast trapping array, I can guarantee your safety. Swish. As soon as Neopodian finished his words, more than 100 people from the hundreds of people present dashed forward and joined the battle between humans and demonic beasts. This man is not bad. Yi Qinghan nodded to himself and had a good impression of Neopodian. However, he wasn't going to hunt for demonic beasts. Instead, he turned his attention to the battlefield in front and observed carefully. Know thyself and thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. With such a good opportunity, Yi Qinghan naturally wanted to find out more about the demonic beasts. At the same time, he wanted to get a better understanding of the experts in the fireworks tribe. The battle in front was very intense. The few thousand people chose a good spot, which was right in the middle of the path and blocked the path of the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were huge in size, and a few martial artists were hunting one. Furthermore, the demonic beasts were slow, so the martial artists were just attacking. Whenever the demonic beasts attacked, they could easily dodge with a flash of their bodies. Rather than calling it a battle, it was better to call it a massacre. These demonic beasts only know simple material attacks? No special skills? But their defenses are too strong. How is it so hard to kill such fierce attacks that contain nomological laws? However, among these few thousand people, only a few have divine artifacts. There are even a few who are using treasured artifacts. Isn't the divine realm not lacking in divine artifacts? Yi Qinghan observed for a while and found something strange. The powerful demonic beasts in the Flame Dragon Plane all had special skills. For example, the 8 demonic beasts on Purple Island all had powerful skills. There were no demonic beasts in the divine realm. Furthermore, these people had been in the fireworks tribe for decades, but they didn't even have a divine artifact. They were too poor. Actually, Yi Qinghan wasn't sure. Any one of these demonic beasts could go to a material plane and have a peak attack and defense. Even if they didn't have any skills, it would be difficult for ordinary divine realm experts to defeat them. As for divine artifacts, not every plane was as lucky as the Flame Dragon Plane to have a fallen god mountain. That's beast frenzy? The Tao of destruction is indeed powerful. One person can actually easily kill a demonic beast. Yes, Cleopatra and that golden dragon are also not bad. This Yao Rao is actually so ferocious? After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan started to observe the few fierce people in the tribe. However, when he saw Yao Rao, his eyes released a hint of amazement. Chapter 479. Shou Kuang was abnormally tall and muscular. He wore a full set of beast hide armor, and fine golden fur covered many of the exposed parts of his body. His hair was brown, but there wasn't a single strand of hair on his face. He didn't even have a beard, which was very strange. He held a huge mace in his hand. Every time he swung it, the air trembled and whistled. Every time he smashed it against a monster, it would take out a piece of flesh and blood. He was very ferocious. Yi Qinghan had tried it before. In the Flame Dragon Plane, he could easily tear space apart, causing cracks to appear. However, in the immortal world, he couldn't even cause the slightest spatial tremor. The power of Berserk Beast's Tao of Destruction was evident. She looked very charming, but her weapon made Yi Qinghan's jaw drop. It was a long blade, similar to the Guangong blade from Yi Qinghan's previous life. She swung the long blade around vigorously, but her body was like a butterfly, dancing gracefully. Her tight leather skirt revealed her perfect figure. Coupled with her enchanting aura, it was enough to make one's blood boil and unwilling to look away. That golden dragon wasn't as ferocious as Yi Qinghan had imagined. Its body was very small, not even as big as a blood wolf. However, its claws were extremely sharp. Every swipe of its claws could send a blood wolf flying and create a bloody mist. What stunned Yi Qinghan the most was none other than the icy beauty Yao Rao. Even in battle, Yao Rao's body was as cold as ice. Her footwork was still very strange. She didn't need to take a step, but her body kept moving. What shocked Yi Qinghan the most was her attacks. The long sword in her hand seemed to be stabbing at the blood wolf very casually, but it could easily stab the blood wolf. Then, the blood wolf that was stabbed by her didn't move at all, allowing her to continue waving the long sword and stabbing it again and again. It looked as if Yao was stabbing at a dead, statue-like blood wolf with her sword. After a few stabs, the blood wolf collapsed to the ground. Then her body floated gently, and she moved on to the next demon beast. She continued to stab it. Bing Yu, who was behind her, began to collect demon beast materials and cores. Yi Qinghan finally discovered something strange. Not a single drop of blood flowed out of the demon beasts that she stabbed. Furthermore, when the ice rain dissected the demon beasts' corpses, the flesh and internal organs inside could be faintly seen as ice, and cold air was constantly emitting from them. What kind of law was this? Ice law? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The moment the sword pierced through, his internal organs and body actually froze. This was too terrifying. No wonder Xiao, who was so scared by her words that he wet his pants. Boss, can I go and play? Just as Yi Qinghan was secretly observing, Xiao Hei's eyes suddenly lit up and he excitedly said to him. Yi Qinghan turned his head to look at Xiao Hei, and then transmitted a voice message with a smile. Go, be careful, don't get into conflict with the people in the tribe. Alright, boss, watch me Xiao Hei show my power. Xiao Hei happily somersaulted in the air, turning into a black shadow, dashing forward. Although the soul contract between Xiao Hei and Yi Qinghan had been changed into an equal contract by Lord Devour, Xiao Hei was still Yi Qinghan's beast. However, he was still Yi Qinghan's beast. He couldn't use body fusion, let alone soul devourer. Thus, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. Moreover, under the beast trapping array, the demon beast's movement was so slow that Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about Xiao Hei's safety. On the contrary, Yi Qinghan doubted whether Xiao Hei's attack could break the demon beast's defense. After all, the soul devourer beast was good at soul attacks. Until now, it had relied on the body fusion technique and its innate power to kill its enemies. Xiao Hei's speed was fast, even a little bit faster than Yi Qinghan. Not long after that, he had crossed the passage that was several thousand meters long, facing a stone ape with another lion-shaped divine beast. That lion-shaped divine beast looked at Xiao Hei, who was flying fast to join the battle, and showed a trace of disdain. After all, Xiao Hei was too small, only the size of a human head. Compared to the stone ape, he was like a bee compared to a human. He also looked like a non-aggressive spirit pet from the god world. That stone ape didn't even look at Xiao Hei. It waved its huge claws and continuously chased after the lion-shaped divine beast. This lion-shaped divine beast's attack clearly wasn't very powerful, and it couldn't break the stone ape's defense. However, its speed was very fast. The two beasts were in a deadlock, and no one could do anything to the other. Xiao Hei directly flew onto the stone ape's thick arm. After a few leaps, he jumped onto the stone ape's shoulder, and finally pounced towards the stone ape's neck. Suddenly, this stone ape suddenly roared in pain, and its body started to writhe non-stop. This scared the lion-shaped divine beast, and it also scared Yi Qinghan, who was staring at Xiao Hei from afar. The stone ape's face suddenly became abnormally painful, and its two huge palms also quickly swept towards its neck. Its body also started to tremble. Swish. When Xiao Hei's palms were waving towards it, he jumped down easily. His mouth was actually full of dark red blood, and his pair of small eyes were filled with pride. Meanwhile, that stone ape's body started to tremble even more violently. Suddenly, it fell to the ground with a boom, and its body started to twitch unceasingly. Under the two palms on its neck, there was a black hole that was so deep that bones could be seen. At this moment, blood was continuously gushing out. After a while, this stone ape completely stopped breathing with its big eyes that were the size of a human head. Chi! The lion-shaped divine beast looked at the big hole in the stone ape's neck in disbelief, and then turned to look at Xiao Hei, whose mouth was full of blood, and whose ghastly white teeth were emitting a cold light. Suddenly, as if it had seen a dreadful beast, it turned around and fled into the distance. The few divine beasts and martial artists at the side also saw the situation, and they all looked at Xiao Hei's white teeth in horror, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. What was this little beast's teeth made of? How could they be so sharp? The stone ape's defense was extremely strong. Even if an ordinary person was wielding a sacred weapon, they would not be able to break through the stone ape's defense if their nomological law attack was not powerful. However, this little beast had actually opened up a big hole in the stone ape's neck in the blink of an eye, and killed it easily. If this little beast had bitten its neck, then, Xiao Hei, good job. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was ecstatic as he clenched his fist and shouted loudly. He knew that Xiao Hei's teeth were very hard and sharp. Whenever Xiao Hei was summoned, he would chew on demonic crystals and eat them as if they were his meals. Moreover, in the Savage Mountains, his mouth was even more invincible. It was just that after awakening the body fusion combat technique, Xiao Hei had never fought alone again. Unexpectedly, now that Xiao Hei had become a god, his teeth were actually so sharp that they could even easily break through the defense of a level 2 demonic beast. This was an unexpected surprise. Hee, boss, I'm amazing, right? When Xiao Hei heard Yi Qinghan's shout, he became even more excited. He turned his head and shouted loudly, then continued to pounce on the demonic beast in front of him. As for the stone ape's corpse on the ground, no one dared to collect its materials and core. Obviously, they were afraid that Xiao Hei would bear a grudge against them. Swish, swish, swish. A row of gazes swept towards Yi Qinghan. Boss, if the little brother was so amazing, then wouldn't the boss be even more amazing? The 200-odd people at the entrance of the valley looked at Yi Qinghan and silently decided in their hearts that he was one of the people that they should not offend. Even the 10 godly generals of the law enforcement team looked at Yi Qinghan with slight astonishment. You little beast, are very good. Niu Padian also had a look of admiration on his face. He glanced at Xiao Hei, then turned his head and said to Yi Qinghan with a slightly deeper meaning. It's just that his teeth are slightly sharper. Lord Padian is too kind. Yi Qinghan hastily shrunk back and cupped his hands respectfully towards Niu Padian. However, he was secretly groaning in his heart. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but he had become the center of attention in just 2 days. He was afraid that many people would be eyeing him after this. Chapter 480. As time passed, more and more demonic beasts fell to the ground. More than half of them had been killed. The thousands of sky gods and divine beasts at the entrance of the valley were getting more and more courageous. Although there were still countless demonic beasts surrounding the valley, they were still swarming into the valley. Their earth-shattering roars did not stop. However, Yi Qinghan and the rest were not worried at all. Instead, more people rushed forward to fight. This kind of battle was too satisfying. With the beast-trapping formation, it was equivalent to picking up a large number of points and divine stones. Yi Qinghan still did not move even though Xiao Hei had killed more than 10 demonic beasts. Furthermore, these demonic beasts' corpses were lying on the ground. No one dared to collect the materials and cores. However, Yi Qinghan still did not move. Although these materials and cores were worth a lot of money, Yi Qinghan did not intend to expose himself. After all, these demonic beasts' defense was too strong. If he did not use the Slaughter God blade, he would definitely not be able to cut open the corpses. However, if he used it, people would definitely notice that this blade was different. The Slaughter God blade might look like a sage artifact, but Yi Qinghan was very clear that it was definitely not a sage artifact. This was because its sharpness was even stronger than the divine sword in the unfettered pavilion. As for the divine sword, Yi Qinghan did not dare to touch it. If he exposed that divine sword, he was afraid that a large number of people would come to kill him. Xiao Hei killed another stone ape and felt that it was boring. He turned around and started to dig up the materials of the demonic beasts that he had killed. However, he had no idea what materials these beasts could be used to exchange for points and divine stones. As a result, he only cut open the beasts' heads and dug out their nadens, tossing them into the space ring around his neck. Afterwards, he ran back and tossed them all to Yi Qinghan. Lord Padian, can I trouble you to exchange all these cores for points? Yi Qinghan did not keep the cores. Instead, he turned around and cupped his hands towards Niu Padian. 33 Grade 2 Demonic Beast Cores, 20 points and 20 honor points each. Deducting 10 points from the ring, a total of 650 points and 660 honor points. Drip a drop of blood on this point ring and bind it to its master. With your soul aura, it'll be useless even if others snatch it away. In the future, you can exchange points with the members of the law enforcement team. The first day of every month is the day to exchange points. Since you're a newbie, we'll make an exception and exchange points for you this time. Nyopatin scanned the ground indifferently and put the beast core into his spatial ring with a wave of his hand. He then took out a black ring and threw it to Yi Qinghan. And, thank you, sir. Yi Qinghan felt ashamed, and his impression of Nyopatin increased a little. Then, he flipped his hand and looked at the black ring. As expected, on the surface of the ring, there was a row of white words, 650, and yellow words, 660. It seemed that these were the points and honor points. After throwing the ring into his spatial ring, Yi Qinghan took out the divine world records and began to flip through it. He had seen the introduction of demonic beasts in the past. Now that he was looking at it, he quickly found it. He hurriedly said to Xiaohei, who was wiping his mouth, "Xiaohei, go and dig out the brown skin on the stone ape's chest. Also, dig out the reddest spike on the blood wolf's back. Dig out the poison sac in the body of the poisonous mantis as well. These are worth some points. As for the rest, forget about it." Xiaohei nodded and rushed forward. The people beside him rolled their eyes. Forget about the rest? He was actually so rich and so wasteful. If they collected all of them, they would be worth more than 100 points. He actually didn't want them? Of course, they didn't dare to go and inspect the corpses. After all, many people from the three factions were eyeing these corpses. It wouldn't be good to offend them in the future. They could only look at Yi Qinghan with envy and jealousy. This boss didn't look very powerful, but it was good to have a strong and obedient little brother. He could just sit and collect money. Xiaohei ran back and forth a few times before he finished collecting all the materials. There was no other way. The spatial ring was too small and could only hold so much at one time. When he was finally done, he squatted beside Yi Qinghan and didn't go out. Yi Qinghan knew very well that stealing divine stones for points was the most offensive. He hadn't cultivated his divine power yet, and he didn't fully understand the situation in the firework tribe. It was better not to make more enemies. Another half a day passed. A day in the divine world was several times longer than in the flame dragon plane. After fighting for so long, the sky still wasn't dark. However, the god-rank powerhouses that rushed out had very strong divine power. It wouldn't be a problem for them to fight for half a month. Nyopatin didn't leave, nor did he give any orders. Yi Qinghan and those who didn't dare go out could only sit cross-legged and wait for the demonic beasts to be slaughtered. HM? Everyone, retreat and return to the tribe. After more than 2 hours, Yi Qinghan, who was sitting cross-legged, was suddenly awakened by Nyopotion's angry roar. He couldn't help but look at Nyopatin in surprise. Many people who were sitting cross-legged and cultivating were also shocked. They all looked at Nyopatin. Swish. Nyopotion's expression suddenly became very serious. He actually flew back into the tribe without looking back. The 10 god generals of the law enforcement team also looked very bitter. They all shouted, "What are you waiting for? There's a powerful demonic beast running in this direction. It's at least a 3rd-level demonic beast. If you don't want to die, hurry up and go back." After saying that, these god generals all turned around and flew back. What? Countless people's expressions changed. They abandoned the demonic beasts they were fighting and began to flee frantically into the valley. Even those who were collecting the corpses on the ground got up hurriedly. They didn't care about the precious materials on the ground and ran into the valley. Yi Qinghan also picked up Xiaohei and ran into the valley immediately. In an instant, the previously bustling passageway was completely empty. There were still about 1,000 demonic beasts left, and they continued to rush into the valley. Buzz! At this time, the 3 mountains in the valley suddenly lit up with a blue light. Then, the entrance to the valley also lit up with a blue light. A blue shield enveloped the entire valley. At this time, Nyopatin flew out of the firework pavilion. He was obviously relieved, but he still looked at the valley passageway through the blue shield with a serious expression. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps came from outside the valley. With each footstep, the ground around the valley began to tremble. Yi Qinghan felt his heart beating violently along with the footsteps. It was as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He felt strangely stuffy and very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but look out of the valley passageway with a pale face. After looking for a while, Niupatin suddenly widened his eyes and his expression became even more gloomy. He turned to one of the god generals and roared, "Damn it, it's a 4th-level demonic beast, the heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast. Niu Zhantian, hurry up and send out a signal to ask for help from Fengwu City. Open the teleportation portal. If it doesn't work, prepare to evacuate the firework tribe. F*CK, this is too much. Why is there a 4th-level demonic beast? A 4th-level demonic beast, the heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast? When the 10 god generals and a small number of tribesmen heard Niu Potion's roar, they all widened their eyes in horror. One of the divine generals was stunned for a moment before he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the fire pavilion. However, in his panic, he almost crashed into one of the pavilions. Chapter 481. Sky-shaking Qiongqi beast? Yi Qinghan stared at the huge beast outside the valley. His muscles tensed up involuntarily. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying demon beast. He felt as if his blood was boiling and his body was burning hot. Outside the valley, a huge demon beast was slowly approaching. However, each step it took covered a few hundred meters. This beast was 100 meters tall and several hundred meters long. Its entire body was covered in green scales. It had the mouth of a wolf, the head of a lion, and the body of a tiger. There was a golden horn that was more than 10 meters long on its head, and 2 slightly curved fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth. There were 2 green wings on its back, but for some reason it didn't fly. Its 4 legs were like stone pillars, and below them were sharp black claws. This sky-shaking Qiongqi beast didn't emit any aura, but anyone who saw it would feel a strong sense of oppression. Just one look at it would fill their hearts with endless fear, as if it was an undefeatable existence. Bang! 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 Every step the sky-shaking Qiongqi beast took caused the ground to tremble, and the hearts of the people in the valley at the back of the mountain also beat violently. As it got closer, their hearts beat even harder. Everyone stared at the huge beast in a daze. They were extremely nervous. They didn't know if the thin barrier could withstand a few attacks from this beast. Some of the newcomers even started to slowly approach Niupatin. Danger was approaching. They subconsciously moved closer to the strongest person in the tribe, hoping to find some sense of security. Whoosh! At this moment, the protective barrier above the firework tribe suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. The top of the protective barrier suddenly emitted a strong beam of light. This beam of light shot into the sky, and then bloomed tens of thousands of meters in the sky, illuminating the surrounding area. Immediately after, another beam of light shot into the sky and continued to bloom. This, the distress signal from the immortal realm, is indeed different. Even the god-rank experts that are hundreds of thousands of miles away can probably sense the distress signal from here. It's so powerful. Yi Qinghan looked at the constantly blooming light in the sky and calmed down slightly. There were countless experts in the immortal realm. They would definitely rush here as soon as they saw the distress signal. However, he didn't know how long the barrier could withstand this sky-shaking Qiongqi beast. The heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast walked to the entrance of the valley and looked at the blue light barrier in the valley. A trace of rage flashed in its 2 bronze hammer-like eyes. 2 streams of white mist came out of its nostrils as it sped up into the valley. The remaining blood wolves, stone apes, and venomous mantises in the tunnel all prostrated themselves on the ground when they heard the sky-shaking Qiongqi beast's breath. They shivered in fear and no longer dashed into the valley. While Yi Qinghan was amazed, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. These LV2 demonic beasts didn't seem to have any intelligence, but they were able to sense the might of the sky-shaking Qiongqi beast and took the initiative to submit. And this heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast was a level 4 demonic beast. Even though it was such a powerful existence, it didn't seem to have gained sentience. It only had the instincts of a beast. He couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. Why was this demonic beast so powerful, yet it didn't have any intelligence? Could it be that there was some sort of secret hidden within? F***ck. While he was deep in thought, Yi Qinghan realized that the sky-shaking Xianxia beast wasn't affected by the beast-trapping array. It continued to advance a few hundred meters with each step. In the blink of an eye, it had covered half the distance and was about to reach the front of the blue light barrier. The sound of its footsteps caused everyone's hearts to beat even more violently. Everyone, get out of the firework pavilion and prepare to teleport out. Niu Zhantian, prepare to wake the young mistress. If the barrier can't hold, inform the young mistress to evacuate immediately. Niu Patin looked at the countless people behind him and began to frantically circulate his divine power to resist the effects of the footsteps. With a wave of his hand, a white divine domain enveloped the entire firework tribe, reducing the pressure on everyone. Only then did he turn his head and shout at everyone. No one hesitated. Under Niu Potion's command, everyone flew towards the firework pavilion and stood on the empty ground outside. Of course, no one dared to enter. Yi Qinghan carried Xiao He and looked inside. He was thinking about what Niu Patian had said. From his tone, it seemed like there was a noble young mistress in seclusion in the firework pavilion. Bang! Bang! Under the nervous gazes of thousands of people, the sky-shaking Xianxia beast finally walked to the front of the blue barrier. The anger in its eyes was even more intense. It looked left and right, then raised its head and roared. Its thick front legs were raised high, and the 6 eagle claws in front of its legs were emitting a black light as they clawed at the blue barrier. Buzz! At this moment, Niu Patin, who was in front of the valley, retracted his divine domain. A dazzling silver spear appeared in his hand. He circulated his divine power and his eyes emitted rays of light. It was as if he was ready to fight. Crackle, crackle! The black claws clawed at the blue barrier, causing it to shake. At the same time, the place where it was clawed lit up with white lightning. Sparks flew everywhere, and it felt as if the blue barrier was being torn apart by the claws. Niu Patian, on the other hand, was so scared that his face turned slightly pale. He put away the long spear in his hand and ran towards the firework pavilion. It was obvious that he was no match for this demonic beast. Damn it! I heard that this sky-shaking Xianxia beast is very strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. I don't think the barrier will last for more than 2 to 4 hours. Once the barrier is broken, the firework tribe will suffer a great loss. The crowd did not even dare to breathe. A god general at the entrance of the firework pavilion sighed and said bitterly, What loss is there? At worst, we can just teleport away and let the people of Dancing Phoenix City kill this demonic beast. Then we can come back, right? Besides, doesn't the tribe belong to Dancing Phoenix City? Even if there is a loss, it should be the city lord's loss. The god general's words caused a small number of people to be puzzled. A newcomer could not help but mutter, What do you know? This tribe belongs to Little Lord Patian. Nominally, it belongs to Dancing Phoenix City. But when it was attacked by the demonic beast, it was Lord Patian who suffered losses. Otherwise, Lord Patian would have teleported us away. No loss? Do you know how many divine stones this barrier costs, you idiot? At least 5 million divine stones. An ordinary heavenly god would not be able to earn that many divine stones even if they spent 100,000 years of their life. The god general's eyes and ears were extremely sharp. When he heard that person's mutter, a trace of anger flashed across his eyes as he roared. 5 million divine stones? Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva. After reading the records of the divine world, he was very clear that if he sold the grade 2 demonic beast core to Niu Patian, he would only be able to earn 20 divine stones and no honor points. If he sold it to the Battle God Pavilion, it would probably be more expensive. But if he relied on killing grade 2 demonic beasts, he might not even be able to accumulate 5 million divine stones in 100,000 years. Of course, killing grade 3 and grade 4 demonic beasts would definitely earn him more divine stones. But could ordinary godly experts kill them? There was a grade 4 demonic beast outside, but even the third stage god General Neopodian did not dare to resist it. Crackle, crackle. The sky-shaking Xianxia beast continued to attack the barrier with its giant claws. As it attacked, sparks flew everywhere. The color of the barrier started to fade. Everyone knew that when the barrier turned completely white, it would completely shatter. After a while, the sky-shaking Xianxia beast seemed to feel that this kind of attack was not enough, and the anger in its eyes intensified. It shook its gigantic head and actually began to turn around. It retreated 100 meters, lowered its head, and with the golden horn on its head, it madly rammed into the blue light barrier. Boom! A booming sound rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to burst. The entire valley shook at that moment. After the blue light barrier shone with a dazzling light, the blue color became much fainter. It was clear that this attack had consumed a lot of energy. Damn it! I can't hold on any longer. The firework tribe is finished. Everyone, prepare to retreat. A trace of bitterness flashed across Neopodian's eyes. He turned around and flew towards the firework pavilion. Chapter 482. Sigh. Retreat. Inform the young mistress to come out of seclusion. At the sight of Neopodian's bitter expression, the 10 immortal generals of the law enforcement team also turned gloomy. Neopodian said to a person beside him, preparing to let all the members of the tribe enter the fire pavilion and go to Fengwu City through the teleportation formation. Many people looked at the fireworks tribe with nostalgia. They had lived in this tribe for decades and had developed some feelings for it. If it was a normal departure, they would not feel sad. But now, they could only watch helplessly as their tribe was destroyed. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, a loud and clear eagle cry came from the eastern sky. Everyone was stunned. Neopodian, who was flying in the air, suddenly stopped. He looked towards the eastern sky in bewilderment, and shouted with a face full of ecstasy, "White-winged eagle? The Tusk War God. Ha! Cancel the retreat order. The fireworks tribe is saved." The Tusk War God? Niu Zhantian, who had been rushing to the fireworks pavilion, trembled and shouted excitedly, "It's the legendary Tusk War God. Ha! Thank you, Supreme Shenhuang. The tribe is saved." What was going on? Yi Qinghan had been rushing to the fireworks pavilion with the others, but he was blocked by a few godly generals in front of him. Hearing Neopodian and Niu Zhantian's words, he quickly looked up. 10,000 meters up in the sky, a white shadow grew larger and larger in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a distance of 10,000 meters and was flying toward the valley at high speed. That eagle was so big and beautiful. The first thing Yi Qinghan saw was a large, snow-white eagle with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters. Only its two ice-cold eyes were red. The rest of its body was snow-white, without a trace of impurity. The eagle was as fast as lightning and could actually fly 10,000 meters high. There was someone on the eagle. A figure was holding a weapon that looked like a halberd and stood proudly. However, his attire surprised Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was too familiar with this attire. Black armor, black boots, a black bamboo hat on his head, and a black demon cloak fluttering in the wind. It was actually the strange battle robe that Elder Lu had given him when he was fighting the Golden Horn God race outside Song City. Tusk War God? Does it look awesome? At the very least, this method of entrance made Yi Qinghan endlessly envious. How cool! Stepping on a divine eagle, holding a halberd, tearing through the air, it was simply too cool. Shio. Neopodian and Divine General Sima both rose into the air and stood in front of the valley. Then, they patted their chests with their left hands and raised their weapons with their right hands. It seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the god of war. The people in the tribe obviously didn't know much about what was going on outside, and they probably hadn't heard of the Tusk War God either. They all silently watched the giant eagle and the Tusk War God getting closer and closer. Chirp, chirp. The white eagle let out another long cry, and the person on its back suddenly moved. He stepped on the white eagle's back with one foot and glided down from 10,000 meters in the air toward the valley. His right hand was still holding the halberd, and the demon cloak behind him fluttered in the air. His figure was extremely elegant, like an invincible god descending to the mortal world. The black-robed man didn't even look at the Class 2 demon beast that was crawling in the tunnel. He flew into the tunnel like a lightning bolt. When he was halfway through the tunnel, he raised the halberd in his hand up high. A white wave of chi burst out from the halberd, and a muffled roar came from under the bamboo hat. The halberd was aimed at the head of the sky-shaking Xianxia beast, which sensed danger and turned around. Visible white cracks appeared in the space where the wave of air passed by. The air was also burning and rolling, creating waves of ripples. The sky-shaking Xianxia beast seemed to have sensed the ferocious energy contained in the wave of air when it saw the white wave of air smashing down on it. A trace of fear flashed across its two bell-sized eyes, but it didn't hesitate to grab at the halberd with its two huge black claws. Boom! Just when everyone thought that the man and the demonic beast would have a fierce battle, they didn't expect that when the wave of air collided with the sharp claws of the sky-shaking Xianxia beast, the demonic beast was directly repelled, smashed into the blue light shield, and then bounced back. Finally, it rolled a few times at the entrance of the tunnel and fell to the ground. Was it dead? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and looked at the people around him in disbelief, only to find that they were also looking at him with the same puzzled expression. Obviously, they didn't believe that such a powerful demonic beast, which even Neopodian, a third-layer divine general, didn't dare to fight, could be killed by a casual blow. Swish! At this moment, Neopodian suddenly soared into the sky and quickly flew into the fire pavilion. He actually directly closed the defensive barrier. Everyone, follow me to welcome the Tusk War God. Those who have offended the Lord will be killed immediately. When Neopodian flew out of the firework pavilion again, a voice transmission sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone came to their senses and hurriedly followed Neopodian to the front of the valley. They were shocked that the sky-shaking Xianxia beast was really dead. Neopodian of the firework tribe and the people of our tribe welcome the Tusk War God. Thank you, Lord, for killing the demonic beast and saving our tribe. We are very grateful. Neopodian walked to the front, stuck the weapon in his hand into the ground, knelt down on one knee, cupped his fists, and shouted in a deep voice. Greetings, Tusk War God. The 10 divine generals and thousands of people of the tribe followed Neopodian's signal and knelt down on one knee to show their respect. Oh, someone in this small tribe knows me? The Tusk War God was slightly surprised. He turned around and revealed half of his white face. Everyone in the Longyang Prefecture knows about the Tusk War God. Lord, you are the top genius of the Longyang Prefecture. I am a collateral disciple of the Neo clan of Longyang City. I was fortunate enough to hear some of your deeds in Longyang City and have always admired you. Now that I have met you, I have no regrets in my life. Neopodian stood up and said in a clear voice. His words were passionate and sincere, and his face was full of fanaticism. Apparently, he really admired the Tusk War God. You really know how to talk. Today, I was going to pick up a medicinal herb nearby and saw that you had sent out a rescue signal, so I came to take a look. Well, I will reward this demonic beast material to your tribe. The Tusk War God let out a long laugh. His laughter was still echoing in the valley, but his body shot up to the sky and flew toward Baiying. Thank you, Lord, for the reward. Farewell, Lord. Neopodian's eyes were full of admiration. He bowed deeply again, then turned to the crowd and shouted, What are you waiting for? Send off, Lord. Farewell, Lord. Everyone hurriedly came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed again. However, their faces still had the same astonished expression from before. This demonic beast material is a reward to your tribe. Yi Qinghan was still thinking about this sentence. A level 4 demonic beast material was given to the tribe just like that? This was too extravagant. Yi Qinghan had read the description of the demonic beast material. Although he was not sure how many points and god stones this sky-shaking Xianxia beast was worth, he remembered that as the level of the demonic beast increased, the number of god stones it could be exchanged for would increase exponentially. A demonic beast's entire body would not be worth a few god stones. A level 2 demonic beast might be worth nearly 100 god stones, but a level 3 demonic beast would be worth nearly 10,000 god stones. The entire body of a demonic beast would not be worth more than a few god stones. A level 2 demonic beast might be worth nearly 100 god stones, but a level 3 demonic beast would be worth nearly 10,000 god stones. A level 4 demonic beast was worth hundreds of thousands of god stones. Hundreds of thousands of god stones were given away just like that. What kind of boldness was that? Oh my god! The sky-shaking Xianxia beast's internal organs were all shattered by the tusk wargid's slash. It died just like that. Several godly generals began to dissect the sky-shaking Xianxia beast's body happily. They only cut open the skin and flesh, but found that the bones and internal organs were all shattered. They could not help but exclaim in surprise. Originally, the crowd did not know how this demonic beast died so easily. Now, it seemed that the tusk wargid's halberd had shattered all its internal organs. How could it not die? Chi, the thousands of people in the valley all gasped in surprise. Under the halberd's attack, the sky-shaking Xianxia beast looked fine, but its internal organs were all shattered. What kind of magical power was this? This tusk war god was actually this powerful. Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled. He looked up at Bai Ying, who had already turned into a small white, and his heart began to burn. This was a true powerhouse. With a casual strike, he killed a demonic beast in seconds. Hundreds of thousands of god stones were rewarded just like that. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with fanaticism. His first goal in the immortal realm was to become a powerful existence like the tusk war god. As long as he became such a powerful existence, wouldn't it be easy to obtain the position of the fire dragon overlord? Chapter 483. Now that the danger was over, the fireworks tribe regained its relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. After the god generals finished dissecting the sky-shaking Xianxia beast, Shou Kuangyin and the golden dragon led the group to kill the level 2 demon beasts outside the valley. The demon beasts sensed that the power of the sky-shaking Xianxia beast had disappeared and began to slowly advance into the valley. Niu Patin was in a good mood when he saw that the fireworks tribe had been saved. He stored all the materials of the sky-shaking Xianxia beast into his spatial ring. At the same time, he announced that every newcomer in the tribe would receive 1,000 points and 1,000 honor points. As for the older members of the tribe, they would not receive any. The level 2 demon beasts that attacked this time would be a huge gain for them. As soon as Niu Patin finished speaking, all the newcomers in the tribe cheered and danced. Of the 300 newcomers, more than 200 had rushed out, but apart from Yi Qinghan and a few others, none of them had gained anything. Yi Qinghan was also slightly happy, but he did not care too much. As long as he cultivated his divine power, it would be easy for him to kill level 2 demon beasts with his body fusion combat technique. These points were nothing to him. When the sky was completely dark, 2 more purple moon queen stars hung in the sky. The demon beasts outside the passage were finally cleared. The emissary from Fengwu City had also arrived late, but only a red-robed emissary came. He simply asked a few questions and then left through the fire pavilion's teleportation array. Clearly, he did not care much about the fireworks tribe. Otherwise, the rescue team would have arrived long ago. The fireworks tribe regained its peace. Yi Qinghan was no longer in the mood to wander around, so he returned to his pavilion with Xiao He. After the battle during the day, the fireworks tribe was unusually quiet at night. The entire valley was so quiet that even a stray cat could be heard by all the warriors in the tribe. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan could not help but feel curious. He transmitted his voice to Elder Lu again, asking about the sky-shaking Xianxia beast and the tusk war god. Elder Lu remained silent for a moment. He extended his divine senses and sensed for a moment before replying, "A level 4 demonic beast is comparable to a peak stage god general. Furthermore, this sky-shaking Xianxia beast is one of the more powerful level 4 demonic beasts." The tusk war god was indeed famous, but it was not because of his strength, but because of his cultivation speed. Based on what you said, I reckon that he has already reached the level of a 4th grade war god. A 4th grade war god has the strength of a peak god king. It would be easy for him to instantly kill a demonic beast at the peak of the god general level. This fanged war god specialized in one type of law, and its attack power was extremely powerful. Not to mention a 4th level demonic beast, it could probably even kill a 5th level demonic beast. This Tusk war god has cultivated for less than 1,000 years, yet he's able to achieve such strength. He can be considered a peerless genius in the 6 continents. 4th grade war god. Peak stage god king. Yi Qinghan thought about how the Tusk wargod's halberd had shattered all the internal organs of the sky-shaking Qiongqi beast and sighed inwardly. Then he sent a voice transmission doubtfully, but he has cultivated for 1,000 years and is only at the pinnacle of God King. That's not very fast. He had only cultivated for about 20 years, but his comprehension of the laws had already reached the divine general realm. He only needed to cultivate his divine power to reach the divine general realm. For someone who was only in his 30s, 1,000 years was indeed a very long time. Humph, little Han, your luck is heaven-defying. Of course it can't be compared to yours. Think about it, there are many treasures like the Carefree Pavilion in the entire Immortal realm. Moreover, ever since the owner of the illusory palace passed away, no one has been able to enter it. You don't know how lucky you are. The Carefree Pavilion and the illusory palace cost you several hundred years of cultivation time. Elder Lu said angrily. He had never known the use of the large eyes on top of the Carefree Pavilion. It was only later that he found out that it was connected to the Soul Emperor's famous illusory palace. Although he was the Soul Emperor's servant, he had heard of the illusory palace but had never entered it. He only found out after Yi Qinghan told him. He paused for a moment before continuing. Don't think that comprehending the law is easy, especially for someone like the Tusk war god, who specialized in one type of law. It's even more difficult to cultivate. However, someone like him, who cultivates only one type of law, has the strongest attack power. What do you mean? Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued when he heard Elder Lu talk about cultivation. Yi Qinghan knew very little about cultivation after reaching the Immortal realm, and Elder Lu had never explained it to him in detail. Now that Elder Lu had taken the initiative to talk about it, he naturally had to listen carefully. Elder Lu was silent for a moment before continuing. Originally, I wanted to tell you about this after your divine power has increased. Forget it, I'll tell you about it now. In the cultivation of the Immortal realm, the first thing to cultivate is the law. Divine power and the soul are secondary. In the cultivation of the law, there are methods of comprehending one type of law or comprehending several types of law. For example, if you cultivate the law of space, if you continue to comprehend it and fuse it again and again, your comprehension of the profound mysteries of the law will continue to increase. The basic profound mysteries will become elementary profound mysteries, and the elementary profound mysteries will become intermediate. In this way, you will be able to continuously increase your cultivation level. There is another method. An Immortal realm cultivator's soul is powerful, so it is easy for them to comprehend various laws. You can choose to comprehend other laws. The more basic profound mysteries you comprehend, the higher your cultivation level will be. This is easy to understand. One pursues quality, while the other pursues quantity. It is obvious that a cultivator who cultivates a single type of law will have stronger offense and defense. After all, they have fused the profound mysteries of the law, and the profound mysteries they comprehend will be of a higher grade. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Qinghan finally understood. Elder Lu probably hadn't told him this before because he wanted to wait until his cultivation level had stabilized to the Immortal general realm before telling him in detail. He could choose to cultivate the law of space alone, comprehend the other 2 basic profound mysteries, and then fuse the elementary profound mystery. Then he would fuse the intermediate profound mystery. The more he fused, the more powerful he would become. For example, absolute comprehension could contend against absolute will, but it was obviously very difficult to fuse. He could also choose to continuously comprehend other laws of heaven and earth, such as wind, fire, destruction, and so on. The foundation of this comprehension would be much simpler, but it would not be very powerful. After all, no matter how many there were, it would not cause a qualitative change. Little Han, I'll discuss this with you in detail later. Right now, the only thing you need to do is cultivate your divine power. Stabilize your Immortal general realm. Brat, your luck is really heaven-defying. The moment you cultivate your divine power, you will become an immortal general. You are much stronger than an old monster like me, who has cultivated for 10,000 years. When the time comes, I will need your protection. Elder Lu transmitted his voice again. His words were full of mockery, but there was no trace of jealousy. Instead, he was very pleased. The first time he met Yi Qinghan, he had not even reached the emperor stage. In the blink of an eye, only 20 years had passed, and Yi Qinghan was already stronger than him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly thought of something and transmitted his voice anxiously. Little Han, you said that your leader gave you 1,000 points? Have the points been distributed yet? Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice in confusion. Not yet. What's wrong, Elder Lu? That's good. Elder Lu chuckled and transmitted his voice again. When the time comes, you don't want points. You want divine stones. Also, don't exchange all the materials that Xiao He obtained for points. Exchange them for divine stones. Exchange them for divine stones? Divine stones are useless to me now? Yi Qinghan was stunned. He did not understand Elder Lu's intentions. An immortal did not need to eat or drink. He did not need to buy anything now, so what was the use of divine stones? Exchanging them for points to obtain an immortal realm badge was the right thing to do. Idiot, divine stones are very useful. I have divine stones in my spatial ring, but they are not from the floating continent. You need to exchange for them, and I can't show myself now. Otherwise, I would have bought a large number of low-grade divine pills for you. Elder Lu sighed helplessly. Then, he said excitedly, I did not expect you to obtain some divine stones. Things are easy now. After you get your hands on the divine stones, you can go to the Battle God Pavilion's people and exchange them for divine pills that can increase your divine power. You can quickly increase your divine power. Once you're strong enough, you can go hunt demonic beasts. Points and divine stones will come to you. We can leave the firework tribe and travel to other continents. Chapter 484. Why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise, I wouldn't have exchanged my 30 demonic beast cores for points. A few hundred divine stones. Yi Qinghan scratched his head. Elder Lu had not told him that the firework tribe had elixirs that could increase one's divine power rapidly. Now that he thought about it, he could only blame himself for being an idiot. Elder Lu had told him that the people of the God of War Pavilion had basically everything. As long as they had divine stones, they could even buy God Emperor's divine crystals. How would I know that you would get divine stones by accident? Forget it, these divine stones can't buy precious elixirs. A few hundred divine stones doesn't matter. They can only help you speed up your cultivation. Elder Lu sighed innocently. Oh, Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of something and sent a telepathic message to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, the battle robe you gave me is exactly the same as the one worn by the Tusk War God. Is this the special robe of the War God? Is it yours? Are you a War God? Of course I'm not a War God. Didn't I tell you that a first-grade War God has to be at least a God General? The robe I gave you was actually a black market merchant from the Divine Realm. It's fake. The real War God's robe has a special ability. It is said that a high-grade 7th or 8th grade War God's robe can withstand an attack from an ordinary Emperor God. Elder Lu said awkwardly after a moment of silence. His face was probably red with embarrassment. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. Considering Elder Lu's face, he quickly changed the topic. Elder Lu, you seem to have forgotten to tell me something. How do I get the Lord of the Flame Dragon Plane? Lord Devour asked you to tell me. I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want to hurt you. Elder Lu smiled and continued transmitting his voice. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Although there are many material planes, there are even more heavenly gods in the divine realm. Becoming the lord of a plane means that you will have an endless supply of divine stones. The rare products of material planes can be sold for divine stones in the divine realm. Therefore, the price of each material plane is very high, and in your case, you're forcefully buying someone else's plane, so you'll have to spend even more, almost several times more. If you want to obtain the Flame Dragon plane, it's very simple. There are only two ways. The first is to use God stones to purchase it from the monarch's pavilion on the Misty Continent. The immortal realm is a world where the strong are respected, and having a lot of god stones also represents a kind of strength. Purchase? Roughly, how many parangons would it cost? Yi Qinghan had a bad feeling. Double? He estimated that he would have to spend a lot of divine stones to buy the flame dragon plane. A few 100,000? A few million? Or 10 million? Old Lu said with a relaxed voice, not much. Lord Devour has estimated that it's about 1 billion divine stones. I'm sure we can buy it. 1 billion. Thump. Yi Qinghan staggered and sat on the ground. Even the god domain he released almost dissipated. His mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with horror. What did a billion god stones mean? A second-tier demonic beast's inner core was only a few dozen divine stones. That incomparably powerful sky-shaking Xiongqi beast's entire body was only a few 100,000 divine stones. 1 billion. How many second-tier demonic beasts did he have to kill? Wasn't this clearly asking him to rob them? Even if he was given tens of thousands of years, it might not be enough, much less 980 years. The days in the divine realm were long, and the nights were short. However, 1 day in the divine realm was equivalent to 2 days in the flame dragon plane. That meant that he only had about 500 years. What a scam! How was he supposed to play? The current situation was just like him carrying the hopes of the entire village to a big city. He wanted to use his monthly income of a few thousand divine stones to raise 1 million divine stones to save the village in a short period of time. Lad, don't be discouraged. Actually, once you become stronger, there are many ways for you to earn divine stones. For example, you can become a killer, fight in the arena, take on bounty missions, join a strong faction, or eliminate god bandits. Under normal circumstances, it is easy for a god general to earn tens of thousands of divine stones in a year. You have the body fusion battle technique. It is easy for you to earn 100,000 divine stones. Old Lu's consolation made Yi Qinghan even more worried. Even if he worked hard and did not rest, he would only earn 50 million divine stones in 500 years. It was far from enough. Then what? Old Lu, is there a place to borrow divine stones? Let's buy the flame dragon plane first and pay it back slowly in the future. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before sending a voice transmission. Actually, he wanted to ask Old Lu and Lord Devour if he could borrow divine stones. However, he was too embarrassed to ask. He felt that Lord Devour was definitely out of the question. As for Old Lu, as the servant of the #1 God Emperor in the divine realm, he probably did not lack divine stones. Old Lu obviously understood what Yi Qinghan was trying to say. He laughed and scolded, "Hee hee, you little rascal. You actually have ideas about this old man. To tell you the truth, I don't have many divine stones. Only 1 million. My position in the Soul Emperor Pavilion is not high. Now that I am the Soul Emperor, I do not need divine stones. Anything from the Soul Emperor Pavilion is worth 1 million divine stones. For example, your unfettered pavilion. If you sell it, you can definitely sell it for 500 to 800 million divine stones. This is because there are 4 sets of nomological law comprehension diagrams inside. And that's sort of yours. If you sell it, you can definitely sell it for 10 billion divine stones. I just don't know if you are willing to sell it. Of course, there are risks in selling such an expensive item. It is easy to be cheated or hunted down. F***CK. 10 billion. Yi Qinghan was shocked once again. He did not expect to have such a valuable item. No wonder Lord Devour said that he could not expose the fact that he owned the unfettered pavilion and the godly sword. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He was afraid that he would be assassinated before he could sell the item. That's right. Old Lu, didn't you say that there are 2 ways? There are 2 ways. What's the other way? Yi Qinghan recalled Elder Lu's words and asked with some anticipation. The second way is even simpler. It doesn't cost a single divine stone. Old Lu paused for a moment to whet Yi Qinghan's appetite. Then he said, become a war god, join the war god pavilion, complete the war god pavilion's assessment, and raise your war god rank. As long as you can become a 5th grade war god within 980 years, which is 500 years in the divine realm, you can easily become the Lord of the Flame Dragon territory. Because the 5th grade War God rank is a threshold, any War God who reaches this rank will receive generous rewards from the War God Pavilion. One of the rewards is 1,000,000,000 divine stones. F***CK. The War God Pavilion is so rich. 1,000,000,000 divine stones. And it's part of the reward. How bold! Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly at the wealth of the House of Aries. Then he asked, Old Lu, what is the level of a 5th grade War God? The level is not important. What is important is your overall strength. The people of the War God Pavilion don't look at your level, but at your combat ability. The assessment for a 5th grade War God is very simple. Kill any 6th grade demonic beast. Then you can become a 5th grade War God. For example, if you can kill a 6th grade demonic beast in the Heavenly God realm and record the battle using the replication crystal to the War God Pavilion, you can become a 5th grade War God. That's easy. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Old Lu. I will work hard to cultivate my divine power. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He thought for a moment and made up his mind. He would first work hard to cultivate his divine power. When his strength reached the divine general realm, he would go to the War God Pavilion for the assessment and slowly raise his War God rank. He would cultivate and accumulate divine stones at the same time. The best-case scenario would be to become a 5th grade War God within 500 years. If that didn't work, he would have to take the risk and sell the godly sword to buy the Flame Dragon's dimension. Chapter 485. In the following days, Yi Qinghan stayed in the loft to cultivate his divine power. Xiao He, on the other hand, slept in the loft out of boredom and continued to digest the remaining medicinal power of the divine elixir in his body. After reaching the god level, the core in his dantian had turned into a translucent divine crystal, and the battle chi in his body had also turned into silver divine power. However, cultivation was simple now. He just needed to absorb the divine aura in the world, pour it into the divine crystal, and convert it into divine power. This divine crystal was very strange. It was only the size of 3 fingers, but it seemed to be able to absorb divine power infinitely. Once divine power reached a certain level, the divine crystal would change color, so it was easy to determine the level of divine power. For example, Yi Qinghan had just reached the god level. The divine crystal was translucent, and then it would slowly turn white. Once it turned completely white, he would have reached the 3rd level of the sky god realm. Then it would continue to change until it turned white with a hint of red, and he would be at the peak of the sky god realm. Half a month would pass in the blink of an eye. If no one disturbed him, several years would pass in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! On this day, Yi Qinghan, who was cultivating in the pavilion, was startled awake by knocking on the door. When he stood up, walked out of the courtyard, and saw the smiling face outside the door, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart again. It was Shou Kuang's subordinate, Xiao Hu. This was the 2nd time Xiao Hu had visited in the past half a month. Moreover, Cleopatra and the people of the divine beast lineage had also come once to rope in Yi Qinghan. Xiao He had easily killed a 2nd-level demonic beast with his sharp teeth during the beast tide, attracting the attention of the 3 factions. Although Yi Qinghan looked very weak, with Xiao He around, the 3 factions were very interested in roping in Yi Qinghan. Not long after, Xiao Hu came to visit again. Little brother, have you thought it through? There's still half a month before the beast hunt. Lord Shou Kuang has already said that as long as you guys join us, the 3 of you will get a share of the points and god stones. This is such a good opportunity. You won't get another one if you miss it. Besides, Big Brother Shou Kuang is very powerful. Xiao Hu had a face full of smiles as he glanced at Xiao He, who was on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. His round face was very amiable. If Yi Qinghan had not seen him and Bing Yu scolding each other that day, he would definitely have thought that he was a nice guy. Xiao He had always ignored outsiders, so Xiao Hu only needed to keep persuading Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had been practicing for half a month, but he had been woken up several times, so he was in a bad mood. Seeing Laughing Tiger rambling on, he became even more annoyed. He directly interrupted Laughing Tiger's words, but his tone was still polite. With my strength and status, I plan to practice in the tribe for a period of time. I won't consider hunting magical beasts for the time being. Master Laughing Tiger, can you let me practice for 3 to 5 years? It won't be too late to reply to you then. 3 to 5 years? Hearing this, a trace of displeasure flashed in Xiaohu's eyes, but he concealed it very well. He then looked at Xiaohe and said, "How about this? You only need to agree to join us, the Beast Kings, and let this mythological beast of yours accompany us to hunt demonic beasts. You will practice in the tribe, and when the time comes, we will give you 3 equal shares. How about it?" The fox's tail has been exposed. Yi Qinghan snorted inwardly. Xiao, who was so diligent, it was clear that he valued Xiaohe's speed in hunting demonic beasts, and wanted to make Xiaohe work as a laborer and fighter. Yi Qinghan felt even more uncomfortable in his heart, and expressionlessly said, "This brother of mine will not leave me. When I am successful in my cultivation, I will go visit Master." Hearing this, Xiaohu's face turned cold, and his body also faintly emitted a trace of pressure. He coldly said, 3 years? Since Master Shou Kuang has already spoken, if you do not give an answer now, Master will definitely be very angry. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the consequences will be very serious, and the 2 of you will not have a good time. I think you should give an affirmative answer, and not make Master angry. Alright. Yi Qinghan saw that if he did not give a clear answer today, this Xiaohu would not stop. Moreover, he also thought that Cleopatra and the divine beast bloodline would continue to pester him, so he simply said directly, "I refuse. I am used to traveling alone, and my temperament is also very wild. I will have to trouble Master Xiaohu to pass a message to Master Shou Kuang and thank him for his kindness." Of course, Yi Qinghan will not join any faction, nor will he make an enemy of anyone. Xiaohu could not help but feel embarrassed and angry at Yi Qinghan's direct refusal just like that. Originally, he saw that Yi Qinghan was very easy to talk to, and was very respectful to him. He had already guaranteed with Shou Kuang that he would definitely pull the 2 of them in. Now, Yi Qinghan was equivalent to giving him a resounding slap on the face. "Brat, you do not know how to drink a forfeit after being offered a toast. To tell you the truth, those who reject Master Shou Kuang's good intentions usually end up in a tragic state. If you dare to leave the tribe, I can guarantee that you will definitely not live for more than 3 days." Xiaohu's expression flickered for a moment, and he began to threaten fiercely. "If that's the case, then won't it be fine if I don't leave the tribe?" Yi Qinghan looked coldly at this clown-like character, but in his heart, he was thinking that it was really strange that such a person could actually cultivate to the god tier. "If you don't leave, I can guarantee that you will not receive a good mission. Our Beast King bloodline always has people standing guard at several points halls at all times. Don't even think of receiving a good mission. 1 word from Master Shou Kuang, and you can prepare to stay in the tribe for 1,000 years. Xiaohu snorted coldly and sneered. 1,000 years? Ha! Yi Qinghan laughed when he heard this. "I think that Master Shou Kuang will not need a few decades to earn enough points to leave the tribe, right? Could it be that he is prepared to stay in the tribe for 1,000 years? If that's the case, I'm willing to stay for 1,000 years." When Xiaohu heard this, the cold smile on his face became even wider, and the disdain on his face became even thicker. "You idiot, what do you know? The Beast King bloodline has already existed in the tribe for 10,000 years. Master Shou Kuang has left, but similarly, the next Master Shou Kuang will continue to lead us. If you don't know what's good for you, then prepare to wait for our Beast King bloodline to ban you. At that time, even if you cry and beg me, it won't work. I'll give you one last chance. Will you join or not?" When Yi Qinghan saw that Xiaohu had already shed all pretense of cordiality and was openly threatening him, he did not want to be courteous with him. With a face full of impatience, he waved his hand and said, "Ban me? I'll wait and see. While you're at it, help me pass on a message. Tell Cleopatra and that golden dragon that I won't join either side. I don't want to cause trouble, so you'd better not provoke me either. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. All right, I won't see you out." After he finished speaking, Yi Qinghan turned around and walked towards the loft. He did not want to say anything more to this kind of person. Yi Qinghan's attitude had completely enraged Xiaohu. He pointed at Yi Qinghan, tiptoed, and actually started to curse angrily. You trash, I gave you face and you still want to act like a big boss? If it wasn't for the fact that you, little beast, still have some use, who do you think you are? Is it worth me persuading you a few times? I can tell you clearly, you're finished. If you dare to leave the tribe, I can guarantee that you will die miserably, very miserably. Whether I die miserably or not, I don't know. Yi Qinghan's body froze, and his expression became completely cold. He slowly turned around, his eyes filled with coldness as he stared at Xiao Hu for a moment. With an extremely firm tone, he said indifferently, "But I know that if you don't scram out of my courtyard in 3 seconds, I can guarantee that once I leave the valley, I will let my beast kill you instantly." Scram. You? Xiao Hu was startled by Yi Qinghan's frightening gaze. Then, when he saw Xiao Hei's cold, bright white teeth, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Thinking about how Xiao Hei had easily killed a level 2 monster at the entrance of the valley, he shrunk his body, turned around, and ran away in a sorry state, cursing as he ran. Where there are people, there will be Jiang Hu, and where there will be Jiang Hu, there will be scum. The ancients did not lie to me. Yi Qinghan shook his head and walked into the loft. Chapter 486. After scaring away Xiao Hu, the pavilion regained its tranquility and no one came to disturb them anymore. It was probably Xiao Hu who spread the news. However, Yi Qinghan was very clear that she had thoroughly offended the Mad Beast clan. Furthermore, if she were to go out to hunt for demonic beasts, Cleopatra and the Golden Dragon clan would definitely not let her off, and the Mad Beast clan would definitely hunt her down. However, Yi Qinghan did not care at all. He was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. He did not want to cause trouble, but it did not mean that he was afraid of it. Moreover, he did not care about the Mad Beast clan and Cleopatra's peak heavenly god strength. He felt that he should keep a low profile, but if he was being bullied, then what's the harm in keeping a high profile? If he could not live happily, what was the use of being strong? In the following period of time, Yi Qinghan immediately went into seclusion, continuously cultivating his divine power. He strived to cultivate his divine power to the 2nd level as soon as possible. When that time came, he would be able to go outside the valley and kill as he pleased. After 10 days of seclusion, Yi Qinghan woke up on time. Today was the 1st day of the month. Neopatian had said that he would exchange points and divine stones on the 1st day of the month. He reckoned that the 1,000 points would be distributed today. Xiao Hei was still in a deep sleep, digesting the remaining energy in his body. Yi Qinghan kept him into the beast battle space and carried the slaughter god blade on his back. He walked out of the courtyard towards the fire pavilion. As expected, there was already a long queue outside the fire pavilion. Neopatian and Sima Godly General were there to exchange points for everyone. Swish! As soon as Yi Qinghan walked over, a row of gazes swept over him. However, most of the gazes were filled with disdain and contempt. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan had become the common enemy of the 3 factions. Especially the Mad Beast clan's people. Countless of them had a faint killing intent in their eyes. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders and did not care. He stood at the side and waited quietly. Killing was prohibited in the valley, so it was very safe. As for outside the valley, it was still uncertain who would kill who. "Brother, I heard that you didn't join any of the 3 forces?" This was a faint voice transmission. The voice was somewhat familiar. Yi Qinghan looked sideways and saw a man covered in scales looking at him with a smile. It was the demon overlord who had been sent flying by the silver-haired giant on the ascension platform. "Yes, I'm a bit wild by nature, so I'm used to doing things alone." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. One wouldn't hit a smiling person, so he replied politely. Those who could ascend to the god world were all formidable characters from their own planes. They were used to being the boss, and no one was willing to be someone else's lackey. There were more than 300 of us who ascended together, but only 100 of us joined them. But now, there were only a few dozen people who could persevere. I just can't stand their faces. Don't be afraid, brother. I'll protect you in the future. No matter what, we ascended together, it's also considered fate. Demon Overlord winked, patted his chest slightly, and transmitted his voice very forthrightly. Yi Qinghan scratched his head rather uncomfortably. This person only had first-level celestial deity strength. Wasn't he scared of the wind cutting his tongue? To actually say that he would protect him? Demon Overlord shot Yi Qinghan a glance. Seeing his expression, a trace of pride flashed across his eyes, and he transmitted his voice and said, "Heh, you still don't believe me. Let me tell you, I, Demon Overlord, am our Devil Slaughter continent's greatest genius. I only spent 100 years to cultivate to the celestial deity realm. I reckon that even the divine realm's pinnacle geniuses also only have this cultivation speed. Just watch, before long, I'll be able to cultivate to peak celestial deity, divine general realm. At that time, I'll let them see my prowess. Then, Big Brother Demon Overlord is indeed formidable. At that time, I'll still have to rely on Big Brother Demon Overlord to take good care of me. This little brother is called Yi Qinghan." Hearing Demon Overlord's boast, Yi Qinghan touched his nose and started smiling bitterly. Become a deity in 100 years? Very awesome. This person actually said that the divine realm's geniuses also had about this speed? Lord Devour had said that there was a genius from the double-pupil netherworld race who had already broken through to the divine king realm at the age of 30. The divine realm's 30 years was double the material plane's time, which was 60 years. But this speed was still shocking, and Demon Overlord actually said that his speed was about the same as the divine realm's geniuses. Moreover, if he told him that he had only cultivated for 20 to 30 years, and his current strength could instantly kill a peak celestial deity, would he faint from fright? After waiting for a long time, Yi Qinghan did not see that icy beauty Yao Rao who came to exchange for points and divine stones. He also did not see Beastly Queen or that golden dragon. After listening to Demon Overlord's boast for a long time, it was finally his turn. He woke up Xiaohei, took out all the materials in the 2 spatial rings, and exchanged the 1,000 points that Neopatian had given him for divine stones. After bidding farewell to Demon Overlord, Yi Qinghan walked towards the west side of the valley. So the 1st to the 50th rooms are all for points. How can such a small room hold so many people? Yi Qinghan walked to the first row of the west rooms and couldn't help but be curious when he saw many god-rank experts entering and exiting the rooms. After pondering for a moment, he walked into the 10th room with the words, "Spiritual Pet Pavilion." He followed the 2 into the room, but found that it was empty inside. There was nothing on the ceiling, only a small teleportation array emitting a faint light. The 2 people directly stepped into the teleportation array and were teleported away. Yi Qinghan suddenly realized that the other side of the teleportation array must be a parallel space similar to the Carefree Pavilion. No wonder such a small room could hold so many people. After figuring out the reason, Yi Qinghan was not in the mood to go in and take a look. He left the room and walked directly to the 100th room. 99, 100. This is the room. Yi Qinghan looked at the serial number on the door of the room and saw that there was a small demon insignia on the door. He was even more certain now. He walked straight in and was about to knock on the door when he realized that the door opened by itself. There was no one inside except for a teleportation array. After pondering for a moment and confirming with Elder Lu, Yi Qinghan secretly circulated his divine power and stepped into the teleportation array. Buzz. Yi Qinghan saw a white light flash, and he appeared in a wide hall. There was only an old man sitting cross-legged in the hall. When the old man saw Yi Qinghan look over, he suddenly opened his eyes and smiled warmly. He said lightly, "Welcome to the Battle God Pavilion, young man. May I ask if you are here to sell or buy?" "Oh, hello, senior. I need to buy a bottle of Dragon Rider Divine Oil. And a number 3 spatial ring." Yi Qinghan realized that the situation here was exactly the same as Elder Lu's. Without hesitation, he bowed respectfully and spoke politely according to Elder Lu's instructions. "All right, that will be a total of 1,100 divine stones. May I ask if you have a VIP card?" The old man waved his hand, and a green jade bottle and a black spatial ring appeared in his hand. "VIP card? No, senior, these are divine stones." Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and took out a pile of divine stones from the spatial ring. The old man glanced at them and kept them in the spatial ring. He nodded and said, "Very good, the number of divine stones is correct. Is there anything else you need?" "No, thank you, Senior." Yi Qinghan kept the items, turned around, and stepped into the teleportation array to return to the firework tribe. "This is the Dragon Rider Divine Oil? Damn, why does it feel like Indian divine oil?" When he returned to his courtyard, Yi Qinghan took out the jade bottle, uncorked it, and looked at the pale yellow liquid that emitted a faint fragrance. He couldn't help but hesitate. Elder Lu had told him to drink it and not to rub it on. Gulp. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan tilted his head back and drank it. Elder Lu had said that this Dragon Rider divine oil was good stuff. It could allow him to quickly cultivate his divine power to the second-tier sky god realm in 3 months. He decided to go into seclusion for 3 months and cultivate his divine power to the second-tier sky god realm. When that time came, he could leave the firework tribe to hunt demonic beasts and kill to his heart's content. Chapter 487. As soon as the Dragon Rider divine oil entered his stomach, Yi Qinghan felt his entire body heat up slightly. His entire body felt warm and comfortable. He didn't dare to waste any more time and immediately went into seclusion to cultivate his divine power. As soon as he circulated his battle chi, he discovered that the divine energy of heaven and earth was continuously gathering in his body. The speed was several times faster than before. He sighed inwardly. The divine realm was indeed different. Even the grade 1 spirit liquid he had casually bought had such an effect. Although it was much slower than cultivating in the illusion palace, it was much faster than cultivating in the distant pavilion. 3 months. During the 6 months in the Flame Dragon dimension, Yi Qinghan decided to go into seclusion and cultivate until he reached the 2nd level of the celestial god realm. The blazing sun and the purple moon alternated. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Flame Dragon Continent, Chilling Heart Pavilion. The Divine Master was dead, and Yi Qinghan had left. The continent was peaceful once again. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were in seclusion. Yu Qingsheng played the zither on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion every day. The sound of the zither was like flowing water, like falling leaves and flowers, reverberating in the sky above the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Yi Tianlong had gone into seclusion and passed the position of patriarch to Yi Chang. He left the mountain behind the Yi family and went to the Tranquil Lake Island's Happy Heart Garden, where he lived with Yu Shishue. Yi Chang hadn't broken through to the Sage Realm, but no one on the continent dared to look down on him when he took over the position of patriarch of the Yi family. This was because even though Yi Qinghan had gone to the Divine Realm, the Yi family still had 2 god-rank experts and a quasi-god expert. Furthermore, with Lord Devour around, no one dared to provoke the Yi family. Song City flourished once again, and it was getting more and more prosperous. It was slowly becoming the continent's #1 city. This was because this was a place that the Frost the Arch was guarding. On this day, Yi Qinghan ascended to the 5-moon queen of the divine world. The tranquility of the continent was once again broken by a burst of 7-colored radiance. After the halo appeared above the East Sea, all the God Realm experts on the continent were startled. They released their soul consciousness, but they didn't panic because Lord Devour had promised Yi Qinghan that he would protect the Fire Dragon continent for 1,000 years. However, they were still restless. After the brilliance faded, a huge door opened in the sky. Someone from the God Realm had teleported over. When they sensed that only one person had walked out of the portal, they all exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't the Divine World's law enforcement team, with Lord Devour here, everything would be fine. The person who came was a beautiful woman. She wore pink robes and had an impressive figure. Moreover, she was quite low-key and did not give off any might. She only stood there quietly and sent out her divine sense to scan the continent. An expert of the Rain Butterfly clan? What is she doing in the Flame Dragon plane? Of course, Lord Devour sensed her immediately and recognized her identity. However, he didn't do anything. He just sent a message and then continued to read his book in the Dark Castle. The God Realm experts of the continent had received Lord Devour's message, asking them to stay still. They all calmed down and continued to use their soul consciousness to lock on this woman and observe her movements. This woman didn't react to the soul consciousness of the God realm experts on the continent. She continued to use her soul consciousness to scan the continent. Her speed was very slow, scanning from north to south little by little as if she didn't want to miss anyone. After half a day, the woman's soul consciousness finally stopped, locking on the holy mountain outside the hidden city of the hidden island. Swoosh! The woman finally moved. She directly teleported and appeared on the holy mountain outside the hidden city. The hidden island master, who was fishing on the east coast of the hidden island, changed his face. He immediately teleported and asked Lord Devour for help. It was because this woman had teleported to a person. It was Yin Ling. Hidden Turtle greets Lord. Lord, this is my granddaughter. Oh no. The hidden island master stopped the 13 elders on the holy mountain. He didn't know this woman's competence, but from her vague aura, he felt that he couldn't resist her. This woman was at least at the God General realm. She's not your granddaughter. The peerless beauty glanced at the hidden island master, coldly interrupting him. A silver light shot out from her eyes as she gazed at Yin Ling, who was a little flustered. Don't act rashly. This woman's background is really strong. Lord Devour's message stopped the hidden island master, who wanted to protect Yin Ling. He could only look at the woman and Yin Ling, with a complicated face. It's true. The woman watched for a while, her cold face beaming a happy smile. Then she kneeled down in front of Yin Ling, greeting her respectfully. Rain Butterfly Clan's King Yu Mengmeng greets Lady. Swoosh. This woman's strange behavior had not only stunned the hidden island master and Yin Ling, but it had also stunned the God realm experts of this continent. Even Lord Devour was a little surprised. This woman was a King God realm expert, and she was kneeling to Yin Ling, calling her Lady Yin Ling. But you're mistaken, right? She's my granddaughter, not some lady. The hidden island master was bewildered for a while. Then he thought of something, his face changing as he said hurriedly. Yin Ling, was a little frightened. She stood up and waved her hand. Right? Precursor, you're mistaken. I'm Yin Ling. I'm not your lady. Lady, I won't mistake you. You have the purest bloodline of our Rain Butterfly clan. If you don't believe me, I can help you awaken your bloodline now. Moreover, after you awaken your bloodline, your cultivation speed will be many times faster. If you grew up in our clan, you would have broken through to the God realm a long time ago. The woman smiled. Her silver eyes suddenly glowed with a gentle light, covering Yin Ling. At the same time, she swung her hand to release the God domain, which fixed the hidden island master's body at his spot. Under this gentle light, Yin Ling, closed her eyes comfortably. Her snow-white skin had a faint pink halo. After a while, Yin Ling's delicate brows furrowed. She moaned in pain. Then, the clothes on her back were torn, revealing 2 snow-white wings. Transform. At this moment, God Monarch Misty Rain let out a shout. Her pink dress automatically gathered behind her, revealing a perfect back. Suddenly, a pair of pink wings sprouted from her snow-white skin. They fluttered in the air like a beautiful butterfly. Lady, do you believe me now? These are the butterfly feathers of our Rain Butterfly clan. Lady, come back with me. Your mother is our great king. She's waiting for you in the clan. We've been looking for you for 10 years. Supreme Divine Emperor, I've finally found you. Yu Mengmeng retracted her wings. Then her pink robe returned to its original state. She spoke respectfully, her eyes full of gratification and happiness. Yin Ling, looked at the 2 beautiful wings on her back and became even more panicked. Her delicate face was like a frightened rabbit as she looked at the hidden island's island master and anxiously asked, what is going on? Didn't you say that my parents are dead? Didn't you say that you're my grandfather? Chapter 488. Yu Mengmeng shook her head and explained, Miss, he is not your grandfather. Your mother is our king, the great Lady Yu Piapiao. When the king was traveling in the misty continent, he was plotted against by his enemies and had to give birth to you in advance. He then broke the space and threw you into a material plane. When the king returned to the clan, He was seriously injured and immediately issued a clan order to find you. Miss, you don't know, but in order to find you, our clan sent out 50 divine kings and searched millions of material planes. Miss, please come back with me. The king misses you very much. The hidden island master felt bitter and used his divine sense to ask Lord Devour for help. Linger was indeed found by him and dropped from the sky. However, he didn't know that Linger had such a great background and was the daughter of the king of the Rain Butterfly clan. Lord Devour's message came quickly, let her take her away. This little girl is indeed from the Rain Butterfly clan. I didn't notice it before. But even if I protect her now, when her king comes, she can't be protected. Her king is a famous 8th grade war god in the divine realm. Besides, your granddaughter's talent is being buried in this fire dragon plane. Right? Tell him not to reveal little Han's matter, and don't let him by the flame dragon plane. I'll explain this to you in the future. The hidden island master revealed a bitter smile. Since Lord Devour said there was no other way, then Linger definitely couldn't be protected. However, thinking of Linger's identity, the hidden island master wasn't worried that she would suffer in the divine realm. On the contrary, it would be greatly beneficial for her. He felt somewhat comforted. After pondering for a while, the hidden island master told the story of how he found Linger. If I go to the divine realm, can I still return to the hidden island? After listening, Linger was silent for a long time and then looked up at Yu Mengming. Hidden Island? Miss is talking about this place, right? If Miss wants to come back as long as the king agrees, I can bring you back here at any time. That's easy, Yu Mengming smiled and said indifferently. Can you bring my grandfather to the divine realm? Linger made another request. Although she didn't care about the hidden island lord on the surface, she had deep feelings for him. After all, she only had one relative since childhood. The iron law of the god realm forbids me from bringing anyone into the god realm. With my strength, I can only bring you alone. However, your god-grandfather can go to the realm of the gods by himself. As long as he goes to the realm of the gods, I can send someone to bring him back to the clan. Yu Mengming hesitated for a while and said. After hearing Linger's words, the hidden island lord revealed a smile. Her eyes flashed with decisiveness as she said, follow this lord to the divine world. You should return to your ancestral home and meet your mother. If you have time in the future, you can come back to see me. Of course, if I go to the divine world, I will also look for you. At this time, Yu Mengming waved her hand and a black sword emitting divine light, a pink jade talisman, and a spatial ring appeared in her hand. He handed it over to the hidden island lord and said, this is a high-grade divine sword. There are a large number of divine pellets and divine stones in the spatial ring. This command token is the token of my Rain Butterfly clan. When you ascend to the divine world, you can use this command token to have the guardian directly send you to the Rain Butterfly Island. You have done a great service in raising the Mississippi. The Rain Butterfly clan will not treat you unfairly. The hidden island lord resisted the reluctance in his heart and pretended to smile. Thank you, Lord. Don't worry. Grandfather will ascend to the divine world to find you. Good. I will go to the divine world. Grandfather, you must come to the divine world to find me. If you don't, I will come back to find you. Linger was silent for a moment, then she looked up at the sky and said. However, she gritted her teeth and said resentfully, Stinky family's men, wait for me. I will definitely take revenge for that slap. As Yi Qinghan had gone to the divine world, Linger had lost her target. She didn't have the mood to cultivate or play anymore. As Yu Mengming was here, she thought that she finally had a chance to take revenge. After a while, the hidden island lord talked with Linger for a while, telling her what Lord Devour had told her. However, Linger didn't seem to care much about it. Eventually, Yu Mengming took Linger and tore the space, disappearing from the fire dragon continent to the divine world. Apparently, Yu Mengming was a mighty god king, but she didn't dare to take Linger back to the divine world. Instead, she tore the space, returning through the turbulent space. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know what had happened in the fire dragon continent. He just knew that his god power was about to reach the second sky of heavenly god realm, but someone woke him up. Everyone, gather in front of the firework pavilion. A loud voice rang in Yi Qinghan's ears. Needless to say, only God General Nyopatin could speak like this in the firework tribe. Almost. Old Lu's estimation is right. Only 2.5 months have passed, but almost half of the divine crystal has turned white. I should be able to reach the second sky of heavenly god realm after cultivating in seclusion for half a month. What happened? Nyopatin gathered everyone in the tribe? Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and looked inside his divine crystal to check his strength. After thinking for a while, he carried the slaughter god's saber and walked out. There were many people standing in front of the firework pavilion. Moreover, there were more people rushing out of the pavilion. There were also people rushing into the valley from the outside. Nyopatin and the 10 god generals stood quietly in front of the firework pavilion. They didn't say anything but looked out of the valley from time to time. Although Yi Qinghan was puzzled, he didn't probe further. He stood at the side and waited for Nyopatin to speak. There were more than 1,000 people gathered in front of the firework pavilion. It seemed like many people had gone out to hunt demonic beasts. Nyopatin didn't know what kind of mystical ability he used, but there was a continuous stream of people rushing into the valley. Obviously, they had received Nyopatin's message. Only when the sky turned dark did most of the people in the tribe gather. My lord, out of the 3,620 people in the tribe, 46 died and 2 are missing. The rest are all here. One of the god generals said to Shou Kuang and the rest, who had rushed back from outside the valley. Then he turned to Nyopatin and cupped his fists. Nyopatin nodded and said to the god generals behind him, record down everyone's identity information. Age, race, which dimension they came from, strength, special skills, and other information. This is what the Lord of the Dancing Phoenix City wants. I heard that he wants to find talents to represent the Dancing Phoenix City in the martial arts competition. Remember, your information must be true. If not, you will have to bear the consequences if something goes wrong. Nyopatin's words caused everyone to be ecstatic. Find talents. This was a good opportunity. If they were chosen, they could soar to the sky. Which dimension did they come from? When Yi Qinghan heard this, his heart tightened. He felt that something was wrong. Why did they need to ask which dimension they came from? After thinking for a while, he decided to be on the safe side and sent a message to Elder Lu to ask for his opinion. Chapter 489. Elder Lu quickly gave an answer. Apart from the names, everything else was false. He also carefully observed the situation and would discuss the details later. The 10 godly generals divided the people in the tribe into 10 groups and began to record them one by one. Yi Qinghan, from the Flying Fire Dimension, human, age 88, first-level heaven god, pet is a first-level heaven god divine beast sharp-toothed dog. It was Yi Qinghan's turn. He reported the information half-truthfully to the godly generals in charge of their group. The godly general did not have any doubts and recorded it, which made Yi Qinghan heave a sigh of relief. However, this godly general could not be blamed, as Nyopatin had said that he was looking for geniuses. He believed that there would definitely be people who would lie about their strength, skills, or even their age. However, they would definitely not be like Yi Qinghan, who would lie about their strength and give false information. An hour later, everyone had recorded their information. They were waiting for the 10 godly generals to hand over the information to Nyopatin. Nyopatin cupped his hands towards the fire pavilion and said in a clear voice, "Sir, I have calculated everything." A faint voice was heard. Then, a tall man in a black robe walked out of the fire pavilion. He took the book from Nyopatin and quickly flipped through it. After a while, he raised his head and glanced at the crowd. He said coldly, "Are you sure that your information is correct? If it is false and you are found out, you can't blame others for your deaths. I will give you another chance now. If it is false, you can still change it now. Otherwise, humph." The last humph of the black-robed man was like a sharp knife that pierced into the hearts of the crowd. At this moment, everyone felt that if they gave false information, they would definitely die. "Sir, I'm guilty. Please don't kill me. I have lied about my age." My real age is 630 years old. Sir, I am wrong. I have also lied about my age. The black-clothed man let out a cold snort. Immediately, more than 10 people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The moment Yi Qinghan heard the cold snort, a thought popped into his mind automatically. If he lied, he would definitely be killed. There seemed to be a voice in his heart that kept bewitching him to tell the truth, or else he would be killed immediately. Sir, I have sinned. I lied. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to blurt out the truth, Elder Lu's voice rang in his mind, jolting him back to his senses. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He quickly corrected himself and said, I lied about my age too. I lied by 10 years. At least you know what's good for you. The black-clothed man nodded and threw the booklet to Niu Patian, indicating for him to revise it. He then stood quietly at the side. What a strange sound. Yi Qinghan had an ashamed expression on his face, but in his heart, monstrous waves were surging. This black-robed man was too terrifying. He could actually bewitch the thoughts of others and affect their souls. What kind of divine ability was this? If Elder Lu had not sent him a voice transmission just now, he would have spilled the beans. Your information will be reported to the higher-ups. I will pass on the news. After Niu Patian revised the booklet, the black-clothed man scanned it again with satisfaction. He turned and walked towards the fire pavilion. When he reached the door, he suddenly thought of something. He turned to the crowd and said casually, There is one more thing. A descendant of an important person in my tribe was lost in a material plane. He went to look for him, but he has already ascended to the divine realm. If you see this plane, those who have ascended within 100 years can report to the War God Pavilion and receive a reward of 1 million God stones. Oh yes, this plane is called the Fire Dragon Plane. Remember it, This N and the from before had the same kind of invisible magic that automatically made everyone remember these words in their minds. Everyone responded in unison. Only then did the black-clothed man leave through the teleportation portal in the courtyard of the Fire Pavilion. The Fire Dragon Plane. When Yi Qinghan heard these 4 words, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed fiercely. He suppressed his emotions and waited for Niu Patian's token to disperse. Then he walked back to his pavilion as if nothing had happened. When he returned to the small pavilion, Yi Qinghan did not immediately send a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Instead, he released his god territory and continued to sit cross-legged. He pretended to cultivate, but in his mind, he was thinking quickly. An hour later, he sent a telepathic message to Elder Lu and told him everything that had happened. This is troublesome. After listening, Elder Lu thought for a moment and said seriously, someone has set their eyes on this divine sword. I guess it is most likely the Golden Horn tribe or some important person who has received the news. That person just now is an expert who specializes in souls. Fortunately, your soul is good and you sent a voice transmission to me in advance. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Will the Fire Dragon continent be in danger? Elder Lu, what should we do now? Yi Qinghan was anxious and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. As long as our Lord is here, nobody will dare to go to the Fire Dragon Plane. Our Lord is far more powerful than you can imagine. Elder Lu humphed coldly and continued to send a voice transmission. Us? The only way now is to quickly cultivate your divine power and earn enough points to get the badge of the divinity realm. Then, you will be teleported out of this place. Leave the misty continent and go to another continent or the star sea. When you are powerful enough, or when you have earned enough divine stones, come back to the Misty Monarch's Hall and buy the Fire Dragon Plane. I know. Elder Lu, I am going to cultivate in seclusion now. I think I will reach the 2nd level of the divine power in half a month. Yi Qinghan answered directly and stopped the voice transmission with Elder Lu. He started to cultivate. He had an inexplicable sense of danger. The longer he stayed in this place, or in the Misty Continent, the more danger he would be in. He felt as if there was an invisible net that was starting to spread all over the Misty Continent to kill him. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan woke up. In less than 3 months, because of the Dragon Rider divine oil and the rich divine qi of the divinity realm, he successfully cultivated his divine power to the 2nd level. He had successfully cultivated his divine power to the second level. After resting for half a day, he awakened Blackie. Yi Qinghan walked out of the building and headed out of the valley. The news that Yi Qinghan had left the valley didn't go unnoticed. The moment Yi Qinghan left the valley, 3 figures flew out of the building and followed Yi Qinghan out of the valley. Someone is following you. Elder Lu's soul was already at the peak of the heavenly god realm, so he easily found them with his divine mind. Yi Qinghan smiled and didn't say anything. He had already noticed the 3 people hiding behind him. He didn't pay much attention to them and flew to the dense forest on the left. As soon as he entered the forest, he suddenly sped up and disappeared from the 3 people's sight. Blah. I'm finally out of seclusion. Half a day after Yi Qinghan left, a sweet female voice rang out in the firework tribe. This voice roared unscrupulously in the tribe and woke everyone up. However, when they heard this sweet voice, it was as if they had heard the call of a devil. Everyone's face darkened. Congratulations on breaking through to the divine general realm, miss. When Neopodian and the 10 divine generals heard this voice, they all flew out from different rooms in the firework pavilion. They were ecstatic and actually knelt down on one knee in the garden. The door of a room in the fire pavilion was pushed open, and a young girl wearing a pink skirt walked out. The young girl was not very big and looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. She had a petite and exquisite figure, and on her head were 2 small pink demon horns. Her oval face was like a jade carving, exquisite to the extreme, especially her 2 big black eyes, which were watery. At first glance, one could tell that she was an adorable little Lolita that could kill people with her cuteness. The little girl blinked her big eyes and flashed a cute smile at them. Then she flew into the air and shouted, "Damn it, I've been in seclusion for 3 years. I'm bored to death. Uncle Padian, you guard the tribe. The rest of the tribe will follow me to hunt for demonic beasts." Chapter 490. Miss, it hasn't been peaceful around the tribe recently. If you must go out, I will go with you. Neopodian and the 10 godly generals immediately flew out of the firework pavilion with a bitter expression. Neopodian shouted urgently, "Padian, uncle, Firework listened to you and went into seclusion for 3 years. I even broke through to the godly general realm. Now you won't let me have fun." When the pink-robed little Loli heard Neopotion's words, her face suddenly became extremely aggrieved. Her 2 big eyes became misty. Her expression seemed to touch the only softness in a stone-hearted person's heart, and he couldn't bear to reject her request. Neopodian sighed. He wanted to continue persuading her, but the little girl's expression suddenly changed. Her cute little mouth was raised high, and a vicious expression appeared in her eyes. She said hatefully, "Uncle, fireworks are much faster than you. Besides, Firework has a teleportation talisman and don't worry. Uncle, if you keep nagging, Firework is going to discharge." The words that Neopodian was about to say were immediately blocked. Seeing the 2 demon horns on the little girl's head glittering, his expression changed greatly. He directly turned around and flew back to the fire pavilion. At the same time, he waved his hand and said decisively, "The 10 immortal generals will accompany Miss out. If Miss loses even half a hair, you will all come to see me with your heads." Sir. The 10 godly generals' faces were as red as pig's liver as they answered in a mournful tone. Then, they flew behind the little Lolita and lined up. "Hee, Uncle loves Firework the most." The little Loli smiled at Neopodian, but in the blink of an eye, her face turned cold again. The speed at which she changed her expression could be said to be faster than a prostitute taking off her clothes. She glanced at the pavilion below and snorted, "You guys are still not moving? Do you want me to invite you one by one? I will count to 3. Swish. Before Lolita could start counting, there were countless sounds of people flying out of the sky. All of them had the same expression, bitter. Swish. The newcomers in the tribe didn't understand why everyone was so afraid of this little girl. However, seeing that Neopodian and the 10 godly generals were so obedient and the elders in the tribe heard her words, they immediately flew up into the sky. He also ascended into the sky and looked at the crowd and the little Loli in confusion. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the people he was familiar with. Don't talk and just follow. Otherwise, you can't blame anyone else if you die. Her name is Niu Huohua. This is the Huohua tribe. Don't provoke her, or the consequences will be dire. The elders in the tribe seemed to be very afraid of the little lowly. They did not explain much, but they would occasionally reveal bits of information that made the hearts of the rookies skip a beat. They immediately did not dare to transmit their voices. Judging from your expressions, it seems that you don't welcome me coming out of seclusion? Or do you not like me? The little lowly scanned with her divine sense and nodded in satisfaction when she found that no one was around. Then, she looked at everyone's faces and narrowed her eyes. She raised her pretty face and said with a surprised expression, "How could it be? Miss Firework has come out of seclusion. We are so happy. Congratulations to Miss Firework for advancing to the divine general realm. Such a cultivation at such a young age is rare in the immortal realm." Nonsense, Miss Firework is definitely the #1 genius girl in the Misty Continent. No, the #1 genius in the immortal world. As soon as the little lowly's words fell, countless people's expressions changed greatly. They all smiled happily, their faces were full of joy, and their words were full of joy. It seemed that their father had just died, but in the blink of an eye, he had come back to life. Moreover, his waist was no longer sore, his legs no longer hurt, and he could run and jump. This time, I'm going to the Sunset Lake to kill the fish monsters. Let's go. Whoever dares to fall behind, be careful of my anger. The little lowly smiled with satisfaction and took the lead to fly out of the valley. The 10 divine generals hurriedly followed. Countless people in the tribe heaved a sigh of relief and followed. The others looked at each other and followed the big group out of the valley with puzzlement. This first-grade demonic beast is too weak. It's not challenging and the points are low. I'm not going to kill it. In the forest 100 miles away from the valley, Yi Qinghan took out the inner core of a scorpion-like demonic beast and threw it into his spatial ring. He didn't even bother to collect the other materials and leaped forward. A first-grade demonic beast only had the strength of a first-grade celestial god, and it only knew material attacks. Its speed and defense were not bad, but Yi Qinghan had the shadow step and spatial wave detection, so the demonic beast couldn't attack his body at all. Yi Qinghan didn't even need to use his body fusion combat skill. Basically, the demonic beast was killed after a few slashes from his saber. His divine sense swept through the surrounding forest like a cool breeze. Yi Qinghan could easily detect the situation in the surroundings. It was easy to distinguish the level of low-grade demonic beasts. It was all based on their size. Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't stop for long when he detected that there were only first-grade demonic beasts in the surroundings. He directly rushed forward. A group of rat-like demonic beasts in front of him attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. From their size, it was a group of second-grade demonic beasts. Although they looked like rats, they were actually bigger than wolves. Their fur was green, and they hid in the lush grass. If one didn't use their divine sense, it would be hard to discover them with the naked eye. 4 second-grade demonic beasts, green-skinned rats? I will start with you guys. The skilled were bold. Yi Qinghan lightly leaped forward, but his divine sense was firmly locked onto the 4 green-skinned rats. He circulated his divine force to the maximum, but he didn't release any saber waves with the slaughter god blade. Chi! As soon as he stepped into the underbrush, the green-skinned rats reacted. They squirmed around in the underbrush for a while, and then, from several directions, they actually spat out balls of green smoke towards Yi Qinghan's location, enveloping the surrounding space. At the same time, they opened their sharp mouths, revealing rows of sharp green teeth, and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Absolute domain, soul confusion. This was the first time Yi Qinghan was facing a group of second-grade demonic beasts, and he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated his absolute domain, and the rolling black smoke enveloped him. At the same time, a purple radiance lit up within the black smoke, and he used the soul confusion on the 4 demonic beasts. Suddenly, the speed of the 4 demonic beasts suddenly slowed down. They could only rely on the momentum of their inertia to charge towards Yi Qinghan. Moreover, Their two glossy green eyes were slightly blurred. It was as if they had been struck by soul confusion. Night Emperor's 7 styles, chasing wind and chasing moon. Within the rolling black smoke, 4 arc-shaped saber lights slashed towards the heads of the 4 demonic beasts. Bang! A few dull sounds of collision could be heard, and green liquid sprayed out from the air. The 4 demonic beasts were directly sent flying. Chi-chi! The 4 green-skinned rats might have been sent flying, but they were only injured. The green light in their eyes became even brighter, and they spat out countless balls of green smoke again, pouncing towards Yi Qinghan. They are only lightly injured? Second-grade demonic beast defense is indeed abnormal. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked, but seeing that the 4 demonic beasts were already injured, and their speed had slowed down a bit, and the green smoke was also blocked outside of his domain, his heart calmed down. He didn't use the soul confusion again, and instead activated his god domain, slowing down the speed of the 4 demonic beasts. Then he stood there quietly, waiting for the 4 demonic beasts to pounce on him. He wanted to see if his absolute domain could withstand the attacks of the demonic beasts. Chapter 491. Elder Lu, what's going on? However, what happened after the 4 demonic beasts charged over shocked Yi Qinghan. When the 4 demonic beasts charged into the absolute domain, the black fog started to churn and push the 4 demonic beasts out. The demonic beasts continued to charge into the absolute domain, but in the next second, they were pushed out again. Although Elder Lu did not appear, his divine sense was still spread out. He was very clear about Yi Qinghan's situation and explained, "I'm not very clear about the specifics, but I heard that energy attacks will be absorbed and swallowed in the absolute domain. Material attacks will be automatically blocked, and only material attacks that are stronger than yours will be able to break it. However, it seems like soul attacks cannot be blocked. Little Hanya, absolute domain is very strong. I'm very envious of you. A mid-grade profound mystery that is formed by combining 3 profound mysteries is indeed very powerful." This feels good. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. With the absolute domain, he could completely ignore the attacks of Class 2 demonic beasts. This way, he could easily kill a large number of demonic beasts and obtain a large number of points and godstones. Shua. Looking at the 4 green-skinned mice in front of him, Yi Qinghan could not be bothered to spit out the saber ray. He circulated his divine power, waved the slaughter god blade, and slashed at the green-skinned mouse on his left. What made Yi Qinghan dumbfounded was that the slaughter god blade cut through the green-skinned mouse's head as easily as cutting through a piece of cloth. Then, the green-skinned mouse was sliced in half from the middle. A faint black light was emitted from the blade, but it only lasted for a moment. It can't be? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in disbelief as he slashed at the second green-skinned mouse. Similarly, the green-skinned mouse was sliced in half as if it was tofu. The ground was filled with green liquid and the green-skinned mouse's internal organs. What the hell? Yi Qinghan did not believe it and slashed at the third green-skinned mouse. However, the result was the same. After a moment of silence, he spat out the slaughter god blade and slashed at the 4th green-skinned mouse. Bang! This green-skinned rat was sent flying. Although it was injured again, it wasn't like before, where it was only split open. Elder Lu, what's going on? The slaughter god blade had actually become so sharp? I remember that although the slaughter god blade was very sharp in the continent, it wasn't as sharp as this. How could it be so much sharper than saber light? Also, the slaughter god saber did not have any divine light in the past. Why is it glowing now? Yi Qinghan was very surprised as he looked at the slaughter god blade that was emitting a faint black light. He had studied this blade for a long time in the Fire Dragon continent, but he didn't discover anything extraordinary about it. Now that he was hunting demonic beasts, it suddenly mutated? I'm not sure either. This saber is very strange. Back then, my master obtained it by accident. As a refiner supreme, he couldn't tell its grade. But at that time, my master was suddenly in trouble and didn't have time to study it. It must be a rare treasure. Now it seemed that it was indeed strange. Just this sharpness alone is comparable to a mid-grade divine artifact, Elder Lu sighed. Let me take a look. Yi Qinghan injected his divine senses into the saber and sensed it carefully. However, he realized that the saber was the same as before. There was nothing special about it, and it was empty. There was no saber soul or anything like that. Elder Lu had told him before that divine artifacts all had artifact souls. The quality of a divine artifact depended on the material of the divine artifact and the artifact soul sealed within it. The artifact soul was the demonic beast's soul sealed within the divine artifact. The higher the grade of the divine artifact, the stronger the artifact soul. The material of the Slaughter God blade was very special, and even the Soul Emperor had never seen it before. However, there was no artifact soul within it. That was why the Soul Emperor said that he couldn't determine the grade of this saber. There's nothing special about it? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and saw the heavily injured green-skinned rat charging towards him again. With a wave of the Slaughter God blade, the green-skinned rat was split in half. He then continued to study the Slaughter God blade. Something's not right. At this moment, Yi Qinghan discovered a strange phenomenon. When the Slaughter God blade killed the green-skinned rat, there was a flash of black light. Yi Qinghan's divine senses could clearly sense a green stream of air entering the blade from the edge of the Slaughter God blade. After that, it disappeared into the blade. What is this stream of air? It's the soul of a demonic beast. Why would the Slaughter God blade automatically absorb the soul of a demonic beast? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and couldn't think of a reason. He hurriedly collected the demonic beast materials on the ground and threw them into the large interspatial ring that he had bought from the old man in the Battle God Pavilion. After that, he excitedly leaped forward. 2 poisonous mantises? 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan finally discovered the 2 poisonous mantises that were being attacked by the demonic beast wave. Of course, he didn't stand on ceremony. He directly floated over and used his body fusion battle technique to slash at the 2 poisonous mantises that were stunned. As expected, the Slaughter God blade once again emitted a faint black light. Under Yi Qinghan's divine senses, the Slaughter God blade absorbed the soul of the poisonous mantises again. After the other poisonous mantises were killed, the same thing happened. Elder Lu, the Slaughter God blade can actually absorb the soul of demonic beasts. Yi Qinghan confirmed the situation and hurriedly asked Elder Lu. After Elder Lu used his divine senses to check on the Slaughter God blade, he said with a puzzled expression, "Master might be a supreme blacksmith, but I don't know anything about blacksmithing. I have never heard of such a situation before. Why don't you kill more demonic beasts and see if the Slaughter God blade will mutate after it absorbs more souls?" Alright. A trace of excitement appeared in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Although the Carefree Pavilion had a high-grade god sword, he couldn't use it. Although the Slaughter God blade was very convenient to use, it wasn't as powerful as a high-grade god sword. If the Slaughter God blade could mutate, his strength would increase by a lot. The quality of a divine weapon was very important for a martial artist's overall strength. For example, that high-grade god sword could increase one's god power by 5 times, but the Slaughter God blade could only increase it by 2 times. Extending his divine senses, Yi Qinghan started to wander around the vicinity, looking for demonic beasts to kill. One day later, his target was a pack of blood wolves. Although there were more than 10 blood wolves, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. He was like an old bachelor who had entered a brothel as he anxiously pounced forward. He activated his absolute domain and released his spiritual soul confusion. The Slaughter God blade slashed wildly. To him, these second-class demonic beasts were like points and divine stones. Every time the Slaughter God blade killed a demonic beast, its soul would be absorbed. It was very strange. Killing demonic beasts like this is easy. I don't need to use my god power or soul. At the start, Yi Qinghan used his body fusion technique. However, he soon realized that the blood wolf was unable to enter his absolute domain. Hence, he decided not to use his spiritual soul confusion anymore. Instead, he raised the Slaughter God blade and slashed at the blood wolf like he was chopping a watermelon. 1 hour later, all the blood wolves were killed. Seeing that he had obtained more than 1,000 points, he felt very comfortable. At this rate, If he killed enough demonic beasts, he would be able to earn 1,000,000 points in a few years. Then, he would obtain the Divine World Badge and leave the Firework Tribe to explore the Divine World. Little Han, don't just stand there. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. There's movement on the right. Elder Lu's voice woke Yi Qinghan from his fantasies. He hurriedly gathered all the materials and cores on the ground and quietly moved to the right. Yi Qinghan quickly moved through the dense grass. However, halfway through, he was forced to turn around and run to the side. This was because he sensed a group of people chasing a demonic beast in front of him. This demonic beast was running towards him at high speed. He could smell a strange fragrance from afar. Bad luck. It's actually Shou Kuang and the others. There are so many of them. Why are they chasing a second-class demonic beast? Yi Qinghan used his divine sense and clearly sensed Shou Kuang's domineering aura. He hurriedly retracted his divine sense and dodged to the side. Shou Kuang had a few hundred people with him. He just wanted to get rich quietly and didn't want to cause any trouble. At the same time, he was puzzled. Although there weren't many second-class demonic beasts in this forest, they weren't rare either. Why were they chasing after it so closely? Moreover, this demonic beast was actually escaping? In the past, the demonic beasts he encountered would pounce on humans. Chapter 492. As he dodged Shou Kuang's group, he quickly scanned the demonic beast with his divine sense. Yi Qinghan instantly understood. It turned out that this was a very rare species among second-class demonic beasts. The glorious fragrance beast had a strange fragrance and a sachet in its lower abdomen. Just the sachet alone was worth 10,000 divine stones. One glorious fragrance beast was worth 100 second-class demonic beasts. No wonder Shou Kuang and the rest were chasing after it. But it seemed that this glorious fragrance beast's speed was even slightly faster than the peak heavenly god Shou Kuang. Shou Kuang's group clearly noticed someone approaching, but they immediately dodged to the side. They didn't mind and continued to chase after the glorious fragrance beast. Although Yi Qinghan had the shadow step, which allowed him to move very quickly in a small area, his speed in a straight line was not fast, only comparable to a second-tier heavenly god. He was not in the mood to chase after the glorious fragrance beast. 10,000 points was better than killing 100 ordinary second-class demonic beasts. He continued forward, looking for a target. Along the way, he rarely encountered demonic beasts. Instead, he saw the troops of Cleopatra and the Golden Dragon. However, with old Lu's peak heavenly deity stage soul detection, Yi Qinghan would retreat from the side the moment he encountered him, not giving him a chance to get entangled. Why are there fewer and fewer demonic beasts? If this goes on, when will I be able to accumulate 1,000,000 points? After wandering in the huge forest for more than 10 days, he had killed close to 100 demonic beasts. At first, he would occasionally encounter a few second-class demonic beasts a day, but now he hadn't seen a single demonic beast in 2 days. Actually, Yi Qinghan didn't know that after every beast tide, there were the most demonic beasts. A month after the beast tide, the tribe's outskirts started to stabilize. Most of the people would come out to hunt demonic beasts. Now that a few months had passed, most of them were hunted down. Of course, there were only a few demonic beasts left. Demonic beasts are coming? Yi Qinghan was resting on the trunk of a large tree when he suddenly smelled a cloying fragrance. Then, he felt a strange movement on the right side of the tree. He hurriedly swept his divine sense over and laughed. It's actually that glorious fragrance beast. Shou Kuang and that bunch of trash haven't killed it yet. I won't stand on ceremony. Since the points were delivered to his doorstep, it would be a waste not to take them. Yi Qinghan stopped circulating his divine power and retracted his aura. He then lay on the tree trunk and stared at the forest on his right. Xiu! A demon beast with a deer's body, a fox's mouth, and a curved horn on its head rushed out of the jungle in a panic. It moved like lightning, rushing towards Yi Qinghan. When he was more than 10 meters away from Yi Qinghan, he seemed to have noticed something. He abruptly changed direction and dashed in the other direction. It's too late. The godly power in Yi Qinghan's body surged as he shot out from the tree like a leopard. While he was in mid-air, his body lit up with a bewitching purple light, enveloping the demonic beast that was fleeing in panic. After that, the slaughter god blade slashed down on the brilliant fragrance beast's neck. This demonic beast's defense is so strong? The slaughter god saber is so sharp, but it didn't kill it instantly? Yi Qinghan looked doubtfully at the struggling brilliant fragrance beast that had been smashed onto the ground. Although its neck was bleeding profusely, it was only halfway in. He didn't have time to sigh. Another purple light lit up and knocked the brilliant fragrance beast unconscious. Then he slashed down heavily on the same wound. Boom! This time, the demonic beast was completely killed. A fox-like head rolled on the ground. Yi Qinghan hurriedly raised the slaughter god blade and prepared to collect the brilliant fragrance beast's sachet. This was a good thing. He would be able to obtain more than 10,000 points. Little Han, quickly store this demonic beast into your spatial ring. There are people coming from the left and right. Elder Lu suddenly transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was startled. She hurriedly wiped her hand and stored the entire radiant beast and its head into the large spatial ring. She also casually sent out a palm strike to disperse the bloodstains on the ground. Only then did he extend his divine sense and sweep his surroundings. However, after a single sweep, his expression became slightly bitter. There were actually 3 groups of people rushing in his direction. Brilliant Empress and Shou Kuang led a few hundred people, while Yi Yaorao led a few dozen people. They were all rushing in his direction. After a short while, countless divine senses locked onto Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan knew that his speed definitely couldn't compare to peak stage heaven god cultivators, so he simply stopped running. He stood quietly on the spot, waiting for the others. However, he was very puzzled. Why would all these people come at the same time? Even if this brilliant fragrance beast was worth more than 10,000 points, there was no need for all 3 groups to chase after it at the same time, right? Hee, it's actually you, little brother? Where's that brilliant fragrance beast? Quickly hand it over to Big Sister. Big Sister will help you deal with Shou Kuang and that demonic woman. Later, we'll split the points and god stones equally. Brilliant Empress hadn't arrived yet, but she had already transmitted her voiceover. The brilliant fragrance beast had suddenly disappeared, and there were bloodstains on the ground. Although she didn't know how Yi Qinghan was able to kill the brilliant fragrance beast in such a short time, she still probed. F***C, where's the brilliant fragrance beast? Brat, were you the one who killed it? Hurry up and hand it over, or I'll get someone to gang rape you. Shou Kuang's speed was the fastest. He shot over like a gust of wind, but his divine senses were constantly scanning the surroundings. Finally, he glared at Yi Qinghan and cursed. Swish! People continuously rushed over from all directions, finally surrounding Yi Qinghan. What brilliant fragrance beast! Are you talking about a demonic beast that looks like a deer but has the head of a fox? That demonic beast was killed. The corpse was taken away as well. Yi Qinghan blinked and looked innocently at Shou Kuang and Brilliant Empress. Finally, he glanced at Yaorao, who was standing coldly on his right. Yi Qinghan spread his hands and spoke with some fear. Killed by someone? T. Where is he? Why didn't we see him? Do you take us for fools? My lord, this brat is obviously trying to fool us. Chop him up. Shou Kuang didn't say anything, but a round face appeared behind him and spoke with a sneer. Smiling Tiger? Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at Smiling Tiger. He secretly decided that he would definitely kill him if he had the chance. Then he looked around and cupped his fists. My lords, I really didn't lie to you. Just now, that demonic beast suddenly appeared and gave me a fright. I was just about to run away when a black-robed man suddenly appeared and killed the demonic beast in one move. Then he flew away. I didn't even know what happened before you came. That's how it is. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I do. Yi Qinghan spouted a bunch of nonsense. He decided that he would try to bluff if he could. If he really couldn't, he would just have to fight. This person is only a second-tier sky god. He definitely couldn't have killed the brilliant fragrance beast in one move. I believe him. Yi Qinghan's words stunned everyone. After all, the brilliant fragrance beast's speed and defense were too strong. Even if it didn't run, a peak sky god would take a long time to kill it. Everyone thought for a moment. The first to speak was actually the ice beauty, Yiarao. Little brother, you really didn't kill it? Cleverly Empress was wearing a skin-tight leather skirt. Her lower body was extremely short, barely reaching her cleavage. Her two shining white thighs dazzled everyone's eyes. She smiled and transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan again. Yi Qinghan didn't expect that his nonsense would make everyone believe him. Thinking that it was better to avoid trouble, he hurriedly transmitted his voice back. I really didn't kill it. Big sister, even if I wanted to kill it, I would need to have the strength to do so. Damn it. What bad luck. I've worked for half a month for nothing. 100,000 god stones gone to waste. Second brother, bring some people over there to investigate. Shou Kuang flipped his brown curly hair. His expression was extremely gloomy and furious. He then turned his head and glanced coldly at Yi Qinghan. He waved his hand at someone beside him and said, Third brother, go and chop this brat up for me. Damn it, he's a jinx. 100,000 god stones? Yi Qinghan was startled when he heard this. Then he heard Shou Kuang's cold words and saw a person behind Shou Kuang, carrying a huge axe and walking towards him with a sinister smile. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and his body suddenly felt a chill. Shou Kuang didn't care about human lives at all, wanting to kill people so casually. No matter how good-tempered Yi Qinghan was, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Chapter 493. Wait! Just as Yi Qinghan was about to attack helplessly, a cold voice rang out. Yi Qinghan turned his head in surprise and saw that it was Yi Yaorao, who had been about to leave. Shou Kuang, aren't you harming the heavens by killing indiscriminately like this? Aren't you afraid that the Divine Emperor will punish you if you do too many bad things? HM? Shou Kuang raised his hand, indicating for that person to wait. There were not many cultivators in the tribe that he feared, and Yi Yaorao was one of them. Otherwise, he would have attacked her long ago, considering how she had humiliated him so many times in public. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Yaorao. Instead of getting angry, he asked in surprise, Yi Yaorao, is this person related to you? Yi Yaorao's answer was very straightforward. She then left with a few words and turned to leave. I just can't stand you killing people in front of me. I'm just giving you a piece of advice. If you really want to kill, wait until I'm gone. F***CK. When Yi Qinghan heard Yi Yaorao speak up, he thought that she would help him. His heart warmed slightly, and he thought that there were still good people in the immortal realm. He didn't expect that she would leave just like that after saying a few words. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of Shou Kuang's people. It was just that the red-robed emissary from Dancing Phoenix City made him a little wary. He didn't want to expose his strength and attract everyone's attention. Seeing Yi Qinghan leave, Cleopatra also smiled charmingly. She twisted her plump buttocks and led her people away. She didn't even look at Yi Qinghan. This woman is indeed unreliable. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly, but his eyes kept flickering as he thought about how to solve this problem in a low-key manner. Divine Emperor? If Divine Emperor Supremes really existed, there wouldn't be so many deaths in the immortal realm. Shou Kuang snorted, then locked his gaze on Yi Qinghan. He said coldly, Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me or die? As expected, Yi Qinghan knew very well that Shou Kuang bore a grudge against him for rejecting his attempts to rope him in, causing him to lose face. Shou Kuang bore a grudge in his heart, and today he took the opportunity to take revenge. Since it was unavoidable, then let the battle begin. Unsheathing the slaughter god blade from his back, Yi Qinghan smiled and said, I am used to being a human and do not like to be a dog. With that, Yi Qinghan circulated his divine power at full force and began to slowly retreat. Third bro, take him down and seal his divine power. Today, I want his anal region to bleed. The corners of Shou Kuang's mouth curled into a cruel smile. He lifted a hairy hand and stroked his chest muscles, which were covered in golden hair. However, his eyes shone with a lustful light. As for the people behind him, they all grinned hideously. They seemed to be very used to it and were also very much looking forward to it. Beast Frenzy unleashed his bestial nature and performed a reality show in front of everyone. The cultivator addressed as Third Bro had a small tuft of black hair at the front of his head. He was very short, but his limbs were thick and muscular. He had a stocky build, and he held a huge mountain-splitting axe in his hand. The axe shone with a divine light, and it was clearly a divine weapon. When he heard Shou Kuang's words, he kept his axe and raised his 2 fists, which were as big as clay pots. His fists glowed with a fiery red light as he leaped high into the air and pounced over like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. With one punch, dozens of fist shadows appeared, sealing off every possible escape route that Yi Qinghan could take. Even the surrounding space trembled slightly. Fire elemental laws? This might is probably at the 3rd level of the heavenly god realm. When Yi Qinghan heard Shou Kuang's words and saw that this short cultivator had actually kept his weapon, he rejoiced. He rolled his eyes, and a plan formed in his mind. Xiao Chen's feet slipped, and he executed Shadow Step. However, his body released spatial fluctuations to sense this person's attack. With the detection of the fluctuations in the air, Yi Qinghan was able to easily determine the true angle of this cultivator's attack. He quickly used a few strange footwork techniques and his body continued to float backwards. Bang! The short and plump cultivator's punch missed. Instead, it smashed into a huge tree at the side. The huge tree gave off a dull thud, but it only shook slightly. After that, nothing happened. Only when the short and plump cultivator stomped on the ground and continued chasing after Yi Qinghan did the huge tree suddenly collapse silently. Then, it started to give off thick, surging smoke. Damn! So ferocious! Yi Qinghan glanced around and discovered that the heart of the huge tree, which was several meters wide, had actually been burned to a vacuum. The insides were all charred black. If this punch had landed on Xiao Chen, his internal organs, meridians, and bones would have all been burned to a crisp. This punch did not seem very powerful, but it was actually so terrifying. A 3rd-layer celestial deity was indeed not to be trifled with. Fortunately, this cultivator clearly only wanted to injure Yi Qinghan internally so he could capture him alive and seal his divine power. Hence, he did not use any other mystical abilities. Yi Qinghan had the spatial fluctuation detection. Although it looked very dangerous every time, he managed to dodge this person's attack by a hair's breadth. One attacked, while the other dodged. Under Yi Qinghan's intentional guidance, the battle had already shifted, moving further and further away from Shou Kuang and the others. Third brother, use your ultimate move and kill him. There's no time to waste on him. Almost an hour had passed. Although Yi Qinghan looked like he was constantly getting hit and his figure was getting more and more wretched, he was still unharmed. Shou Kuang was also getting frustrated. Seeing that the 2 of them were still in a stalemate, he roared furiously. It's about time. A bright light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Now that they were so far away, no matter how strong Shou Kuang's spiritual sense was, he could probably only vaguely sense them. Xiao Chen watched as the short and fat cultivator took out the huge axe from his interspatial ring. He laughed coldly, and a piercing light shot into the short and fat cultivator's eyes. At the same time, he activated his absolute space, causing a black fog to envelop the surroundings. Then, Xiao Chen moved forward and swung the slaughter god's saber at the short and fat cultivator's head. Chi! The sound of a watermelon being split rang out. The slaughter god's saber flashed with a black light and actually absorbed the cultivator's soul. A red divine crystal floated out. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and quickly put away the divine crystal, the cultivator's interspatial ring, and the huge axe. Then he circulated his divine power and shot to the right. When the black fog dissipated, only 2 halves of a corpse were left on the ground, dripping with hot blood. But where did they go? Xiao Hu's spiritual sense had been locked onto the 2 of them. However, his spiritual sense was not very strong, so he could only sense a black fog. Then, he sensed that the 2 of them seemed to have disappeared. He could not help but blink. But a resounding slap sent Xiao Hu flying. A ferocious, black gleam shone in Shou Kuang's eyes, and a massive mace appeared in his hand out of thin air. He circulated his divine power and shot forward. At the same time, he bellowed, "Mother asterisk curs. Are you all pigs? What are you all standing there for? Old Third has been tricked by that brat. His interspatial ring contains half of the materials we need to hunt this time. Why aren't you chasing after him?" "What?" Out of the hundreds of people present, only a few peak heavenly gods reacted quickly and chased after them. The rest of the cultivators looked at each other in disbelief. Then, their eyes burned with rage. Like a bunch of wild beasts, they charged forward. Chapter 494. Elder Lu. What should I do? Should I start a fight and kill them all? Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Elder Lu when he sensed Shou Kuang's rage and killing intent behind him. You can't kill them. Neopodian will definitely be suspicious of the deaths of so many people in the tribe and will come to investigate. He will also report this to his superiors, and the Dancing Phoenix City will send people to investigate. It will be troublesome if they find out that you killed them. Moreover, do you have the confidence to fight against 4 peak stage heaven gods and so many experts? Although your absolute domain is very strong, it will still be broken if hundreds of people attack you at the same time. When that happens, you will definitely die. Elder Lu was also very anxious, but his divine sense continued to sweep in all directions. After Yi Qinghan left the tribe, Elder Lu continued to use his divine sense to help him scout the surroundings to prevent a situation like today's. He did not expect that it would still happen in the end. Damn it. If this goes on, they will catch up to me sooner or later. When that time comes, won't I die? Let's fight. I will kill Shou Kuang instantly. Let's see who else dares to make a move. Yi Qinghan felt very sullen in his heart. He clearly had great strength, but he couldn't kill people as he pleased. Instead, he had to be chased all over the mountain like a grandson. He made up his mind that if he was forced into a corner, he would just kill and think about it later. Wait a little longer. Elder Lu was also irritated. No matter what he did, it was not a foolproof plan. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan did not have the Immortal Realm badge. He could only stay in the firework tribe like a trapped cat. Without the badge, he would be killed immediately if he went to other cities. I got it. Little Han, quickly run to the left. There is a red thicket in front of you. Once you get close, activate the decision field and rush forward. Remember, don't fly, and don't attack any of the spiders in there. Quick. Elder Lu suddenly sensed something and happily transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan perked up and quickly used his divine sense to confirm his target. He gathered his divine power and began to run wildly. Brat, you are dead today. You killed my 3rd brother. If I don't tear you to shreds, I'm not a man. Although Shou Kuang was quite a distance away from Yi Qinghan at the start and was slightly taken aback by the death of that cultivator, as a peak heavenly god, he was much faster than Yi Qinghan. At that moment, he could already see Yi Qinghan's back. Shou Kuang shouted as he ran. Yi Qinghan glanced back and saw that Shou Kuang and the 3 peak-level heavenly gods were only 1,000 meters away from him. Behind them, hundreds of people were charging over while shouting wildly. Not daring to utter a single word, Zhang Xian continued to dash forward with all his might. A red tree. In front of him, a row of red trees could be seen. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and hurriedly activated his absolute domain. The black fog churned as he moved closer to the trees. Chi. All of a sudden, before Yi Qinghan could even get close to the tree, a soft sound came from within the tree. Then, every tree in the vicinity made a hissing sound at the same time. Under the astonished gazes of Yi Qinghan, Shou Kuang, and the other 2, countless large spiders suddenly emerged from the ground. These spiders were only about the size of a human head, but they had more than 10 legs. Their entire bodies were fiery red, and the most surprising thing was that these spiders actually had human-like facial features on their bodies. They looked like human faces, and their mouths were also filled with sharp teeth that exuded a sinister aura. Every spider's face was expressionless, but there was a cruel glint in their eyes. What is this? Damn it, brat, where do you think you're going? After hearing Elder Lu's explanation, Yi Qinghan did not think too much about it. He immediately activated his absolute domain and rushed forward. The black fog automatically repelled the red spiders. However, Shou Kuang and the other three stared blankly at the endless stream of red spiders. Then, they saw that Yi Qinghan was shrouded in a cloud of black fog and had already entered the red spiders. They hurriedly swung the mace in their hands and sent a few red spiders flying. Then, they leaped into the air and chased after Yi Qinghan. The three peak heavenly gods also followed Shou Kuang's example. They ignored the countless spiders on the ground and leaped into the air. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, something strange happened. The moment the four of them leaped into the air, the densely packed spiders on the ground lifted their bodies at the same time. Their human-like faces collectively faced the four of them. Then, strands of fiery red spider silk as thick as an arm shot out from the ground and locked onto the four of them. The sky was filled with spider silk, and the four of them became four human meat buns. Damn it, this spider silk is poisonous. It can corrode divine power. Shou Kuang roared furiously. His body released a black flame as he waved his mace and smashed it continuously. However, although he destroyed the spider silk quickly, the speed at which the red spiders on the ground were spitting silk was even faster. The four of them had just escaped the encirclement when they were once again enveloped by the spider silk. What kind of demon is this? Why can't we kill them all? The few hundred people behind Shou Kuang also joined the battle. However, they realized that although these demon beasts were not very strong and were only slightly stronger than level 1 demon beasts, they seemed to be unable to kill them all. However, it felt like there was no end to them. This demonic beast didn't even have a demonic beast core. Furthermore, they realized that, as they fought, they seemed to be completely surrounded. These trees are very strange. They are moving. After a while, they finally began to realize the problem. Unknowingly, they had already completely sunk into the red forest. There were red trees as far as the eye could see, and red spiders were everywhere. Go down. If we don't, we will exhaust our divine power and die sooner or later. What kind of monster are these spiders? How can they be so terrifying? Shou Kuang shouted angrily. After a while, he realized that the spider silk seemed to be endless. He used his divine sense to feel around and realized that the people below were not trapped by the spider silk. The four of them attacked the spider silk below and rushed to the ground at lightning speed. Indeed, the moment they landed on the ground, the red spiders stopped spitting silk. Instead, they swung their long, blade-like legs at the four of them. Break through the encirclement to the left. Shou Kuang's divine power shook, and the mace spat out a black wave of air. With a sweep, it immediately killed dozens of red spiders. Shou Kuang shouted and led the way to the left. He knew very well that although there were no casualties yet, if the stalemate continued, the few hundred people under him would definitely be drowned by the red spiders. There were too many spiders, and they were gushing out of the ground like a spring. He was afraid that his group of people would exhaust their divine power and die before they could kill all of them. Elder Lu, what kind of demon is this? Why isn't there any information about it in the records of the divine world? Yi Qinghan was also very surprised. He scanned the area with his divine sense and felt slightly relieved when he realized that Shou Kuang was not chasing after him. He sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Human-faced beast heart spider. It's a demon that has been extinct in the divine world for a long time. I didn't expect it to appear again. Looks like the firework tribe will not be able to survive this time. Elder Lu's tone was extremely grave and worried. He sighed deeply and sent another voice transmission. Shou Kuang and the few hundred people are finished. None of them will be able to escape. You must remember this. You must not kill a single spider. Otherwise, you will definitely die. What? Yi Qinghan's body trembled. Even his absolute domain almost collapsed. Shou Kuang and the others are finished? Even the firework tribe can't survive? What's going on? Are these little spiders so terrifying? Damn it. There's something strange about this tree. It actually formed a divine formation. What's going on? Shou Kuang and his men charged forward for a while, but they realized that they were still back where they started after killing for a long time. They couldn't get out of this red forest no matter what. They could not help but shout in fear. F***, Elder Lu, there's a divine formation in this forest? Yi Qinghan was also shocked. He understood why Elder Lu said that Shou Kuang and the others were finished. If they couldn't get out of this divine formation and couldn't fly, then Shou Kuang and the others would sooner or later exhaust their divine power and die. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission in fear. Elder Lu, does that mean we can't get out either? Chapter 495. Don't worry. When they are all dead, you can leave. Just stay here and don't move. Just don't move. Elder Lu said calmly, but there was a hint of doubt in his voice. Elder Lu, is this human-faced beast heart spider that powerful? You said that the firework tribe can't be saved? Yi Qinghan was slightly relieved, but at the same time he asked doubtfully. Of course it's powerful. This is the nemesis of low-level immortal realm warriors. Once someone below the Divine King realm enters the spider's body and attacks it, they will almost certainly die. Of course, if you are a powerful divine general, you still have a chance to escape. Elder Lu paused for a moment, then continued to explain. The reason why I am so familiar with this human-faced beast heart spider is because there is also a human-faced beast heart spider outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. However, that is a mutated human-faced beast heart spider, and it is much stronger than this one. The last time the human-faced beast heart spider appeared was several 100,000 years ago. Tens of thousands of human-faced beast heart spiders appeared on the Grace mainland and swept through several 100,000 tribes in a single day. In the end, a palace master-level expert of the Law of Earth arrived in time and prevented the tragedy from happening again. This human-faced beast heart spider wasn't strong, but an ordinary 6th grade war god couldn't kill it. It is extremely terrifying. What? Even a 6th grade war god cannot kill it? Also, Elder Lu, from what you said, this is actually a spider? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The immortal realm was indeed full of extraordinary things. How could a small tribe like the Firework tribe invite a 6th grade war god? It seemed like the tribe was definitely finished. This is a spider. The little spiders you see outside are called child spiders. They are all spawned by the mother spider. As long as the mother spider is alive, the child spiders will never be completely killed. The red trees you see are actually created by the mother spider's silk. They automatically form a divine formation, which no one can break, because it can automatically change. If you want to leave, there is only one way, and that is to fly out with great strength. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to leave without reaching the divine general realm. Then, Elder Lu, can't we find the mother spider and kill it? According to what you said, we can break out of the formation by killing the mother spider. Also, isn't there a great formation in the Firework tribe? Can it break the formation? Yi Qinghan continued to ask. The female spider hides underground, and its speed is comparable to that of a 6th grade war god. How could an ordinary expert kill it? Great Array? The human-faced beast heart arachnid was the bane of this kind of divine formation, because ordinary deity formations were completely ineffective against it. Not only were they ineffective against it, it loved to devour the formation core god steel of great formations. The Fireworks tribe is only this close to here, so the Fireworks tribe will definitely not be able to hold on. Elder Lu muttered to himself for a moment before raising another issue that he was worried about. These are all trivial matters. What I'm most worried about now is whether this human-faced beast heart spider is wild or domesticated. If it's domesticated, then it'll be troublesome. Most importantly, you haven't earned enough points. You can't get the Divine World Emblem. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and his pupils dilated slightly. He transmitted his voice in surprise. Oh? Domesticated? Elder Lu, are you saying that someone is targeting the Fireworks tribe? If this human-faced beast heart spider is domesticated, then someone is definitely targeting the Fireworks tribe. After all, it's impossible for a single human-faced beast heart spider to appear. Furthermore, the beast tide came early last time, and there was even a sky-shaking Qiongqi beast. Normally, a 4th grade demonic beast would definitely not appear in a beast tide. However, this is only my guess. Moreover, even if the tribe is destroyed, it's not a big deal. We'll see when the time comes. Elder Lu sighed deeply and stopped transmitting his voice. At this moment, Yi Qinghan recalled the last time the sky-shaking Qiongqi beast attacked. He clearly remembered that the emissary from Dancing Phoenix City had arrived late. It seemed like someone was targeting the fireworks tribe, but he didn't know why. What good would destroying the tribe do to them? A series of miserable shrieks startled Yi Qinghan out of his thoughts. He raised his head and saw that the weaker subordinates of Shou Kuang were being killed one after another. After all, even though this child spider wasn't strong, it was much stronger than a first-grade demonic beast. It kept pouncing over, and if he wasn't careful, he would inevitably be killed. After watching for a while, Yi Qinghan suddenly realized something unexpected. This child spider's attacks were poisonous as well. As long as a warrior was injured, his speed would visibly slow down. Recalling that Shou Kuang had said that the bead silk could corrode god power, Yi Qinghan concluded that the child spider's poison could also corrode god power. It seemed like people like Shou Kuang wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Damn it, what kind of damned spider is this? Why can't we kill them all? Everyone, don't kill the spiders. Attack the red trees. I don't believe that this array can't be broken. Shou Kuang's frantic roar traveled over. The anxiety in his voice was very obvious. Boom, boom. Patches of red trees fell. However, just like the child spider, it seemed like there was no end to these trees. While everyone was chopping down the trees, dozens of people were injured. Once they were injured, their god power would be depleted even more. Once their god power was depleted, they would be dismembered by the laughing spiders in all directions. Once the child spider passed by, the corpses on the ground would instantly become piles of white bones. Even the divine crystals would be devoured. Damn, divine crystals are so hard. How can they be devoured? Elder Lu, why don't we sneak over and steal the divine crystals? If we sell them, we can get a lot of divine stones. Yi Qinghan felt an itch in his heart as he watched from afar. These human-faced beast heart spiders were indeed beasts with a human face. They would not even leave a spatial ring behind when they passed by. They were like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing behind. You must not go over. The human-faced beast heart spiders are the most vengeful. If you are not careful and kill a child spider, the female spider will lock onto you. Even if you have an absolute domain, the female spider will still attack you and exhaust your god power to death. Elder Lu hurriedly advised cautiously. These human-faced beast heart spiders can even digest great array divine metal, let alone divine crystals. They rely on devouring these strange items to absorb a huge amount of energy to increase their strength. Damn it. So what if they devour divine crystals? They don't even let go of spatial rings. With so many people, there must be a lot of inner cores and materials inside. What a pity! Yi Qinghan shook his head helplessly. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt or pity for the cultivators who kept dying in front of him. There were no commoners in the divine realm, and there was no distinction between good and evil. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong were king. Since you chose to ascend to the divine realm and not live a comfortable life in a material plane, you had to be prepared to die at any time. In the divine realm, it was like walking against the current. You could only go against the current, and you had to be prepared to die at any time. Too terrifying. In just one day, hundreds of people have died. Even a powerful cultivator like Shou Kuang could not escape death. These human-faced beast heart spiders are too despicable. They don't even let go of divine weapons. When the 2 purple moons rose in the sky, the mangrove forest had become silent. There was nothing but hundreds of skeletons on the ground. The red spiders that covered the mountains had all burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never been there in the first place. Shou Kuang and the 3 peak heavenly gods also started to sustain injuries at sunset due to their insufficient god power. And the result of being injured was death. Chapter 496. Under Elder Lu's instructions, Yi Qinghan continued to stay where he was. After a few hours, the number of red trees in the vicinity began to decrease, and he could vaguely see the green forest in the distance. He carefully controlled his absolute domain and moved it outward. Phew! I've saved a life. Yi Qinghan exhaled deeply and withdrew his absolute domain. He then circulated his divine power and quickly ran into the distance. This place was too terrifying, and it was better to leave as soon as possible. Elder Lu also heaved a sigh of relief, but he immediately transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Little Han, return to the tribe immediately and report the situation of the human-faced beast heart spider. This spider has swallowed so many divine crystals, and it will probably take about a day to digest them. When that time comes, it will definitely attack the firework tribe. When Yi Qinghan heard Elder Lu's words, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly ran toward the firework tribe, not caring about recovering his divine power. He was now considered a member of the firework tribe, but he didn't have a divine grade badge. He could only follow the chief of the tribe, or he would be killed. Along the way, they encountered 1 or 2 second-grade demonic beasts, but Yi Qinghan didn't have the heart to kill them. He immediately used soul confusion and walked toward the tribe. After passing through the beast-trapping formation and entering the tribe, he found that the tribe was quiet, and not a single person could be seen. He didn't care too much and directly rushed to the firework pavilion. He then shouted, Yi Qinghan pays his respects to Divine General Patin. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Swish. A white figure floated out. It was Niu Patian, who had stayed behind to guard the tribe. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and said indifferently, What is it? My lord, I was hunting demonic beasts outside and discovered something strange. I didn't dare to be careless, so I immediately came back to report. I saw a mangrove forest 50 kilometers east of the tribe, and there were occasional screams coming from the mangrove forest. It seemed that many people had died, and I seemed to have heard the angry roar of Lord Shou Kuang. I am too weak to go over to investigate, so I came back to report. Oh? Mangrove forest? Tell me the specifics. Niu Patian furrowed his brows slightly, and his voice became slightly heavier. Yi Qinghan hurriedly recounted the general situation. Of course, he was not foolish enough to tell the truth, nor did he mention that the beast frenzy was chasing after him. He only described the mangrove forest in detail. Motherfucker! Before Yi Qinghan could finish his sentence, Niu Potion's face suddenly turned ashen. He cursed angrily as his body shot up into the sky and flew into the fire pavilion. A moment later, the defensive barrier above the firework tribe was activated, and a red beam of light shot into the sky from the barrier, dyeing the sky above the tribe blood red. You stay here. If anyone returns to the tribe, pass on my order. Everyone is to gather at the fire pavilion and wait for my return. Niu Patian hurriedly flew out again. He turned around and gave Yi Qinghan some instructions before flying out of the valley. As expected, Elder Lu's guess was right. As the chief of a tribe, Niu Patian must have heard of the tragedy that happened in the Divine Grace mainland hundreds of thousands of years ago. He recognized the human-faced bestial heart spider. Yi Qinghan was relieved. He sat cross-legged in front of the fire pavilion and recovered the divine power he had lost earlier. Half an hour later, people started to return from the valley. They all asked Yi Qinghan why he had issued an emergency summon. Yi Qinghan did not say much. He only said that it was Niu Potion's order. When Cleopatra and Yi Yaorao returned and saw Yi Qinghan sitting cross-legged outside the fire pavilion, they looked at him in surprise and confusion. In their minds, Yi Qingquang would definitely die for provoking beast frenzy. Now that beast frenzy had not returned and Yi Qinghan was sitting there peacefully, they began to speculate. Cleopatra even tried to sound him out using telepathy. However, Yi Qinghan was not in the mood to deal with her. He casually said a few words and stopped transmitting telepathy. Uncle Patian, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why did you randomly issue a summon? After a while, a sweet female voice came from outside the passage, startling Yi Qinghan. He looked over and saw a group of 1,000 people flying in from outside the passage. What made Yi Qinghan's jaw drop was that half of the 1,000 people had no hair on their bodies. Their heads were bald, and even their eyebrows and beards were gone. Moreover, their faces were scorched black, as if they had been scorched by fire. At the very front was a very cute girl wearing a pink robe. She had 2 small demon horns on her head, just like Niu Potion's. The girl's facial features were very exquisite, like a fairy that had walked out of the forest. Her skin was rosy and white, like a honey peach. At this moment, the girl was pouting and looking around. 10 divine champions were following behind her in a row. "Greetings, Miss Firework." When Cleopatra and the others saw this girl, their faces all tensed up and they respectfully saluted. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan quickly stood up and bowed as well. He understood that the miss that Neopodian and the 10 divine champions were talking about was probably this super cute girl. "Umph." The girl coldly snorted. She glanced at the warriors standing at the door of the firework pavilion, and the 2 small pink horns on her head suddenly lit up. Then, her 2 big watery eyes suddenly shot out 2 white rays of light, shooting at the warriors like lightning. Ah! The warriors were hit by the white light and their bodies stiffened and began to tremble. There was a faint flash of electricity on the surface of their bodies. Then their hair, eyebrows, and clothes suddenly began to emit green smoke, and their skin began to turn black. Finally, after trembling for a moment, they fell straight to the ground. "Damn, what is this? Law of thunder and lightning?" Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. He quickly followed the crowd and quietly dodged to the side. He also understood why almost half of the 1,000 people who had just returned had their hair and beards burned off. It seemed that this girl had electrocuted them. Seeing that everyone present was angry but did not dare to speak, Yi Qinghan finally understood why the firework tribe had 4 hegemons. Other than Shou Kuang, there was another hegemon, and it seemed to be this rude and unreasonable girl. However, this law of thunder and lightning was too strong. It was so fast, and the way it attacked was so strange that it was impossible to defend against it. Swish! At this time, there was a sound of something flying through the air outside the valley. Neopodian flew in with a gloomy expression. When he saw the warriors lying on the ground, his expression turned even worse. He scolded Neo Huahua. "Huahua, you are still making trouble. You are almost 15, why are you still so insensible?" "Dead, Shou Kuang and the hundreds of warriors are all dead. The firework tribe is finished. Everyone, go pack up and prepare to teleport to Dancing Phoenix City. The tribe is lost." Boo-hoo! When Neo Huahua saw that Neopodian was actually scolding her, her big watery eyes suddenly became misty, and tears were about to fall. However, when she heard Neo Potion's words and saw his incomparably gloomy expression, she was frightened. She stared at Neopodian with her big eyes and pouted her little mouth, not saying another word. "What? My lord? What happened?" As soon as Neo Potion's words fell, everyone's expression changed. Shou Kuang's team had 4 peak stage heavenly gods, but they were all wiped out? What happened? The 10 divine generals hurriedly rushed over and began to inquire about it. "Don't ask too much. Everyone, go and prepare. Teleport to Dancing Phoenix City with me in 2 hours. I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise, sigh." Neopodian shook his head with a complicated expression, turned around, and entered the firework pavilion. Everyone in the tribe looked at each other in dismay. They had not earned enough points and had not obtained the Divine World badge, so they could not travel to the Divine World alone. They could only follow Neopodian and go with the flow. 2 hours later, everyone gathered in the firework tribe. Neopodian took the lead and left through the teleportation formation in the front yard of the firework pavilion. Then, the 10 god generals divided the more than 2,000 people into 10 teams and began the teleportation. So many god generals. This Dancing Phoenix City is so majestic. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan found himself in an extremely large plaza. The people from the firework tribe who had just teleported over were all gathered at one side. Beside them were hundreds of god generals dressed in red armor and holding black spears. These god generals had cold expressions on their faces as they surrounded everyone and stared at them coldly. "What are you all standing there for? All of you, stand over there and wait for the city lord's arrangements." While everyone was still looking around, a god general at the side snorted coldly. A chill enveloped everyone, and they hurriedly flashed towards Neo Potion's side. Then, they stood there silently, waiting for the unknown arrangements. Bullsh**t. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. He hated this kind of situation where he could not control his own fate the most. The sudden change in the firework tribe had forced them to come to Dancing Phoenix City. He hoped that there would not be any complications. After a while, all the people in the tribe had teleported. More than 2,000 people stood in the plaza for half a day before a messenger finally arrived. The city lord has ordered that there are too many people in Dancing Phoenix City. We cannot accommodate so many people in the firework tribe. All of you are to teleport to the Valley of Vile Spirits. Only those who have completed the mission can live in Dancing Phoenix City. Valley of Vile Spirits? What kind of place was that? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, but Nyopatin and the 10 divine generals' faces suddenly turned pale, without a single trace of blood. Plop! All of them knelt on one knee and kowtowed to the messenger. Nyopatin said anxiously, "Sir, all of them will die if they go to the Valley of Vile Spirits. Please have mercy and spare their lives." The emissary looked at the crowd in disdain and sneered, "Are you mistaken? I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about all of you. Listen up, all of the firework tribe are to teleport to the Valley of Vile Spirits. Leave immediately." Indeed. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He instantly understood. Someone was targeting the firework tribe, and all the people in the tribe had been implicated. However, with so many experts present, it was not appropriate for him to send a telepathic message to Elder Lu. What kind of place was the Valley of Vile Spirits? Nyopatin actually said that all of them would die if they went there? Chapter 497. All of them? Nyopatin immediately understood. He exchanged glances with the 10 godly generals, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. An indescribable look flashed across Nyohua's eyes. Then she blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Nyopatin in confusion. "What are you waiting for? Everyone teleport away." The red-robed messenger looked coldly at the godly general beside the teleportation formation and shouted in a deep voice. The godly general quickly cupped his hands and waved the black spear in his hand at the crowd. He said coldly, "Everyone, enter the third teleportation formation." As soon as the godly general spoke, all the godly generals in the vicinity of the Dancing Phoenix City gathered their divine power and pointed their spears at the people of the firework tribe. It looked like they were going to attack at any moment. "Let's go!" Nyo Potion's lips curled into a bitter smile. He turned to the crowd and shouted. He knew very well that if they didn't leave, everyone would be killed mercilessly. No one dared to make a sound or resist. Everyone silently walked into the third teleportation formation. The huge teleportation formation lit up with a red light. The thousands of people on the teleportation formation disappeared from the Dancing Phoenix City. This is the Valley of Evil Spirits? It feels so desolate. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan felt as though he had arrived in ancient times. This was a desert, an extremely desolate and ancient desert. There were no trees, no grass, nothing at all. There was only an endless desert and yellow sand. The cold and gloomy wind blew unscrupulously. The sandstorm reduced everyone's visibility to only a kilometer. At this moment, everyone felt a chill that came from the bottom of their hearts. This feeling came inexplicably, but it was incomparably real. Swoosh! Countless air-piercing sounds could be heard. In the sandstorm, a group of people in black armor flew over. They all held black spears and were dressed exactly like the people of the Dancing Phoenix City. The people in black armor flew over quickly and stood in the air in front of everyone. The person at the front had a pair of dark red eyes. He glanced at the crowd coldly but didn't say much. He only said coldly, "Everyone, line up and move forward. Follow us, those who run away. Kill without mercy." This person's aura is so terrifying. He's at least a god king. Yi Qinghan glanced at the pair of dark red eyes and felt like he was looking at a bottomless abyss. His consciousness was involuntarily sucked in. He didn't dare to look anymore and lowered his head as he followed the crowd forward. The more they walked, the more apprehensive they became. The more they walked, the stronger the sandstorm became, and the lower their visibility became. They could only see a few hundred meters ahead. They were all god-rank martial artists, Yet they could only see a few hundred meters in this strange place. Moreover, when Yi Qinghan spread out his spiritual sense, he found that his spiritual sense was also suppressed. He could only sense a few hundred meters away. If a group of powerful enemies suddenly appeared, they wouldn't be able to escape. This was not important. What was important was that along the way, there were faintly discernible white bones in the yellow sand on the ground. How many people died here? There were skeletons everywhere. There were human skeletons, beast skeletons, and many skeletons that looked like both humans and beasts. White, black, and all sorts of strange shapes. It was as if this was the 9 hells of purgatory. Niu Patian was very quiet, and so were the 10 god generals. Even Yu Huahua seemed to feel the strange and oppressive aura here. She was also very quiet along the way. After walking for an hour, the group of people in black armor stopped flying. Instead, they landed on the ground at the same time. Their god power surged, and they looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their speed was also much slower. The people of the firework tribe sensed the change in them and started to secretly circulate their god power. They took out their weapons to prevent any accidents. Everyone advanced for more than 2 hours in apprehension, but nothing unexpected happened. When they could vaguely see an extremely large ancient castle in front of them, the people in black armor all heaved a sigh of relief. They put away their weapons and flew into the air again. Who is it? Multiple black figures quickly flew out of the ancient castle and shouted in a deep voice. The person in black armor with dark red eyes replied, "Deputy Commander, it's me, Xiao. I've brought the people back. Open the protective shield and let them in." The person in the air waved his hand. He ignored them and flew down. Everyone listen up. Don't wander around or make a ruckus in Blue Dragon Castle. Don't blame me if you anger the lords and die. The man with dark red eyes who called himself Xiao Yi turned his head and instructed the people of the firework tribe. He took the lead and walked in. The castle was very big, but it was very simple. It was a large courtyard built with yellow stones. Along the way, he saw many people sitting in the courtyard. Some of these people were drinking, some were sitting foolishly looking at the sky, some were chatting, some were cultivating, and some were laughing and shaking their buttocks. They were singing strange songs. There were even many men and women who were having sex in the courtyard, completely forgetting themselves and fighting with all their might. The people next to them were minding their own business, as if they didn't see anything. However, Yi Qinghan saw one kind of expression on their faces. Death aura? Yes, it was death aura. The kind of decadence that came from not having any expectations for life, the kind of depression that came from not being interested in anything around him, coupled with the strange oppressive desolation of this place, made Yi Qinghan feel as if doomsday was coming. Your number is Team 88. You are not allowed to leave this courtyard without orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Xiao Yi brought everyone to a dilapidated courtyard. Then, he glanced at everyone and finally looked at Niu Patian. He continued coldly, "You are the captain of this team and are responsible for managing this team. Are you familiar with the rules of the baleful Yin stream?" "Sir." Niu Patian nodded with an extremely bitter expression. After hearing this, Xiao Yi didn't want to say anything more. He turned around and left with his people. As soon as the man in black armor left, everyone in the courtyard started to make a ruckus. No one dared to speak under the cold aura of the man in black armor. They were afraid that they would be killed if they weren't careful. Of course, they had to ask what had happened now. Everyone looked at Niu Patian and the 10 god generals. The worry on their faces was very obvious. "I'm sorry. I've caused trouble for everyone." However, what surprised everyone was that Niu Patian didn't say anything. Niu Haohua, who was next to him, suddenly knelt on the ground. Her beautiful face didn't have its usual arrogance and haughtiness. Instead, she seemed to have become a different person. She became a sensible, obedient, and weak young girl. It was easy to change a person's expression and behavior, but it was difficult to change one's temperament. Niu Haohua seemed to have become a completely different person from when she was in the firework tribe. This looked very awkward and strange, and no one could accept it for a while. "Young mistress, this isn't your fault." Niu Patian shook his head. He looked at the young girl kneeling on the ground. A trace of pain and anger flashed in his eyes. 2 drops of tears fell from his eyes. Then his aura suddenly became violent. His eyes turned red. He suddenly turned to look at one of the god generals beside him and laughed coldly. "But why must you be so ruthless? Young mistress doesn't even want to fight anymore. Why must your master force her into a dead end?" "Well, why? What did you say, sir?" The god general looked panicked. He blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. Suddenly, his body trembled. His face became extremely pale. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and looked behind him with difficulty. Behind him, Niu Patin coldly pulled out the sword that he had stabbed into the god general's back. His expression was icy. "We knew you were a traitor 10 years ago. Sir said that he wouldn't kill you in the tribe. Now you can die. Ha! Now that you've come to the Valley of Evil Spirits, you can't escape death. Young master, I've completed my mission." The god general's expression instantly became extremely sinister. As soon as he finished speaking, his body went limp. Then, a yellow divine crystal floated out automatically. Chapter 498. The sudden turn of events in the courtyard shocked everyone. There was complete silence, and everyone's eyes began to flicker as they began to ponder. F***CK. Yi Qinghan cursed angrily. Elder Lu and he had guessed correctly. Everything was clear now. Someone wanted to kill Niu Huahua, but they probably had some misgivings and did not dare to do it openly. Instead, they were manipulating everything from the shadows. The few thousand people of the Firework tribe and him had been innocently embroiled in this dispute and had been buried with her. Niu Huahua had probably been putting on a facade all these years, pretending to be a heartless, playful, and unreasonable tyrant. However, the mastermind had not let her off, so she and Niu Patin had decided to stop pretending. This Valley of Evil Spirits was obviously a place of death, and the chances of getting out were pitifully low. Who knew how many people in this courtyard would survive in the end? Niu Patin grabbed the divine crystal in the air and a green flame appeared in his hand, melting the divine crystal into a pile of green liquid. At the same time, he burned the corpses on the ground to ashes. Only then did he regain his composure. He turned to look at everyone guiltily and said, "I'm sorry. I've implicated everyone. If everyone has a chance to get back, I will compensate you with 10 million god stones each." Divine General Patin. "Miss Huahua, there's no point in saying all this now. If we can't get out, what's the point of giving us 10 billion god stones? Why don't you explain to us what kind of place this is? How do we get back? 10 million god stones? God stones could compensate for everything?" Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and tried his best to suppress the rage in his heart. He tried to make his tone as calm as possible. Elder Lu did not want to spread rumors. He had to get hold of all the information in this place as soon as possible so that he could think of a way to escape. Yi Qinghan's question brought everyone back to their senses. Indeed, what secrets and stories did Niu Huahua have to hide? What did it have to do with them? All they had to do was familiarize themselves with this place and think of a way to get back. Let me explain. Niu Patin was just about to say something when Niu Yanhua stood up from the side. Her expression became calm again, and her large, limpid eyes shone with the light of wisdom. Her every movement was like a strategist, and everyone couldn't help but sigh again. The arrogant and unreasonable little princess, the pure and cute little lowly, the delicate and pitiful girl, the cunning and intelligent female military counselor, which side was her true self? Everyone should have heard of 9 Hells Purgatory, right? Actually, the 9 Hells Purgatory was just a general term. It was divided into 2 parts. One was the 9 Hells Nether Realm, and the other was the 9 Hells Demon Realm. If a person's soul didn't dissipate after death, it would automatically be absorbed into the Netherworld realm. The Netherworld demonic realm was originally the god prison of the god realm, and anyone who violated the iron laws of the god realm would be imprisoned there. The divine world had a long history and a large population. Every year, countless people were imprisoned in the divine penitentiary. There was no one to manage the divine penitentiary, and there was killing every day. Over time, a vicious energy was born inside, and the people inside were all demonized by this vicious energy, becoming fiends. Thus, the divine penitentiary became the Nine Hells demon realm. Niu Yanhua paused for a moment and then continued, "A million years ago, a peerless genius appeared in the Nine Hells demon realm. His cultivation reached the heavens, and he used his powerful forces and extraordinary methods to unify the Nine Hells demon realm. Then he started to organize fiends to constantly attack the divine world, and opened 5 transportation passages. Every once in a while, he would organize large groups of experts to attack the divine world. Every time he attacked the divine world, a large number of experts would die in battle or be demonized. They would also use the weak areas of the divine world space to constantly send experts to launch sneak attacks, attempting to demonize all the martial practitioners of the divine world, and turn them into the next Nine Hells demon realm. And these weak areas of space were collectively called by the divine world, Baleful Een Stream. The moment Niu Yanhua's words fell, the courtyard instantly boiled like water. Even some of the cultivators' bodies began to tremble slightly, and everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. Everyone had more or less heard of the Nine Hells demon realm. Fiends. That was the name that represented death. It was rumored that fiends were invincible, and as long as one was invaded by the fiend's aura, one would become a fiend and fall into the Nine Hells purgatory for eternity. They would lose their own thoughts and become a walking corpse. This was even scarier than death. Screw the second master. Yi Qinghan clenched his fists tightly, and blue veins popped up on his face. He wasn't worried about his own safety. With the Carefree Pavilion, he could take the risk and hide in the Carefree Pavilion. But what about the Fire Dragon continent? He had never been afraid of death. But the billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent were waiting for his rescue. He could hide in the Carefree Pavilion with Yi Qingyu and the others for the rest of his life, and survive the calamity safely. But if he were to watch the Fire Dragon continent be destroyed, watch the Yi family, the 5 major clans, and the House of Aries, and watch everyone die like this, could he live a leisurely life with a clear conscience? He would rather not have such a life. Miss Firework, tell us about our mission. How can we leave this damned place? After a while, Yi Qinghan's loud voice suppressed the clamor of the crowd. Countless people fell silent and looked at Niu Firework, waiting for her to reveal the final answer. This time, Niu Patin took over and explained, basically, every Valley of Een spirits is guarded by the official army. However, these official army soldiers are only responsible for preventing demons from leaving the Valley of Een spirits and protecting the ancient Blue Dragon Castle. The original godly penitentiary became the realm of demons, so the realm of the gods turned the Valley of Een spirits into a place of exile for those who violate the Iron Law. Firework Tribe was destroyed, and you didn't receive the Realm of the Gods badge, so you aren't protected by the Iron Law of the Realm of the Gods. Dancing Phoenix City has the right to let you complete special missions to obtain badges and become citizens of the Realm of the Gods. However, this mission is basically impossible to complete. Because according to the strength of our team, we must obtain 1,000 points to leave the Valley of Een spirits. One demon is only worth 1 point, the Devil King is only worth 10 points, and an Azura is worth 100 points. Even the weakest demon is stronger than any peak heavenly god. A Devil King is comparable to a high-ranked divine general, but an Azura will definitely be annihilated. Moreover, once you're invaded by the demonic energy, you'll instantly demonize and become a walking corpse. Swoosh, everyone gasped in unison. Even Yi Yao Rao, who had always been cold, couldn't help but pale. This was a dead end, one that was almost impossible to solve. No wonder there were so many white bones along the way. No wonder everyone in the castle was filled with the aura of death. This place was a land of death that couldn't be escaped. Don't be too desperate, everyone. My lightning energy can guarantee that you won't be demonized. Uncle Padian and I will do our best to ensure everyone's safety. If we go out to fight, just take care of yourselves. As for the points, we'll figure something out. I believe that we can lead everyone out of this place of death. Niu Firework's perfect face was filled with determination. Her eyes burned with the desire to fight. However, Her impassioned words couldn't disguise the paleness of everyone's faces. Yi Qinghan stared blankly at Niu Fireworks' determined face. His emotions were very complicated. Everyone here was a peak figure from the various material planes. How could they not understand the current situation? There were 10 divine generals, and the strongest among them, Niu Patin, was only at the 3rd level of the divine general realm. They might not even be able to protect themselves against a devil king, let alone kill one, let alone an Azura. Just as Yi Qinghan was pondering, he heard a voice transmission. Yi Qinghan's face instantly turned paler than Yi Yaorao's skin. The voice transmission came from Elder Lu, and he sounded very urgent. Sending a voice transmission like this was also very risky. It seemed like Elder Lu didn't have much to worry about. Little Han, I have something very unfortunate to tell you. The space where you are now is very unstable. If you take the risk and open the doors of Carefree Pavilion, it's very likely that the passageway will become chaotic and Carefree Pavilion will be destroyed. So, if you want to leave successfully, you have to complete the mission. There's no other way. Dead end? Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed into slits. However, his expression became extremely calm. This time, he was completely at his wits' end. He couldn't be reborn from the flames. He would die in the flames. Chapter 499. Within the ancient Blue Dragon Castle, the courtyard where the Firework tribe resided was silent. Everyone fell silent after understanding the situation. They each chose a place to cultivate, rest, or let their imaginations run wild. There was no doubt that this place was a place of death. However, many people were still fantasizing and hoping to find a way out. Many people began to cultivate so that they could better survive in the coming days. Only by surviving would they have a chance. Of course, there were also some people who used cultivation to stop thinking too much. For example, Yi Qinghan. As someone who had lived 2 lives, coupled with the hardships he had gone through in the Fire Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan's state of mind had become unusually mature. However, this sudden situation was still a little difficult for him to accept. He could no longer enter the unfettered pavilion, which he relied on the most. His life was no longer guaranteed. In other words, he was already in a hopeless situation and was about to die. He was not afraid of death. It was just that he had never thought that he might die because of the existence of the unfettered pavilion all these years. Now that he was suddenly in such a predicament, no matter how strong his state of mind was, it would be difficult for him to accept it. Therefore, he chose to cultivate. He wanted to cultivate the divine power that he currently lacked the most and force himself to stop thinking about it. Elder Lu did not send any more messages. There were divine kings here, and perhaps even more powerful beings. If he exposed the unfettered ring, he might be assassinated before the demons could kill him. Elder Lu's understanding of the baleful Yin stream was about the same as Niu potions. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Uncle Patian, it's been hard on you all these years. Let me take care of everything from now on. In a large room in the backyard, Niu Patian and Niu Huahua sat on a stone table. There were 2 divine generals standing guard outside. Niu Huahua looked at Niu Patian apologetically. However, there was no depression in her watery eyes. Instead, they were filled with a strong desire to fight. Miss, Patian is useless. If the great elder was still alive, he would definitely not have let you be in such a dangerous situation. Now sigh. Niu Patian sighed helplessly. His expression and words revealed a tinge of self-blame and bitterness. Since when was a disciple of the Thunder Clan afraid of danger? Since cousin wants me dead, then I won't die. Since he is afraid that I will fight for it, then I will fight for it. Uncle Patian, there is no need to worry. How can a small baleful Yin stream stop the advancement of the most talented disciple of the Thunder Clan? Niu Haiyan smiled faintly. Her confident and determined voice echoed in the room. She was like a sleeping phoenix that was slowly raising her proud head. Yes, young lady's lightning energy has already been cultivated to the 3rd stage. Ordinary demons can no longer harm young lady. Even if they encountered the Demon King, they would still be able to put up a fight. However, after a few rounds of fighting, it was unknown how many of the 2,000 people in the tribe would survive. Niu Potion's eyes were filled with excitement, but when he thought of the people in the tribe, his expression darkened again. But Niu Hua waved her small hand and said, "There's no point in thinking too much about these things. Since it happened, what we have to think about isn't regret, but how to remedy it. We can only try our best to protect them. Life and death are decreed by fate. Since you chose to come to the God realm, you must be prepared to die. 88 Team, gather. We will leave the castle in an hour to carry out the demon hunting mission." 10 days later, a cold voice startled everyone in the courtyard. After this voice rang once, it went silent. After that, Niu Potion's voice rang out in the front yard. "Everyone, gather in the front yard and go out to hunt demons. If you are still in the courtyard after an hour, you will be killed by the army of the ancient castle. Gather quickly." Niu Potion's words were even more threatening than the previous voice transmission. As soon as he finished speaking, countless people rushed out of the rooms in the courtyard. All of them were armed and gathered in the front yard. Yi Qinghan also woke up from his cultivation. Without thinking too much, he picked up the slaughter god blade and walked to the front yard. "Everyone listen up. Once we leave the ancient castle, all of you must listen to young Lady Haiyan's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. If you don't listen to her orders, it will be very easy for our team to be wiped out." Niu Potion shouted in a deep voice, causing everyone's heart to tighten. After that, Niu Potion continued to explain, "Every demon hunt in the stream of Yin spirits will last for half a month. Within this half a month, we cannot return to the ancient castle. There is a possibility of encountering demons everywhere outside. If half of the Moon Queen does not die, she can return to the Blue Dragon ancient castle to rest for another half a month. Your mission is to protect yourselves outside. Of course, it will be even better if you can help us in battle." Niu Haiyan was not wearing her pink robe today. Instead, she was wearing an exquisite black battle armor. Her snow-white skin and perfect facial features were set off by the black battle armor, making her look even more beautiful. She held a cyan phoenix with staff in her hand. She didn't say much and her face was calm. She waved the wooden staff and shouted, "Let's go!" Niu Haiyan took the lead and walked out. Niu Potion and the 9 god generals followed behind her. Everyone in the tribe walked out silently. There was not a single person in the countless courtyards outside. Most likely, they had already left the castle to hunt for demons. On the way, they met a few teams that were returning from outside. These people were very excited, as if they had survived a disaster. However, when they looked at the people of the firework tribe, it was as if they were looking at a group of dead people. Only when they glanced at Niu Haiyan, enchanting Queen Glamorous, and the other beauties did they reveal a slight pity. The team did not stop and walked directly to the main gate of the ancient castle. Rows of official army soldiers in black armor stood at the gate. The one leading them was the divine King Shui. In half a month, the ancient castle's protective shield will be opened again. Now, all of you, go out and hunt demons. All the official army soldiers looked very indifferent. Divine King Shui said indifferently and waved his hand. The protective shield flashed and he looked at everyone coldly, gesturing for them to go out. The inside and outside of the ancient castle were like 2 different worlds. The whistling sandstorm blinded everyone's eyes and chilled their hearts. Everyone walked out of the ancient castle and looked at the sandstorm in a daze. They were very perturbed. "Don't just stand there. Move forward quickly. We can't stand still in the baleful Yin stream. We have to keep moving. Otherwise, our aura will attract a large number of demons and we will die. Divine General Niu Potion, bring 5 people to the back to hold the line. Let's go." Niu Haiyan's delicate voice sounded. Then she took the lead and ran forward. Her speed was neither fast nor slow. It was obvious that she was taking care of everyone's speed. The large group of people began to travel in the yellow sand aimlessly. Yi Qinghan walked at the front of the team. He held the slaughter god's saber tightly in his hand and was ready to activate his absolute domain. If he continued to hide his strength in this place, he would probably die at any time. As he ran, he began to quietly move behind Niu Haiyan. Since Niu Potion had chosen to hand over the command to this first-stage divine general realm girl, and he did not seem to be worried about her safety. He led his men to hold the line at the back. This could only mean one thing. This girl was the strongest person in the team. Staying behind the strongest person was the best guarantee of safety. Everyone, stop advancing. Prepare for battle. Niu Haiyan, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. Divine power surged from her body, and the phoenix with staff in her hand lit up. The two demon horns on her head emitted two rays of holy light. A white light beam shot out from the phoenix with staff and shot forward at lightning speed. The demons are here? Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. He circulated his divine power and looked into the distance. Chapter 500. In the blurry yellow sandstorm in front of them, there was a faint trace of black mist that was flying towards them along with the sandstorm. The black mist was still 1,000 meters away from everyone, but an evil, cold, and uncomfortable aura had already enveloped everyone present. Under the shroud of this aura, everyone felt a chill in their souls, and they couldn't summon the slightest desire to fight. They felt like a flock of lambs enveloped by a pack of ferocious and tyrannical aura of a pack of wolves, unable to even move. Swish! Niu Patian and the 9 god generals had already rushed to Niu Huihua's side when Niu Huihua shot out a white light beam. Their divine power surged at the same time, and the weapons in their hands shone brightly. They all spat out dozens of meters of colorful attack waves towards the black mist in front of them. The energy attacks of the god generals were extremely powerful. These attack waves contained terrifying energy, and even Yi Qinghan, who was 100 meters behind them, felt extremely pressured. One beam of light and 10 attack waves directly entered the black mist. The black mist, which was flying at high speed, suddenly slowed down. The black mist, which was originally 100 meters in radius, also shrunk by 1/3. This is a devil. Everyone, don't panic. Everyone, attack the black mist in front of you indiscriminately. You just have to remember, don't let the black mist get close. That is the aura of a devil. Once you are enveloped by it, you will instantly turn into a devil. Niu Huihua's black battle armor emitted a gentle black light that enveloped everyone. This light instantly made the chill in everyone's heart disappear. Everyone was shocked and overjoyed. They started to circulate the divine power in their bodies, forming all kinds of energy attack waves that flooded the black mist. It was obvious that everyone's attacks were like mud flowing into the sea. They didn't have much of an effect. Only a few peak stage heavenly god experts' attacks could shake the black mist. Yi Yao Rao and Cleopatra's attacks were the most obvious. Niu Huihua, Niu Patian, and the 9 god generals' attacks were able to slow down the black mist every time. The black mist visibly shrank, and the effect was the most obvious. Yi Qinghan's slaughter god saber slashed forward, spitting out a half-moon-shaped saber light. Together with everyone's attacks, it entered the black fog and disappeared without a trace, just like mud falling into the sea. However, what made Yi Qinghan slightly surprised was that every time he attacked, the slaughter god blade would emit a faint black light, just like when it was killing demonic beasts in the firework tribe. When Yi Qinghan released his divine sense to sense the slaughter god blade, he didn't feel any air being sucked in. This made Yi Qinghan extremely puzzled. After a few rounds of attacks, the black fog gradually dissipated, revealing a completely black figure in the yellow sand. The figure was more than 10 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in black scales, including its face and head. The scales expanded and contracted as it breathed in and out black mist. Its 2 eyes were the strangest. They had no pupils and were blood red in color. The 2 black curved horns on its head were also emitting black mist. After being attacked by everyone, the demon was almost defenseless. It tried to charge forward a few times but was hit by Niu Huihua and the 10 god generals' attacks, causing its body to fall back in the air. It opened its mouth angrily, revealing a row of green teeth as it let out a weird cry. This demon's defense is actually so strong? Niu Huihua and Niu Potion's energy attacks were only sent flying and didn't cause any damage? Didn't they say that this demon only has the strength of a peak heavenly god? Yi Qinghan continued to shoot out a crescent-shaped blade light, which hit the demon's scales. However, it didn't seem to have any effect, and he started to feel strange. It's about time. Everyone stop attacking. Niu Huihua and Niu Padian looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Niu Huihua then raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop attacking. Niu Padian stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. The white spear in his hand shone with divine light as it shot towards the demon. In the sky, the spear swayed and transformed into hundreds of spear shadows that pierced towards the demon's body. Wherever the spear shadows passed, the space trembled, and even the yellow sand in the air turned into dust. The spear shadows that filled the sky finally condensed into one, and the white spear's spearhead had already sunk into the demon's head between the two curved horns. Niu Padian reached out and pulled back the spear. Then, he turned around elegantly and flew towards everyone without a care. Tsk tisk. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the demon seemed to have been eroded. Starting from the head, it gradually turned into black dust. Finally, its entire body turned into black sand and was blown away by the wind. However, the two long curved horns weren't eroded and fell to the ground. A god general picked them up and gave them to Niu Huihua to put away. This was probably the token for killing the demon in exchange for points. Don't just stand there. In order to demonstrate how to kill the demon, we have already wasted a lot of time. I reckon that it won't be long before the demons swarm over here. Everyone, advance to the left with all your might. Niu Huihua's cold voice snapped everyone out of their daze. Everyone hurriedly followed Niu Huihua and sprinted to the left at full speed. In order to kill the demon, you must first use an energy attack to disperse the demonic aura around its body. If the demonic aura doesn't disperse, we will be instantly demonized even if we are attacked. Then, just like what Divine General Padian did just now, attack the area between the two horns on its head. This is the demon's fatal spot. Attacking anywhere else will be completely ineffective and won't cause any damage. Niu Huihua began to explain to everyone as she sprinted. Yi Qinghan finally understood that Niu Huihua and Niu Padian hadn't used their full strength just now. Instead, they had been demonstrating how to kill the demon. We've encountered a demon. All of you must first guard your hearts and not be affected by his aura. You must remember to keep your distance. Niu Yanhua's petite body was nimbly running in front as she was explained to everyone as she walked. At this moment, no one thought of her as a frail little girl anymore. She had already replaced Niu Padian in everyone's hearts with her extraordinary battle prowess, her calm demeanor, and her calm commentary. She had become the leader of the team in everyone's hearts. 2 hours later, everyone encountered another demon. This time, Niu Huihua and Niu Padian didn't hold back. The white beam of light shooting from the phoenix wood staff was clearly thicker than before. Everyone had only unleashed one round of attacks, but the demonic aura had already been completely dispersed by Niu Padian and the others. Niu Padian attacked again and easily killed the demon. It seems so easy? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. If they kept killing demons like this, wouldn't they be able to earn 1,000 points easily? Furthermore, it didn't seem too dangerous. Yi Qinghan wasn't the only one who thought this way. Most of the team probably thought the same way. Their muscles relaxed slightly, and their expressions gradually calmed down. However, everyone's calmness didn't last long. Following Niu Huihua's angry roar, everyone tensed up again. Niu Huihua, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Then, her expression became incomparably gloomy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic. Niu Potion's expression also changed drastically. All the godly generals' divine power surged at this moment, as if they were facing a great enemy. Everyone, gather around me. There's a group of demons surrounding us. Once there's a chance, run for your lives. If you're lucky enough to escape, then gather 300 miles to the east. Remember, if any of your companions are demonized, kill them immediately. Otherwise, everyone will die.